All right. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Menlo Park City Council meeting for Tuesday, November 5th, 2019. This time we're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. We have all council members present. I'm going to take a moment and introduce everyone to folks here. So down off the dais, we have our city attorney, or dais, I should say. We have our city attorney, Mr. Bill McClure. To his immediate right, we have our city manager, Ms. Starla Jerome Robinson. On my far left, we have Councilmember Catherine Carlton. To my immediate left, Mayor Pro Tem Cecilia Taylor. To my right, we have Councilmember Betsy Nash. To her right, we have Councilmember Drew Combs. And then down off the dais, we have our city clerk, Ms. Judy Heron. If anyone wants to speak on any item on the agenda this evening, it's really important that you fill a comment card out in the back of the room and provide that to Ms. Heron so that we know that which item you'd like to speak on, and I know to call you. At this time, if everyone could go ahead and please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start the meeting, and I'm going to call item SS2 out of order in front of SS1. Just because I know we have speakers here on SS2, and I believe SS1 is going to go much longer. So, study session item 2, discussion of proposed ordinance banning the sale of flavored tobacco and e-cigarette devices. Our Assistant City Attorney, Kara Silva, will make the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. So we're going to talk about a possible flavored tobacco and e-cigarette ban. We will talk about the need for the regulation, the overview of current regulations, both at the state and county level, and different council options. So, between 2017 and 2018, the percentage of high school-aged children reporting past 30-day use of e-cigarettes rose by more than 75%. Also, use among middle-aged school children increased nearly 50%. In December 2018, the Surgeon General declared the use of e-cigarettes among youth an epidemic. Over 80% of kids who have used tobacco started with a flavored tobacco product. So this slide shows that between 2011 and 2019, the use by youth of cigarettes has decreased significantly.
Ms. Silver,
Yes.
I'm sorry. There's been a request if we could go ahead and turn the slide presentation full screen. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So as the cigarette use has been declining, which obviously is a good thing, unfortunately the use of e-cigarettes has been increasing. So the second table shows the inverse proportional increase of the use of e-cigarettes. In terms of the flavors that are used by high school age students, this chart shows that between 2017 and 2019, the top 3 uses, flavor uses by high school students are fruit, menthol or mint, and candy flavored tobacco. This slide shows the different types of e-cigarette devices that are on the market. The first photo is a traditional e-cigarette device. The second slide shows a device that is marketed by the company Juul, which has the market share of e-cigarette devices. And the Juuls e-cigarette looks like a memory stick. The memory stick has a slot to allow for the flavored tobacco oil to be inserted, and these oil products come in strawberry, mango, raspberry, different flavors, and are marketed largely to youth. In terms of the regulatory environment, we do have some federal regulations, and the federal regulations do allow cities and states to concurrently regulate in this area as long as the restrictions are more restrictive than the federal regulation. The FDA recently announced that they were intending to come up with a regulation that would ban e-cigarettes, but no action has been taken yet, and that announcement was made about 6 months ago. At the state level, there were 2 bills that were introduced this session. They were labeled as anti-vaping legislation, but unfortunately neither of those bills passed through the Senate committee this session. So what has happened is that counties and cities have been filling in the gap for the regulation. The County of San Mateo has taken a strong lead in passing legislation. In 2008, they adopted a flavored tobacco ban. And then today, just today, the County Board of Supervisors unanimously introduced an ordinance that banned e-cigarettes. The original ordinance that was proposed by the county had a restriction for e-cigarettes that had not been approved by the FDA, but the County Board of Supervisors directed staff to change that ordinance to apply to any e-cigarette device. And we expect that a second reading will be heard in the next week or 2 on that. This was the day for tobacco legislation because the County of Santa Clara also introduced a flavored tobacco and e-cigarette ban today, and that also passed unanimously. Also on this day, San Francisco is having an election on the referendum that was sponsored by the Juul manufacturer on San Francisco's e-cigarette ban. Finally, other cities have also rolled out mainly flavored tobacco bans. So Portola Valley, Half Moon Bay, and San Carlos introduced flavored tobacco bans. The cities have not started to adopt e-cigarette bans, but it's likely that with these 2 county actions, we'll start to see e-cigarette bans coming up and in the local level as well. So in terms of what we are proposing, and again, this is just a study session, the mayor requested that this be brought on as a study session to get the full council's view on the ordinance to bring back to the council. And so we did supply a sample ordinance for the council's consideration. What it does is it utilizes the existing tobacco retailer permit that we currently have, so that we do have an infrastructure in place that is being currently implemented by the county health department. They issue tobacco retailer licenses. The ordinance would ban flavored tobacco products, and so in order to get a tobacco retail license, you could only sell tobacco products, not flavored tobacco products. And the ordinance also bans all e-cigarette devices. We anticipate that there will be some initial outreach for this type of ordinance before it's implemented, so you would consider a longer effective date or implementation period. And we would expect that this ordinance be complaint-based enforcement. Finally, there are some policy considerations that we would like the council to discuss before we bring back a final ordinance for you. One of the policy considerations is should the flavored tobacco ban extend to menthol and mint-flavored tobacco products? The San Mateo County ordinance does include a ban of menthol and mint-flavored. You can also tell from the earlier table that menthol and mint flavored is the second most popular flavor with youth. The second issue for discussion is should hookah tobacco and devices be excluded. The San Mateo ordinance does not exclude those. I'm not sure if there are hookah establishments in the city, but that's a consideration. Another issue is should the e-cigarette ban only apply to non-FDA approved devices, or should it be extended to all devices regardless of the FDA approval? I mentioned that San Mateo County extended its ordinance to all devices. Should the sale of tobacco products be prohibited in pharmacies? This is an issue that the San Mateo County ordinance addresses. The thinking there is that pharmacies should be a place of healthfulness and wellness, and that tobacco products, and especially flavored tobaccos and e-cigarette devices, are inconsistent with that type of facility, and so the County of San Mateo's ordinance extends to pharmacies as well. And then should vending machine sales of tobacco products be banned? The city currently does not have a vending machine ban in place, so you may want to consider rolling that into the ordinance as well. And then should smoke shops be exempt is one consideration. San Mateo County does not contain a smoke shop exemption, but Santa Clara County ordinance does. And then finally, we would like some input on how long the outreach period should be. So that concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions and receive your input.
Are there any questions from council members before we take public comment? Councilmember Nash.
Thanks, Cara. When you say San Mateo County, is that for unincorporated parts of San Mateo County, not San Mateo County as a whole?
Yes, thank you. I should have clarified that. Yes, it is. It's for unincorporated portions of San Mateo County.
Okay, at this time, we're going to go ahead and open it up for public comment. I'm going to, just 1 second while I scroll back to that. Our first speaker this evening is Tricia Barr. I'm sorry. No, it's not. It's Taja Henderson.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Taja Henderson, a teacher at Sequoia High School. Over the course of the last year, Juul has attracted 1.5 million more users than the previous year. Juul devices are easy to conceal. Many teachers, parents, and administrators are in the dark about students who use, when they use, where they use. I've heard stories about students using in classrooms. At the beginning of the school year, the fire alarms continually were going off because the urge to use vape products with the nicotine and the addictive factors in it, students just couldn't resist that urge, and they're continually using on a high school campus. I am here to use my voice to help fight big tobacco and to protect my students. I am here with the Bay Area Community Health Advisory Council to urge Menlo Park to consider putting a full ban on the sale of vape products and e-cigs and flavored tobacco. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Anita Majors. Good evening.
Good evening, council members. My name is Anaya Majors, and I'm a student at Sequoia High School. I am also president of Black Student Union, and I have a concern about vaping in my community and also in my high school. This doesn't just affect high school students, but it's also affecting middle school students and elementary students as well. The tobacco companies are targeting teens into using their new products with the flavors that are appealing to teens. And new vaping data shows that it has increased, and it will keep increasing if we don't put a ban to it in such stores like gas stations, liquor stores, and a lot of other corner stores in the communities. I've experienced students going into the restroom to use their vape pens, and then the fire alarms going off. It would really help if Menlo Park put a ban to help our communities further the ban to stop selling vape pens. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Eric Burmeister. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Mueller, City Council members. My name is Eric Burmeister. I'm the superintendent of Menlo Park City School District, and I'm here on behalf of our school board, which I believe has shared with you their support through letters and through the adoption of a resolution supporting and encouraging Menlo Park, this county of San Mateo, and the city of Atherton, all jurisdictions that serve our students and our families, to support a ban on e-cigarettes and flavored tobacco. This is not only a national health crisis, but it's also a local health crisis, and it's something that does, as our previous speaker so eloquently shared, reach beyond the high schools and down into the middle schools and elementary schools. I believe it's a wonderful opportunity for us as a community to make a statement that the health and well-being of our students matter, and we're not going to wait an entire generation for folks to realize that big tobacco is having a very detrimental impact on the lives of our kids. And so from the Menlo Park City School District, we would like to extend our support and encouragement to you of approval of this ban. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Francesca Lomatan.
Good evening, council members. My name is Francesca Lomatan, and I'm with San Mateo County Health's Tobacco Prevention Program. I just wanted to share some tobacco-related educational information. According to the 2018 National Youth Tobacco Survey, between 2017 and 2018, the use of e-cigarettes among high schoolers increased by 78%. During this same time period, the e-cigarette use prevalence was 20.8% among San Mateo County and San Francisco high schoolers, while the statewide prevalence was 10.9%. Nearly 81% of youth ages 12 to 17 who had ever used a tobacco product reported that the first product they used was flavored. The County of San Mateo, Half Moon Bay, San Carlos, and Portola Valley restrict the sale of all flavored tobacco, including menthol and mint-flavored tobacco products and flavored hookah, in all retail stores and all tobacco products and pharmacies, in order to reduce youth access and promote public health. Flavorings mask the harsh taste of tobacco, which makes it easier for youth to initiate tobacco use. According to the CDC, as of October 29th, there have been 1,888 lung injury cases across the U.S. that were associated with use of e-cigarettes, and there have been 37 deaths, 3 of which were in California, that have been confirmed with more under investigation. Additionally, state law prohibits tobacco products from being sold in vending machines. There is an exception, though, that vending machines may be located where an on-sale public premises license to sell alcoholic beverages has been issued, provided that the machine is inside the premises and at least 15 feet away from entrances. I hope this information has been helpful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Tricia Barr. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Tricia Barr. I'm a parent with kids in 5th, 8th, and 11th grade at Laurel, Hillview, and MA. I heard a quote today from Brian King of the CDC in a research report that he published, and I think this sums it up. Advertising brings the horse to water. Flavors gets them to drink. And nicotine keeps them coming back for more. And that's where we are today. We're fortunate that the county has already laid the groundwork with a ban on the sale and distribution of flavored tobacco and the sale of all tobacco products in pharmacies. And today, the County Board of Supervisors, Francesca and I were there at the meeting today, approved a ban on e-cigarettes. So please adopt these ordinances in Menlo Park. Please also provide your support to our County Board of Supervisors to strengthen the county's existing tobacco retailer license by restricting sales within 1,000 feet of schools, by reducing tobacco retailer density, by setting minimum price and pack sizes, and by adding some compliance monitoring to our tobacco retailer license with definitive penalties to ensure compliance. Right now, the penalties say that you may get an administrative fee, you may get your license suspended, whereas in Santa Clara County, it's very definitive and says they shall. So in addition to the letters of support and the resolutions that were already part of the board packet, what I shared today was were additional ones, a copy of the one from Menlo Park City School District, a letter from Mary Streschley, our Sequoia superintendent, and the Sacred Heart PTA. In addition, the San Mateo County Board of Education has a resolution on its agenda tomorrow. That's it. Thank you. Please proceed with a ban on flavored tobacco, e-cigarettes, and the ban on the sale of tobacco products in pharmacies.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Nancy Prudy.
Good evening, Menlo Park City Council members. I am reading a letter from my husband, Dr. Devin Prouty, a licensed clinical psychologist. I'm writing you to urge you to act on this important matter. As a licensed clinical psychologist who works with teens and as a senior research psychologist at SRI International, working on two of the largest longitudinal studies of adolescent development and substance use, I can unequivocally state that you are in a unique position to prevent harmful lifetime nicotine addiction. In my private practice and in the two federally funded national longitudinal studies I work on, the National Consortium of Alcohol and Neurodevelopment of Adolescents and the Adolescents Brain Cognitive Development Study, I see directly on the individual level and epidemiologically on the national level the negative effects of nicotine products that are marketed to and aimed at teens. Nicotine addiction is one of the most difficult addictions to break. Age of first use is a very important factor in lifetime usage. The earlier an individual uses nicotine, the greater the chance they will become addicted. It is for that reason that we must take all measures available to us to delay the onset of use. Nicotine companies know this and take all the measures they can to entice children to use their products. E-cigarettes have created an almost perfect storm of these accessibility factors and have led to alarming increases in teen nicotine use. The National Youth Tobacco Survey found that 31% of teens who have ever used e-cigarettes reported the availability of flavors such as mint, candy, fruit, or chocolate were the reasons for their use, while 17% reported that they used e-cigarettes because they believe they are less harmful than other forms of tobacco, such as cigarette. Corporations promoting these products are well aware of these factors and have worked to promote them directly to teens, with companies like Juul making presentations in the school setting. Flavors are a vital tool in the marketing and substances beyond just nicotine. Think of the flavored alcohol products that have flourished over the years, from the wine coolers of our youth to the current crop of hard lemonade and other fruity sweetened drinks. Nicotine products with menthol and other flavors are designed from the outset to appeal to children. We as a community have an opportunity that we must not pass up. This is the opportunity to protect our children from predatory marketing and product design. Please enact the regulations under discussion today in the proposed ordinance. Sincerely, Devin Prouty, PhD, Senior Research Psychologist, SRI International Menlo Park, Licensed Clinical Psychology, Pacific Anxiety Group.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker this evening is Lillian Pavazaya. I hope I pronounced the last name correctly.
I wrote like chicken scratch. Sorry about that. Hi.
That's okay.
Good evening, Mayor Mueller and distinguished council members. I am Liliana Perisic. I know, I totally wrote that poorly. I am here representing myself, who is a native resident of Menlo Park District 2, a parent, children in Hillview and MA, and a co-president of the Hillview PTO who have handed a letter of endorsement endorsing this ban. I am also representing Bonnie Halpern Fletcher, who could not be here tonight, and she is a professor of pediatrics at Stanford University, so I will read her testimony to you. Dear council members, I thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on this important and urgent topic, flavored tobacco and e-cigarette use. I urge Menlo Park City Council to do the following: adopt the county ban on the sale of flavored tobacco and the ban on the sale of all tobacco products in pharmacies. Adopt the proposed county ban on the sale of e-cigarettes or move forward with one, and urge the county to revise its tobacco retailer license to add provisions that strengthen it to prevent our youth from accessing tobacco products. If the county does not take action in the next 6 months, then Menlo Park should develop and approve its own ordinance. In doing so, I urge the Menlo Park City Council to ensure that the flavor ban is extended to include mint and menthol tobacco products. The flavor ban includes hookah. Tobacco product sales should be prohibited in pharmacies and in vending machines. I will provide 5 brief sets of information in support of these requested regulations. 1, flavor hooks kids, including mint and menthol. 2, flavors mask tobacco-related risks. 3, flavors do not help adults quit smoking. 4, youth are using hookah as well and using hookah because of the flavors. 5, youth continue to access tobacco from retail shops, including vape shops. The 2 most common forms of tobacco use among youth are e-cigarettes and hookah, with well over 27% of youth admitting to using e-cigarettes in the last month, and over 20% using hookah, and these numbers are undoubtedly underestimates. There are over 7,000 flavors available for e-cigarettes and numerous flavors in other tobacco products, including flavors that attract young and new users, such as honey, doo-doo, unicorn poop, and sugar booger. These are not adult flavors. These flavors are for youth. Also, youth use mint, menthol, fruit, and candy flavors. Most adolescent tobacco users cite flavors as a reason for use, as flavors mask the harsh taste of tobacco, resulting in a more pleasant smell than that found with tobacco alone. Most youth report that they quit tobacco, including e-cigarette use, if flavors were not available. Now, some people argue that youth doesn't use mint, yet studies clearly show that mint is a popular youth flavor. National data show that about 60% of youth e-cigarette users use mint or menthol. And my own data from California show that between 25 to 30% of e-cigarette users use mint or menthol. I have been granted time from someone else, if that's okay with the council.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Also, flavors mask the risks that are inherent in tobacco, including the fact that many e-cigarettes, and in particular the newer pod-based products, have as much nicotine and highly concentrated nicotine as found in 1 to 2 packs of cigarettes. Now, you will likely hear arguments that adults need flavors to successfully quit smoking conventional cigarettes. However, that is simply not borne out by research. While adults may like flavors, they are more likely to quit smoking cigarettes without flavors. And the evidence that e-cigarettes help adults quit smoking conventional cigarettes is mixed, at best. If flavors truly help adults quit, then let them be regulated as a cessation product and given as a prescription, but not be readily available for youth. Further, we have FDA-approved and proven ways to help adults quit smoking. We simply don't need e-cigarettes. Finally, let's discuss access. I know from my own scientific publication and others that youth are easily accessing e-cigarettes from retail and vape shops and in pharmacies. Many local vape and retail shops are not IDing youth. We both need better regulation and enforcement of these shops, and the only way to do that is to have stricter retail licensing fees, regulations, and strict enforcement. The evidence is clear. The extraordinary high levels of nicotine get kids addicted. Flavors including fruit, candy, mint, and menthol attract and keep kids addicted to tobacco. Adults don't need flavored e-cigarettes to quit smoking, and we need to restrict youth access to all tobacco products. I urge you to pass a flavor ban and other regulations to protect the health of our kids. I have provided additional materials with references in support of my claims. Thank you for this evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening there are 3 speakers, Helen, Kayla, and Aaliyah. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kayla, and I represent One East Palo Alto and the East Palo Alto Substance Abuse Prevention Coalition. We are here today to urge you all to ban the sale of flavored tobacco. I am a program assistant for our Youth East Palo Alto program, which is the drug prevention program. And just this week alone, I've done 4 presentations at KIP, prep school, community prep school in Redwood City, to the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade class about the flavored tobacco. And me personally, I feel like it's our kids are too young to be exposed to this type of stuff. And like I said, I'm just here in support of you all banning the flavored tobacco.
Hi, I'm Alania, and I'm a junior in high school. I do live in East Palo Alto, and I do attend Youth EPA every Monday, and that's helped me throughout a lot of stuff to educate us youth about what substance abuse can do to you and what it will do to you if you keep using it. I personally think that people younger than me, it amazes me that people younger than me will use it. And they don't really think about it because they think, oh, it's just flavors. It won't really do anything, but in the long run, it will. And that just hurts me personally, just to see younger people do that. I feel like we should do more and to ban this so they don't have easy access to it. And yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Helen Filko, and I'm attending Menlo Atherton. And I agree with the banning e-cigarettes because it's very harmful to the youth because it could cause brain damage to many of us, and it's also poisonous to young children under the age of 7. I learned that from Youth East Palo Alto, and I also learned that many things could happen to the youth through, like, e-cigarettes could pop by overheating in like your backpack or anything, and it could cause very severe damages to your body. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next speaker this evening is Maria Balu. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Oh, you dedicated your time. Okay, so we have that, Ms. Heron. Our next speaker this evening is Vince Verma. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Vinita Verma, not Vince Verma, by the way, just for correction. That's okay. Whatever I wanted to say, everybody has already spoken. So I'll just add a few things. The number of flavors is over 15,500. It's not 7,000, it's way more. And the favorite flavor of all the kids is mango and strawberry cheesecake. So these are, and if you go online, you can buy the flavors in the bottle, and people know how to open the jewel pod and insert the added flavor. Since these things are not FDA regulated, there is no way to know what is in those flavors. They have anything and everything in there. And the people who say that it does not have a secondhand smoke issue, it absolutely does. It has over 150 chemicals in the air. When the cloud itself has 150 chemicals in it. So it's that bad. The other thing I wanted to mention is that I think it would be a very good idea if you guys have a minimum package ordinance in there somewhere too. So pack of 3 cigarillos is 99 cents. So it's very easily affordable by the kids. And if I understand you guys right, we are doing this for kids. If it is only $1, anybody can go and buy it. If you do not want them to buy it, make that higher. So like in City of Fremont, they made it $5. They made it pack of anything more than one pack is $8. And a single cigarette or single anything cannot be bought for less than $5. So that might help push back some of those kids who think it is very affordable. And again, flavored tobacco is really important for you to ban. As soon as you ban vaping products, they are going to run to cigarettes, mint and menthol. It's a known fact. They will, because they are addicted to nicotine. And when they are craving the nicotine, what is there? Cigarettes. If you do not, and they will not go for the tobacco that easily. They will go for mint and menthol because it is flavored. Mint and menthol has a quality where it expands your esophagus so that you can easily inhale the tobacco product and you don't cough. It just stops your urge to cough. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Gloria Brown.
Good evening. Again, my name is Gloria Brown, and I am a volunteer with the Bay Area Community Health Advisory Council, and our council received a grant from San Mateo County Tobacco Education Grant. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed ordinance to ban the sale of flavored tobacco and e-cigarettes. With the staggering statistics we are hearing this evening, immediate action is needed, and it's imperative that we collectively act now. I, along with my organization, the Bay Area Community Health Advisory Council, and many others who are in attendance tonight, support the ban of the sale of these products. Educating young adults about the harmful effects of using these products is also important. I hope the council will, in addition to banning these products, support the groups that are devoting time and resources to mount educational campaigns throughout San Mateo County. There's still much to do when many of our teens see nothing wrong with using these products. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Adina Levin, and after Ms. Levin will be Fran Dean, our final speaker. Ms. Levin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident, and I did not come prepared to speak on this topic, which I arrived here knowing almost nothing about and have learned a tremendous amount from the medical professionals and educators and civically engaged youth who've been talking to you. But the one thing that caught my ear when I was hearing the staff report was the proposal that there would be complaint-based enforcement, and the concern that that raises in hearing those words based on some things that we know more broadly in our society is that things that are complaint-based enforcement can unfortunately turn into a means for enforcement to target black and brown youth. And therefore, I'm wondering if there are some things that in using that strategy, whether it makes sense for the city to consult with expert organizations such as the ACLU to figure out how to do enforcement in a way that does not unintentionally from the city council have those unintended consequences, and also make sure that the city is doing things like anti-bias training for law enforcement and for anyone who is involved in enforcement, so that we don't wind up unintentionally enforce something that may be very good policy, but to do so in a way that has unintended consequences and negative impacts on part of our community and not on other parts of our community. And I would urge you to consider those factors in doing a program that conveys and implements your intent. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fran Dean.
Good evening, and thank you, Fran Dean, Chamber of Commerce. I applaud you for what you're doing tonight, but I would also ask you to perhaps request that the city attorney look at something for clarification. In our current no smoking in public place ordinance, the definition of smoking, which is 20, And the definition of tobacco product 21 is vague, perhaps inclusive, but I believe that e-cigarettes should be called out. I think they could be seen as something outside of that ordinance. So I would just ask you to look at the current ordinance, and should you move forward on the banning of the sale of flavored tobacco and e-cigarette devices, I think it should be rounded out with our current ordinance on no smoking in public places, which would, of course, include schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, that closes public comment for the evening. I'm going to go ahead and bring it back up to council. It's a study session, so we're not going to be passing anything tonight, but it would be great if we could go ahead and the intention, I can tell you the intention in bringing this is that we would have a final, my intention was that we'd have a final ordinance passed by December 17th. My hope is that we will have an item on consent that evening before we start with the mayor transition. So that would mean first reading of whatever we do on December 10th. So if we could come to an agreement this evening of what exactly the city attorney is drafting, that would be excellent. Councilmember Carlton.
Mr. McClure, I thought we had some restrictions on marketing of smoking in Menlo Park. Are those generic from the state, or do we have specific restrictions within our city right now?
On marketing?
Outdoor advertising, that sort of thing.
So there are state restrictions on outdoor advertising, like on billboards and those kinds of things, I believe. But I don't believe that we have any specific prohibitions locally.
Okay. I had come prepared to say the following. I'd come prepared to say that I completely support the ban following San Mateo County, including all vending machines, no matter where they are, and smoke shops. To my knowledge, do we have any smoke shops in Menlo Park?
I don't think we do anymore. We have in the past.
Okay. Well, just in case we do in the future, I think it's good to ban. Also, remembering that we're a lot of little places in one area, as we pass this, I hope that we gently encourage the jurisdictions around us to do that so that people don't just go to one of our neighbors to purchase these. And I love, in addition to my saying that I support the San Mateo County ban, including vending machines and smoke shops, I've got great ideas from some of the speakers. I do like the idea that Frandine came up of including vaping, calling that out, and things that we don't want to see done publicly in the areas where it's currently banned. I like the idea of restricting the marketing where possible, and we can look into where that could be applied. I also think it's not a bad idea to set a minimum price where we can, where that's legal. I assume if Fremont's able to do that, Mr. McClure, we're able to do something along those lines as well?
I don't know for certain, we'd have to look at their ordinance. I don't know if we could or not, but we certainly could evaluate it.
Okay. It's good to look into something like that, the setting minimum price and maximum pack size. And thank you very much to everyone who spoke. I think pretty much everyone in the room's in agreement for the most part.
Thank you. Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Definitely supportive of this effort, and we can go through at some point all of the different sort of items that the Assistant City Attorney wanted clarification on. I can go either way. Whatever there seems a consensus in order to, I think, as the Mayor suggested, get this sped along as quickly as possible. My question is about sort of this idea of enforcement, right? As I understand this enforcement, we're talking about the sellers of these products, right? And sort of, but then that brought up the question: do we know currently, like, how law enforcement deals with these scenarios when it comes to actual minors, right? What is the current protocol or procedure for dealing with these issues? And I do think, and I know no one from the police department is here, but I do think as we look into that, look into this overall sort of ban and the idea of enforcement, I do think we should be looking at how we're approaching this issue now. Again, when it comes to not the store selling it, but kids who may be caught with this.
So, yeah, I don't think this touches use at all. So, but yeah, so what I suggest, guys, is that we have two different. So, what I would propose we do this evening is we say, for enforcement purposes and also for speed and efficacy, that we mirror the San Mateo County ordinance, and that's the ordinance that we have. Whatever they have in theirs, including e-cigarettes, we mirror it. We get that passed, and then we can come back and look at the other items. The only question that I had that would not be an issue of enforcement, so for ease of, but would rather be an issue of penalty, would be San Mateo County's that was raised to our attention this evening by Ms. Barr about whether the shall or may and what that fine may be. So that's something that I don't know if we can get in front of us when we pass the ordinance of what a suggestion might be there in terms of the fine. But I think that to put those on notice who are going to be in violation of it, I think that's something that we need to do, and I would want to have that clarified in the ordinance when we passed it. But other than that, what I would suggest we do is just follow the lead of San Mateo County on what they've done, and then what we can do is revisit the marketing issue and the minimum pack issue and things that probably need a little bit more in-depth work from our staff in a follow-up ordinance thereafter. Does that make sense?
May I make a follow-up?
Absolutely,
Okay.
Councilmember Carlton.
I agree completely. Absolutely, we're going after the stores. We're not going after the people. We're not making it illegal to have it on you. We're making it illegal to sell it. And I doubt some teenagers are going to be reselling them. But one thing that our police does, not often, but I've heard of them doing it, is they actually do set up sometimes to go in and check stores to see if they sell to minors. And this would be a good thing to fold in with that. So I think that on certain cases, we leave it up to the police as to when they have certain programs that they want to do, that we don't restrict that, but that they're not aggressively out every day expected to be enforcing. I think that what we have in front of us allows that easily, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that they do have certain programs.
Okay, so my question is, Councilmember Nash and Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, would it be okay if I made a motion? Would that be okay? All right, so I'm going to go ahead and move it this time. Actually, we can't make a motion.
We don't
It's a
make
study
motions
session.
in study
so
sessions.
So by acclamation, direction would be, everyone would agree, bring back the San Mateo County ordinance for passing here.
So I just have one question, and that was the idea of maybe tightening up our smoking ordinance in terms of the definition of smoking.
If you could bring that back at the same time.
Yes, please.
Yeah. We'll look into doing that.
Great. So December 10th will be our target date for first reading.
And one clarification, did you want us to bring back a tobacco ban in pharmacies like San Mateo County?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Any other?
And smoke shops, correct?
Yeah, there should be a show. San Mateo doesn't, yeah, so San Mateo ordinance does not have a smoke shop exemption, so. Great. And that will be good for enforcement mechanism on both. So with that, I think we're done. So thank you, everyone, for coming this evening on this item. And we're going to go ahead now and move on to our next study session item of this evening, study session 1, which is the overview of recent state housing legislation and 2022 housing element update. And our interim community development director, Deanna Chow, and assistant city attorney, Kara Silva, will make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mueller and members of the City Council. I'm Deanna Chow, the Interim Community Development Director. And here with me this evening to help with the presentation are Barbara Kautz of Goldfarb and Littman, Josh Abrams of Baird and Driscoll, as well as Cara Silva, our Assistant City Attorney. This evening, the Council will be conducting a study session on new housing legislation and the 2022 Housing Element Update. The primary intent of the overview is to familiarize the Council and members of the community with the breadth of housing regulations while providing more focus on laws that are more applicable to Menlo Park, how local jurisdictions are affected, and what jurisdictions need to do to respond. The study session will be conducted in two parts. The first part will be a presentation, an overview of recent state housing legislation. This year we saw a record number of housing bills, and that will become effective on January 1st, 2020. Following the presentation, we will ask for clarifying questions regarding the new regulations from the Council. And we estimate this, with the presentation and clarifying questions, to be about 45 minutes or so. The second part of the presentation will focus on housing element law and the upcoming 2022 housing element update. Every jurisdiction in California is required to adopt a housing element to address the housing needs of a community. With recent changes in housing element law, the need to begin the housing element update is even more pressing. Again, following the presentation, we will ask for clarifying questions regarding the housing element update. And we anticipate this to be about 45 minutes as well between presentation and clarifying questions. Following the presentation, the Council should open up the item for public comment and City Council discussion. And staff is also seeking direction on prioritization of new long-range and housing programs, which would affect the Council's work plan over the next several years. We know a lot of information will be presented this evening, but we hope this will provide a better understanding of the various housing topics, regulations, and policy decisions facing communities now. And now I will return it over to Barbara Kautz of Goldfarb and Littman to provide an overview of recent housing legislation.
Well, thank you for having me, Mayor Mueller and council members. Here's my. We're just getting my presentation up on the screen. So this has been another session where the state legislature has adopted innumerable housing bills. And what we are, excuse me, and they're in these various categories that we have up here. There's what we call, there are bills that are intended to streamline the development process, primarily a bill called SB 330. There's bills regarding what I show up there as ADUs, which stands for accessory dwelling units, which in Menlo Park's ordinance are called secondary dwelling units. But the legislature changed the name a few years ago, so now they're fondly referred to as ADUs. I'm going to spend most of my time talking about the changes, those two changes. There's also what we're calling an affordable housing superdensity bonus, which I'll briefly explain. There's a bill regarding more information about impact fees, and there's significant changes to the Surplus Lands Act if the city wants to dispose of any of its property. There's also significant changes in landlord and tenant law, which I'm sure you've heard of, the main bill, AB 1482. But I'm not going to talk about that just because there's not really time. My law firm put out a little description of it, which we're happy to distribute to the council, but we just don't really have time to talk about that. So the first topic is what is called streamlining SB 330. The idea was to cut red tape, but I think it's actually going to result in substantial additional effort for your staff. The main change here in terms of processing planning applications, what happens now is a developer submits or an applicant submits a planning application. The staff has 30 days to decide whether or not that application is complete. If it's not, they send a letter back to the applicant, and eventually the application is found to be complete and processed. Most zoning and planning regulations are put into place once the application is found to be complete. This one tries to freeze basically the zoning and planning applications at a much earlier time. A developer can submit what's called a preliminary application with a limited list of information which is completely specified in the statute. And on the date that the developer submits that application, the city's planning policies and its fees are essentially frozen on the date submitted. There's no particular requirement that the city staff even review the preliminary application to make sure that everything is there, but generally we recommend people do, so it's clear whether or not this preliminary application has been submitted. So there's a number of things that need to be included, like a site plan, some elevations, other information. But for instance, if someone is requesting a subdivision, they don't need to actually provide a map showing how they're planning to subdivide as part of this preliminary application. So it's changing a one-step process into a two-step process. About the only additional regulations the city could impose once this preliminary application is submitted are increases in fees based on something like CPI, if it's needed to mitigate a significant environmental impact, if no construction is started within 2.5 years of final approval, and there's a very broad definition of final approval, so that won't occur for a while, and or if the density in the preliminary application or the square footage is increased by 20% or more. So a developer could make very substantial changes actually in this preliminary application, and the fees could still be would still be frozen. Once this preliminary application is submitted, the application has to submit a complete application under the city's full list of requirements within 270 days. They're also they've tried to make it harder to request additional information from an applicant. The city is not supposed to request any information that's not actually in writing on the city's application forms. And once the city sends out one letter explaining how the project, what additional information is needed, it's not supposed to ask for any additional information. And lastly, the city's supposed to post its application forms in the internet. So all these things are really intended to basically freeze the city's zoning and planning and fees at a much, much earlier stage, and to make it hard to request more information from applicants. In terms of processing planning applications, the items up on this slide are not new requirements, but requirements that the legislature adopted a couple of years ago. One is that after the application is really complete, then the city has to provide a list to the applicant of any inconsistencies between the project, that's the complete project, and the city's zoning and planning regulations within 30 days, I think if it's less than 150 units, or within 60 days. And if the city doesn't, if the staff, if there's something that's missed regarding consistency, the project is supposed to be deemed consistent. My personal view is there's some legal problems with that, but that's what the legislation says. The city can only deny a project or reduce a project. Oh, and again, these only apply to housing projects. They don't apply to commercial projects. But a housing project is defined as one that's 2/3 residential and 1/3 commercial. So the city can only deny or reduce the density if it doesn't comply with what are termed objective standards, like numerical standards like height and setback, or anything that's very specific that somebody can figure out in advance. Standards like character of the neighborhood are not supposed to be used to deny or reduce the density of a project. Review under the California Environmental Quality Act is still required. It's probably the one major change that hasn't been made. Another change that I find very odd is that the city is supposed to make a determination of the historic significance of a building at the same time as the project is found to be complete. So that will require that developers who have older buildings, will require more information from developers and from the city to do a historic analysis at a much earlier stage of the project. I was told that the author of the bill is from Berkeley, and this is a problem, and she perceives this as a problem in Berkeley, but now it applies to the entire state. There's a limitation on the number of public meetings that can be held on a project. It says public hearings, but a hearing is defined as any meeting conducted by the city, including workshops. And it includes continued meetings so that if the council or a planning commission hears the project, decides they need another meeting to consider it, that counts as 2 meetings. And it also includes all appeals. The only exceptions to this 5-meeting rule are, 1, it only applies if the project actually conforms with all the objective standards. So if the project is requesting a variance or some kind of exception, then this limitation doesn't apply. It doesn't apply to legislative hearings like zoning ordinances, general plans, and it only applies after the project has been determined to be completed. There's some language indicating that it's not intended to conflict with, again, the California Environmental Quality Act, so maybe hearings to consider to review an EIR would be excluded, but that's another limitation that the legislature has adopted. Then there is a second part of the bill, which is entitled the Housing Crisis Act of 2019. And that one, the intent of that bill is basically to prevent cities after January 1st, 2020 from doing any kind of downzoning or reduction in density. Basically, it says that neither the council nor any initiatives proposed by the public can't change, if this is done after January 1st, can change the general plan, the specific plan, or zoning to, quote, lessen the intensity of housing below that in effect on January of 2018. It's a very unusual provision. It applies only to affected cities, but those are cities that are in an urbanized area, and I think your city attorney has looked at this, and you're definitely in an urbanized area. The less intensive use includes reductions in height, increases in setbacks, reductions in lot coverage, anything that would allow less housing development to be built on a site. The one area where it does not apply is in very high fire hazard severity zones. A second restriction is there can be no moratorium on housing development unless there is, quote, an imminent health and safety threat, and if that moratorium is approved by the Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD. Given our experience with HCD, we can expect them to demand for very high level of evidence of an imminent health and safety threat. And the city cannot adopt any, quote, subjective design standards after January 1st, 2020, which probably wouldn't be a good idea anyway, because you can't use those to deny or reduce the density of a project.
Can I just
yes.
ask, can you define what subjective divines?
So
I just want to make sure I understand what that is.
Yeah, okay. Hang on here. if you can just wait a second, I'll actually review. They actually adopted a definition of what an objective design standard is, if that would be helpful. So an objective design standard, or any kind of objective standard whatsoever, means a standard that involves no personal or subjective judgment by a public official and is uniformly verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark or criterion, available and knowable by both the development applicant or proponent and public official. So that's, sorry. It seems clearly to apply to height, setback, but we've been litigating a case involving this with, involving parking standards where the city actually has, drawings showing, a parking standard, a parking space 8.5 feet wide. And, I can't think of anything more objective than that, right? And the plaintiff is still arguing that there's a different way to interpret these standards. So anyway, I think it will be very interesting in terms of how this is all interpreted. So there are some exceptions in terms of things the city can still do after January 1st of 2020. You can limit short-term rentals or other commercial use of property. You can downzone a mobile home park, which is kind of an unusual provision. You can impose measures that are needed to comply with the California Environmental Quality Act. For instance, I understand the city is considering a traffic impact fee, which was part of the general plan update, that you can adopt. You can adopt rent control and other inclusionary measures requiring affordable housing. And there's also language that nothing supersedes the California Environmental Act or the Coastal Act. An interesting provision, also part of the Housing Crisis Act, and I think this is to prevent gentrification, is that if for any housing project that is complete, whose application is complete after January 1st, they have to quote, first of all, they have to create at least the same number of housing units on the site as will be demolished by the project. There have been projects in some other cities on the peninsula where a developer tears down an existing modest apartment house and builds fewer units. That would not be allowed anymore after January 1st. And the developer has to, quote, replace all existing or demolished protected units. So what are protected units? One definition is units that are occupied by lower income households. It doesn't matter what the rent is, but if the household happens to be lower income, that's protected. Also units subject to rent control. Now after January 1st, any unit over 15 years old in the state, or most units, will be subject to rent control. So that will, even though the city doesn't have rent control, so that will cover a large number of units. Also any units that were vacated under the Ellis Act in the past 10 years. The developer has to provide residents that are relocated with state relocation benefits, which are generally far higher than what the city would normally require. And then what does it mean to actually replace the units? You have to provide the same number of low-income and very low-income units of equivalent sizes that were occupied or formerly occupied by lower income households in the past 5 years. And because generally the income of tenants is not known, and certainly somebody doesn't really know what the income of their tenants were over the last 5 years, if you don't know, if there's not evidence of the current income, it defaults to some data developed by HUD. And that data, even in cities on the peninsula we've looked at, I'm sorry, I didn't check Menlo Park, usually requires that 40 to 60% of the units be replaced with lower income housing. And if the units were rent controlled, so if the project that is going to be demolished is over 15 years old, which would mean that all the units are rent controlled after January 1st, you can require all the units to be replaced with lower income units. This is a city choice, regardless of what the income of the tenants was. So that's the end of SB 330. So let me move on to accessory dwelling units or secondary dwelling units. They're the same thing. So the legislature, after doing major changes, I think 3 years ago, has made a number of series of major changes and has said that if the city's ordinance isn't totally consistent with the state law by January 1st, the city's ordinance is null and void, and you basically follow what's in the state, what the state requires. I would say in general, this substantially limits local discretion. I've listed at the beginning of the statute, they say that this city can still look at location, can set parking, landscaping design, setbacks and size, and can limit short-term rentals, but many of these areas of discretion are very limited. So first of all, the ability to determine the location of the units. Now the only grounds for limiting the location of units are availability of water and sewer and health or public safety issue. So probably location in a very high fire zone, as example, would qualify as a public safety impact, possibly traffic impacts, but it has to be limiting location has to be based on water, sewer, or public safety. The city cannot set a standard saying ADUs are only permitted on sites that have any kind of minimum lot size. They can be permitted on any site that's zoned residential or multifamily. And there are some ADUs that have to be allowed everywhere where there's no locational requirements. One are what we call, was in the existing law, what we call interior ADUs. They're carved out of an existing home, although that's been slightly expanded to allow a 150 square foot addition for ingress and egress. Also, anybody is allowed to build one new detached 800 square foot ADU, so long as it has 4-foot setbacks from the side and rear yards and is no more than 16 feet high. They can also, a person can combine both an ADU and what's called a junior ADU into that 800 square foot. So basically anybody can build can have 3 units on a single family property. There's also a provision to allow ADUs in multifamily structures. One is that areas in a multifamily apartment that are not used as living space can be converted to ADUs if they meet building code standards. You can think of a lot of, it lists things like attics, passageways, boiler rooms. I think some of these may have trouble meeting building and fire, but if somebody can figure out a way to do it, they can do it. It can't be used to carve up existing apartments. And someone can create up to 25% of the number of units in the building. So if there's 100 units in the building, they can create up to 25 ADUs. I mean, if they can find a place for them. Also, it's not clear if both of these or one of these, they can create 2 ADUs on a lot with an existing multifamily dwelling, so long as it's, again, 4 feet from side and rear setbacks and no more than 16 feet high. So that could be constructed in a parking lot. So as a consequence, the ability to limit the location of ADUs really only applies to larger ADUs larger than 800 square feet and to those that are attached to a home. So it's a pretty limited ability to limit the location. Parking, you can't have more than 1 space per ADU, which is existing, but the city can also not require replacement of any lost parking. So if someone converts their garage to an ADU, cannot require the spaces to be replaced. You can require one space for the ADU itself, but that's it. And no parking at all can be required if the project's within a half-mile. They've changed this a little bit. A half-mile walking distance of either a bus stop or any other transit stop. No setbacks can be imposed that are more than 4 feet from the side and rear. You can still have a front yard setback. And no setback at all can be imposed if the ADU is within an existing structure or if an existing structure is rebuilt to create the ADU. The city must allow a maximum size of 850 square feet for up to a one-bedroom ADU, or 1,000 square feet if it has 2 or more bedrooms. And then, no matter what other standards the city imposes, it has to allow an 800 square foot ADU with 4 foot side and rear setbacks, no more than 16 feet high. The city is not allowed to impose any owner occupancy requirements in ADUs. That provision is in effect for 5 years. And so for any ADUs proposed in the next 5 years, no owner occupancy requirements can be imposed. If the city allows junior ADUs, then it's required to have an owner occupancy requirement. But basically that owner occupancy requirement's been eliminated or that requirement sunsets in 5 years. Of course, the legislature could choose to extend it. And I should also have mentioned that SB 330 sunsets in 5 years as well, again, unless the legislature chooses to extend it. For the various ADUs that I said were allowed in any zone, short-term rentals aren't allowed there. The city could choose to allow short-term rentals in other ADUs, or it could ban them entirely. It's up to you. The impact fees on ADUs have been substantially reduced. If the ADU is 750 square feet or more, you can't impose any impact fees. Quimby Act fees are parkland dedication in lieu fees, so you can't impose either of those. Otherwise, they have to be proportional to the size of the ADU versus the single-family home. So if you have a 2,000 square foot single-family home and a 200 square foot ADU, you can only charge impact fees equal to 10% of the fees that would normally be charged to the single-family home. Fees for sewer and water, none at all can be charged for an interior ADU carved out of an existing home. Otherwise, it has to be based on the square foot of the fixture units, unless if someone is building a home with an ADU, then you can charge both units. The processing's been changed a little bit. It used to be that the ADUs a decision had to be made within 120 days of submittal. Now it has to be made within 60 days of a complete application, so that probably actually gives the staff about as much time. And if there's some kind of code violation with an ADU, an owner can request a 5-year delay in enforcement, which is supposed to be granted unless the building official determines that the requirement is necessary to protect public health and safety. Another change is that CC&Rs in single-family zones can no longer prohibit ADUs. So just moving on briefly to the 3 more topics. One, a superdensity bonus. If someone applies for an affordable housing project that's at least 80% lower income, no more than 20% moderate income, they're entitled to an 80% density bonus over what density would otherwise be required. And if the project's within a half mile of a major transit stop, like the railroad station, there's no density limit, and it gets a 33-foot height increase automatically. but can't get any other waivers from zoning standards. There were also a number of additional CEQA exemptions that were added to various kinds of affordable housing, primarily navigation centers, no place like home projects, centers intended to help the homeless. And there's also an exemption for agricultural employee housing on land primarily used for agriculture. I don't know if there's any of that in Menlo Park. For impact fees, the city is required to put a great deal of information on its website by January 1st of 2020. Basically, it's fees, MFA reports, or reports under the Mitigation Fee Act, any nexus studies it did after January 1st, 2018. And then lastly, changes to the Surplus Lands Act. Basically, there used to be, the Surplus Lands Act essentially requires the city, if it wants to dispose of land, to notify affordable housing developers, open space district, park and open space districts, and a few other categories of their intent to get rid of the land, invite proposals, and then negotiate with anybody with these particular categories. They get highest priority before actually disposing of the land. So the changes essentially attempt to eliminate almost all exceptions that cities had been using to this requirement. For instance, properties disposed of that used to be owned by the redevelopment agency now have to follow the Surplus Lands Act. If a developer proposes, I believe, at least 25% affordable housing, the city cannot demand that the site be developed for a non-residential use, and it also cannot negotiate in these negotiations for any kind of density, reduced density, or any specific design features. When the city's ready to sell the property, it has to notify HCD, which will look over the proposed disposition. And if the city is found to violate the Surplus Lands Act, there's a penalty of 30% of whatever price the city received for the property. So the provisions are actually extremely complicated, but it's just if you ever want to dispose of any property, this has become a big issue. Anyway, that is
got a quick question
the end.
Quick question for you.
Yeah.
So we just bought some property from Mid-Penn Housing along Willow Road, and when we bought it, or we're in the process of buying it, and there is the possibility that we may decide to then sell that property to the fire district. Is that going to be covered by AB 1486?
There's a number of It appears that dispositions to another public agency for a public use are exempt.
Great, thank you.
Oh yeah, Cara. Yeah, sorry. Seem to get it.
So, Cara Silver, Assistant City Attorney, I just wanted to review with the council real quickly the steps that city staff is taking to implement some of this legislation. And as a threshold matter, we have talked about some of this legislation before. It is extremely complex, and it in many times involves several different bills, and Barb's done a great job summarizing all of them, but there are still internal inconsistencies that need to be worked out. There are terms that haven't been defined within the legislation, and in fact, with the ADU legislation, the legislature has already announced that they will be introducing some cleanup legislation to address some issues that have already been discovered even before the legislation has gone into effect. So please bear with us, and we will do our best job in interpreting this legislation. In terms of implementing some of the housing bills that Barb discussed, in terms of SB 330, which is the most significant one, What we will be doing is most of the regulations involve sort of administrative processes in terms of this new preliminary application, in terms of review periods, in terms of application requirements, and we will be working with planning staff to develop internal policies to make sure that we are tracking these types of housing projects that trigger this new SB 330 streamlining process. We will be asking for historic analyses in connection with certain projects, in connection with the project submission, which will be a new procedure to implement. We will also be asking for tenant income information for projects that involve demolition or removal of housing projects. And then finally, we will be tracking the 5 meeting requirement as well. In terms of the downzoning requirements and the substantive requirements that apply to the affected cities, we have prepared and released a memo in connection with this staff report and also posted it on CCN. I think it is going to require some public education. Our ability to zone is impacted going forward and for the next 5 years. We will be able to downzone, as we mentioned, if there are comparable upzoning somewhere else in the city, but that authority certainly has been diminished under this new legislation. Another key area that we've identified for implementation is the accessory dwelling unit amendments. We do plan to seek a grant for SB2 funding to update our existing secondary dwelling unit ordinance, and we may even change the title to accessory dwelling units in line with the state. And that will adopt and implement the new required laws that apply to ADUs, and then may also provide additional incentives for creating ADUs. And we have the council subcommittee has identified this as an ADU reach code, and we do plan to go forward with that. In terms of short-term rentals, we will be bringing back a discussion item for you in the next couple of months. We do expect to initiate some regulations in connection with our ADU ordinance that are required now with respect to short-term rentals, but there also may be some policy elements that may flow from that, and the Housing Commission has been doing some outreach in connection with that issue as well. As to AB 1483, which was that bill that required impact fee study information and the like to be posted on our website, we think that we can easily comply with that, although resources will be needed to identify that information and make it into a publicly accessible format. And then finally, as to the surplus property and what Barb has referred to as the super density bonus law, we don't think that local ordinance changes will be needed to implement those. We're not expecting a superdensity bonus project to come in. If it does, then we would just apply the state law in effect, and we don't think there's a need to change or adopt a concurrent local regulation on that. So at this juncture in the presentation, we would like to turn it over to the council if you have any questions for any of us, and then the next stage of the presentation will focus on the housing element legislation and the upcoming cycle.
Okay, Councilmember Carlton.
Sure. I laugh when we read these bills as they come through. As was mentioned earlier, it's the shall, should, if, may, but things that'll always trip you up in law, and as will the definitions. And so I just want to make sure I understand the definition, because once I understand that, then I understand the implications of how this is going to impact us. For example, I apologize, I'm not completely following when you talk about short-term rentals with regard to ADAs. Are you talking about people that wanted to go 6 month by 6 month? Are you talking about Airbnb? How are they defining short-term rental?
Rentals for less than 30 days.
Oh, I see.
So they're talking about Airbnbs. That would have been an easier way to describe it, but...
So does that mean they're going to prohibit Airbnb use for ADAs?
They're prohibiting, excuse me, they're prohibiting Airbnbs in 4 classes of ADUs. It's a very odd provision. The ones that are constructed inside an existing home, an 800 square foot ADU, a new 800 square foot ADU, or the multifamily ADUs, the ones constructed in multifamily structures.
So if it's 750 square foot or 700 square foot interior ADU,
cannot be used for an Airbnb for a short-term rental.
Okay, so none of them within a home can be an Airbnb, but if it's outside the home, it can.
It can be, unless it's this 800. I think it can be if it's more than 800 square feet. That's how.
If it's more than 800 square
yes,
feet.
it's a. I don't ask us to explain the logic of these bills. I meant to preface my comments by saying that there seems to be a lot of drafting errors in the bills, and among other things, and what we're saying is our best interpretation of them, but who knows? But yes, it says that you have to allow in every zone an 800 square foot ADU, so long as it has 4 foot side and rear setbacks and isn't more than 16 feet high, which can even be combined to be an ADU and a junior ADU. But it also says that it can't be used for a short-term rental. So I guess that means if it's bigger than 800 square feet, you could elect to have it used as a short-term rental.
If it's outside the house?
Yes.
But if it's
inside
1,000 square foot, if you turn your second story into an ADU and rent it out to Airbnb, you can't? You
cannot do that, no. Anything inside the house cannot be rented out.
Okay.
On a short-term rental, yeah.
On a short-term rental, and that would be less than 30 days. Okay, great. So I just wanted to make sure I understood what that actually was.
Yeah, thank you for the...
No, and I appreciate that you don't really know why. That's okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Nash.
I'm still trying to formulate this question, but essentially, we have substandard lots in Menlo Park.
Yes.
For ADUs, does that play into it all, the minimum lot size? Or can someone with a substandard lot now build an ADU?
Yes, somebody with a substandard lot can build an ADU. There's actually a provision that you can't enforce anything regarding non-conforming zoning conditions.
Will you explain that a little bit more, please?
It basically, it says that if somebody has a non-conforming zoning condition, like they're too close to the property line, that would be probably the most common. You can't, and they want to build an ADU in the same place, you have to let them do that. It's not clear if this only applies to the ADU or if it applies to something else on the property. But basically, it talks about how if you're reviewing an ADU, you can't require the correction of non-conforming zoning conditions. And I don't know if that only applies to the ADU or just another non-conforming zoning condition.
Thank you. And then just briefly, there was something where you could not enforce code violations for ADUs. Could you explain anything about that?
It's not quite that bad. Someone who has an ADU can request that the enforcement be delayed for 5 years. That has to be submitted to the, quote, enforcement agency for the building and fire codes. If your building official and I guess the fire marshal agree that the housing code condition is not required for public health or safety, then the enforcement is supposed to be delayed for 5 years. But most housing code, the housing code is a minimum standard, and there aren't too many standards in there that aren't related to health and safety. But if somebody can make that finding, they can let it go. Yeah.
I forgot I had a second question. So, taking kind of a different tack on this, we actually want people to build ADAs.
Yes.
That's because it's people volunteering to increase the density of housing. This is a good thing. So many years ago, we released, we were more lax on our requirements to try and encourage people. And we even had a program where you could be grandfathered in, and we really tried to bend over backwards. And the big pushback that I heard is that people didn't want to take the illegal ADUs and make them legal because once they got on the books, it would change their taxes.
Oh.
And that was the major pushback from that class of ADUs, was that people didn't want to have their taxes reassessed. Was that addressed at all in any of these bills?
No, not that I've seen.
Because I'm not hearing that people don't build them because of a foot or two setback. I'm hearing that was their objection. So,
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. My first question is pretty simple. Can you email us your slides?
Can I
Please?
what?
Can you email us your slides?
Oh, of course. I
Thank
think the city has them, actually.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Going back to the statement earlier, I believe it was Ms. Silver made about historical analysis. I'm just curious how that will be done and who will do the analysis.
So that would apply to, again, this only applies to residential projects. And so if there is a residential project that comes in that would involve the demolition of a building or reconstruction of a building that is potentially historic, we would have to do historical analysis for CEQA purposes up front in connection with the application. In order, at the same time, we would have to make a decision whether that particular building was historic or not. Generally, what you do in that type of situation is you do an EIR and you would look at the historic impact while the project is being processed. But this new change requires that historical analysis to be done up front, and so we would require the applicants to provide some type of historical report. And again, we haven't worked out the details of who would prepare it. Generally, it would be a certified historic consultant, and then the analysis would typically be peer reviewed by the city to confirm the report.
Okay, thank you. This one is about SB 330. Is there anything in SB 330 that would prevent the city of Menlo Park having a city-wide housing density? So zoning is the same.
I keep forgetting. The restriction in SB, in the Housing Crisis Act part, is that you cannot reduce the overall, basically, residential density in the city.
So we can't have the same density everywhere, even if, so currently with Menlo Park, we have 100 zoned in one area and a different number in another. So if the density was moved and it was the same, it was 70 throughout the city of Menlo Park or even 100 throughout the city of Menlo Park.
Yes, I mean, you would just need to do the math to make sure that you weren't overall reducing the density.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Councilmember Nash, I'm sorry. You're up next. I'll let her do her follow-up.
How does one view the density when you have base and bonus levels?
I would think that that probably it would be interpreted that you couldn't, if you were looking at them just by themselves, that you couldn't reduce either. I mean, that would be my guess. Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, really quick question. Earlier you talked about one of the provisions as it relates to a residential parcel being that you couldn't sort of reduce the number of units on a parcel with sort of like a new project.
Right.
What if you're dealing with this scenario where the zoning is actually something less than the number of units that are currently on it? Because you can say, for instance, you're in a neighborhood where there may be quadplexes or duplexes, and then at some point later on, then it all got rezoned R1U. And so those current, those current units are more dense than what is zoned for that. In that scenario, would it also be subject to a replacement, even though the zoning of that parcel is now less than what is there?
I mean, if you read the statute, that's what it says.
So it's irrespective of the zoning. It is if it's the units, if there are livable units on there, then it has to be a one-for-one. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to the next portion of the presentation. And then after we have that, we'll go ahead and take public comment at that time, and then wrap up council member questions and comments.
Great, thank you. So we're on part 2 of our study session. So this part will be focused on housing element, our housing element, recent legislation, housing element law, and then focused on our housing element update. First, I'll give an overview of what has happened with our housing element here in the city. So just as a brief overview, so housing element law has been in existence since 1969, when housing elements were required to be part of a city's general plan. And the city's general plan includes 7 primary elements, including our land use element, circulation element, open space, conservation, noise, and safety. And a housing element provides an analysis of the community's housing needs for all income levels and provides strategies and goals and policies to provide those housing needs. As you may recall, we do review our housing element on an annual basis. We look at our housing production and we assess our housing programs, and we submit that report to HCD by April 1st of every year. So housing element here in the city, we first adopted our first housing element in 1985, followed by our housing element in 1992 for the periods of 1988 and 1995. You will see there was a large gap between our second cycle here, where it was adopted by the City Council but not certified by HCD. In subsequent years, we have worked on the plan, but never brought forward for council adoption until in 2012, the city was faced with a settlement agreement, which required us to bring both our past housing element from the RHNA 3 cycle and at the time RHNA 4 into compliance. So in 2012-2013 timeframe, we worked on a housing element that combined for almost 1,800 housing units and identified sites and brought our housing element into compliance. And then in 2014, we adopted our current housing element for the 2015 to 2023 housing element planning period, and then we'll be talking about what's to come in 2022 for RHNA Cycle 6. So just some of the highlights or the key components of RHNA Cycle 3 and 4. Again, there was a settlement agreement which stipulated several items for the city, including the creation of an affordable housing overlay, the issuance of a NOFA, or a Notice of Funding Agreement, which the City Council will be seeing later this evening for a Mid-Penn project. It did cover 2 housing element cycles for almost 2,000 housing units. At that time, when we also adopted our housing element, we also had to bring other elements up to date, including our open space and conservation element, our noise and safety elements. Some of the key features, again, so as a penalty, we had to create a by right zoning, meaning that we did not, this new R4S zoning district essentially did not allow for any discretion. So it was, you meet the standards and a development would be approved, and the by right zoning, or this R4S zoning category, was applied to our new housing, our sites that were identified as housing opportunity sites. I'll talk a little bit more about the sites analysis process. Again, we created an affordable housing overlay, which was applied to several of our housing opportunity sites, as well as the El Camino Downtown Specific Plan. And the AHO is similar to a state density bonus law or a city's density bonus ordinance, where in exchange for market rate or bonus units, you would provide affordable housing. One of the strategies that we also looked for housing opportunities or housing production was to increase densities around in the R3 zoning district around the downtown. We made some minor modifications to our second dwelling unit ordinance to comply with state law, and this was done in about a year time frame. It was expedited per the settlement agreement, and the council adopted in May 2013, and it was certified by HCD later that year. Subsequently, just again, in terms of the site factor or the site analysis factors, how to identify zoning for approximately 2,000 units. And so that was quite a task that the outreach committee and staff and members of the public provided their input on. And so we looked at what was the existing zoning, what was the existing or the surrounding land uses, were there environmental factors to consider, such as biological resources or trees or sensitive habitats, infrastructure, often looking at infill sites, so looking at where within already existing utilities, roadways, where you could capture development, looking at opportunities to distribute housing throughout the city, affordable housing throughout the city, looking at where there might be services, including grocery stores, transit, schools, parks. Certainly community input, property owner interests were big factors in which sites were selected. And then looking at where there might be job growth, and then also realistic development potential, which is something that HCD looks at. So here's just an example. On the left is a map of the 23 sites that were identified as part of the initial site review. And then a map on the right shows what we've created for each of those sites, identifying within a quarter mile or a half a mile what are some of the essential services, bus stops, grocery stores, landmarks, parks, other things that may be factors into consideration for whether this would be a good housing opportunity or site or not. This particular one is at the Veterans Affair. It has been developed into a 60-unit affordable housing, 100% affordable housing development. So with RENA 5, which is our current planning period that covers between 2015 and 2023, we were fortunate in that we had just adopted our RENA 3 and 4 cycle, that we were able to capture many of our sites that were rezoned as part of RENA 3 and 4 and reuse them as part of RENA 5, which is something that we'll be talking a little bit more about, which is not going to be an option for us as we move forward with our RENA 6 cycle. So our number, our regional housing need allocation number is 655 units. And so, again, we had 2,000 from our previous. We were able to use that for the 655. Focused portions of our RENA 5 were strengthening. I think Councilmember Carlton mentioned our secondary dwelling unit ordinance. We made some modifications there to help relax some of our regulations in order to promote development of secondary dwelling units. And then a lot of changes were made for compliance with other housing requirements in terms of creating an emergency shelter for homeless overlay zone, providing definitions for transitional housing and supportive housing and residential care facility, which essentially those three definitions were treated as similar to other residential uses, and then establishing a process for reasonable accommodation so that there would be equal access for disabled residents. And so we were able to go from a non-compliant city to a city that was one of the first to adopt its housing element for the RHNA 5 cycle. And so the council adopted that in 2014 and was certified by HCD. So now with RHNA 6, it starts in the next planning period between 2022 2030. Our numbers have yet to be determined. We'll go a little bit more into that in this presentation. There are a number of new regulations that will limit our or direct us and how we proceed with our site inventory analysis. And then just a couple of key dates to be looking forward to. We don't have our number yet. We do expect that to be, it could increase up to 225%. But HCD will release a draft housing need determination for the region in the spring of next year, with the allocation for Menlo Park occurring in early 2021, and the requirement would be for local jurisdictions to adopt a housing element by December of 2022. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Barb to provide an overview of current housing element law.
So what Josh and I are going to talk about tonight, is primarily the issues involved in designating sites for lower income housing, which are the sites that need to be zoned at 30 units an acre or more. And try not to get into too many of the other weeds about housing element law. I call this a perfect storm because there is a number of, the state law's been modified in such a way where I think it's really at odds with itself. And I'll try to explain that as I go through this. So one thing that's happening is that the number of units assigned to the city, what we all call the RHNA allocation, is likely to be much higher. The preliminary allocation in LA is about 3 times as high as it had been in the 5th cycle. So the number is likely to be much higher. At the same time, the states adopted statutes that are going to make it much harder to identify acceptable sites, which really seems at odds with itself. Both the RHNA and the city are going to have to designate sites to affirmatively further fair housing, which I'll attempt to explain briefly, although there aren't any regulations about it yet. There's a provision called no net loss, which means that development is supposed to occur at the income category for which it's designated, but there really isn't enough money to build all the lower income units that the city will be assigned. So consequently, you need a surplus of sites at a time when it's harder to find enough sites. There's not going to be any more streamlined HCD review. I understand they've increased their staff in housing policy from 12 to 50 people. And that you've used up a lot of your sites you designated, they've been built on. That's been great, but then you can't use them again, obviously. So the key housing element concept is to show that there's enough land zoned for housing to accommodate the city's regional housing need allocation. And the key issue is really what the city's lower income allocation will be, which is typically around 40%, say 40 to 45% of the total allocation. So if you were assigned 1,000 units, you would maybe need to accommodate 400 to 450 lower income units, and then those sites need to be zoned at least 30 units an acre. There's other ways to meet it. You can meet some of that number through ADUs, actually, or through units that are already built, but that's the key number. And so what the city will have to do initially is to do an inventory of all the sites that it thinks might be available to be developed in the next cycle. And this is just an example of a table One new thing is that for every site that's designated, the housing element will need to indicate at what income level it's intended to be constructed at, whether lower income, moderate income, or above moderate income. And needs to show what the density, that it's meeting the density, the required density. If there's not enough sites, you have to upzone, and that upzoning, but you do have 3 years after adoption of the element to complete the zoning. So the zoning doesn't necessarily have to be done immediately, but you do need to designate in the housing element which sites will need to be upzoned, and maybe it's often easier to do it all at one time and face the pain then, but you do have actually 3 years to do the actual upzoning. So why do we think it's going to be much harder to find acceptable sites? One is the requirement to affirmatively further fair housing, which looks to place sites into areas that have better schools, more access to jobs, better transit, and so forth. Those tend to be wealthier areas where there might be more resistance to high density housing. But the big one, the one that is really problematic for any largely built up cities, is that if more than 50% of the sites you designate for lower income housing are not vacant, are proposed to be redeveloped, then the existing use is presumed to impede development unless you have substantial evidence that the site is likely to be developed in the next 8 years. And that might be pretty hard evidence to get. So that is really problematic. You generally can't use sites that are smaller than half an acre or larger than 10 acres unless you have substantial evidence that they're likely to be developed, not just for housing, but for lower income housing. You can't reuse sites that haven't been built on unless you have by right zoning, which is a somewhat easier hurdle to meet. And generally, HCD's been looking more critically at how many units you say you can accommodate. So, this didn't go. So, in terms of the requirement to affirmatively further fair housing, what it states is to encourage affordable housing in areas of opportunity, decrease segregation, and at conferences I've attended, HCD says this is high priority. There's maps. I have one up here that the Tax Credit Allocation Commission has done showing areas of high opportunity. The yellow areas are areas of low opportunity, and the red areas are areas of high opportunity. So there'll be a push to find sites in areas in Menlo Park that are areas of high opportunity, and you can find that map on the TCAC site. I tried to, given my poor internet skills, I tried to copy the map for Menlo Park, but couldn't figure out how to save the screenshot. Sorry. The non-vacant site analysis is really what is going to be the most difficult, because I suspect Menlo Park has very few sites that are vacant. And first of all, whether or not you're over the 50% threshold, a detailed analysis is required of every non-vacant site, including the extent to which the existing uses are an impediment. And there's even a requirement to talk about leases and existing contracts for the existing use, which, of course, you don't have access to necessarily, and which actually may or may not be an obstacle to development, but that's been written into the statute. And then, as I mentioned, if more than half of the sites are non-vacant, the existing uses are presumed to be an impediment. Another problem we encountered recently in working on a housing element with HCD is they have a very strict definition of what's a vacant site. So all these sites look pretty vacant. When I look at these, I would say they're vacant sites. The one on the left, they wouldn't consider vacant because it hadn't been subdivided from the developed part of the site. The one on the top right, they wouldn't consider vacant because it had an abandoned single-family home on it that had been boarded up and hadn't been occupied for years. The developer finally tore down the home so that it would be considered a vacant site. The one at the bottom had a power line running through it, and they wouldn't consider that vacant either. Sites used for agriculture are also not considered to be vacant. So that makes it even more difficult. I mentioned this, what I call the Goldilocks site size. They're presumed inappropriate for lower income housing if it's too small or too big. And then the no net loss provisions, which I'll try to briefly describe. And it used to be that if you had a site in the housing element that was designated for 100 units and the developer built fewer than, the city eventually approved fewer than 100 units, say 50 units, it had to show that you still had enough capacity in sites that hadn't been built on to meet all your housing element requirements. Now, if you have a site that's zoned at 30 units an acre, shown to be 100 units, and is designated as suitable for lower income housing, if the developer doesn't build lower income housing on the site, then you have to show that you still have enough sites available, either in the housing element or other sites, to meet your affordable housing requirement. And since there isn't enough money in the state to build all the lower income housing that's required, it effectively requires that you have a surplus of sites, because otherwise you're going to run out of sites. This is the example that I showed you. So one of these sites, the first site is shown as a lower income site with 40 units. And if all 40 of those units, if somebody came in and built 40 units or even 45 or 50, but didn't build 40 lower income units, then you would have a problem where you would need to make sure you had some site also appropriately zoned that could make up this difference. If somebody comes in that site and doesn't have 40 lower income units, you can find the remaining sites are adequate in the housing element, or other sites not in the element can make the difference, or you have to find another site and rezone it within 180 days. So the big implication here is that you need a surplus of properly zoned sites. Probably a good way is to maximize inclusionary percentages, and then kind of figuring out all ways that you can get more actually affordable units, and sometimes ADUs can meet that requirement. Lastly, as I mentioned, there's going to be more HCD scrutiny. If advocates or anybody or developers send letters to HCD, you need to respond to them. That's when they start paying attention. One of my clients got about this many letters, all of which had to be responded to. The due date is December 2022. If it's not adopted by that date, then the city has to adopt a housing element every 4 years rather than every 8. If HCD decides that the housing element doesn't comply with state law, you can't get the planning funds that the city is applying for now. HCD can refer the city to the AG, and then in AB 101, there are these greatly increasing penalties for not complying, which at the end of the day, if years have passed and the city still hasn't adopted a housing element, can amount to $600,000 a month. So our concluding thoughts, which I believe the city is already intending to do, is to start looking at the sites now, and need to understand that you need to build, because there might be upzoning required, to build the CEQA challenges into this timeline. And secondly, to inform the public about what the state is requiring of the city. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Josh, who's going to talk a bit more about what this means for Menlo Park.
Great, thank you. I'm going to apologize in advance for my voice. I have a little bit of laryngitis, but I think with the microphone, hopefully it'll be picked up, and I might need to drink water a couple times during the presentation. So I'm Josh Abrams with 21 Elements. 21 Elements is a countywide collaboration in San Mateo County. We work with cities on housing policy. So we don't advocate for policy, but if cities are interested in implementing good housing policy, we'll help them do it. We'll do things like either, in this case, present or write a staff report or a background report or a PowerPoint for staff to use when their councils are considering new housing policy. So just to review real quickly, the material Barb covered, the sites are small, large, or non-vacant sites are going to face increased scrutiny. Cities will be able to use them if they can document that they really are likely to develop, but it's going to be really hard to make that case in a lot of cases. So that's rule one. Those sites will face increased scrutiny. The second rule is if a site has been used in one or two previous housing elements, depending on if it's vacant or not, there'll be some limits on how you use it. It has to be higher density and by right if it has affordable housing. The third is the definition of vacant sites is getting much more strict. So even things, you'll see, we did some calculations, even some things that were counted as vacant sites in past cycles. Well, this cycle probably wouldn't get through. And then the last one is many of the sites have already been used because there's been a lot of development in the last, since the last housing element was passed, and it was relatively easy going from RENA 4 to RENA 5 because it was just a short little 1-year time period, but this time it will have been a full 8 years for the sites to get used up. So basically, in past years, the available sites were just a little larger than RENA, and what we're seeing this year is that basically the RENA is going to get significantly larger, and the available sites will be much smaller. This is a list from some other areas, regions about their RENA allocations. So the methodology changed, the assumptions changed that the state uses to figure out what the need is, and it increased the more recent allocations. It almost doubled most of them. So I think the expectation is for ABAG, the RENA allocation will probably double from the previous housing element cycle, and then in particular for Menlo Park, there's a much stronger emphasis on job-rich communities, transportation-rich communities, communities with good school districts. So although the overall ABAG number might double, it's likely to be even higher for Menlo Park. So just to review what happened last time, Menlo Park had a little over 2,000 sites, and the RENA was just 655. So there was a fair amount of buffer, which is great to start from. Of the sites, there were a few more lower income sites that were needed, so 362 for the lower income RENA. But overall, there was almost 1,400 extra sites. And I'll just add a caveat that I'm going to go through a lot of numbers, and they're meant to be illustrative but not definitive. So basically what I'm going to do is walk you through, if you looked at your past housing element and tried to use it again in the future, how would those sites fare? And it's obviously more complicated, and there's a few spots where I'm just going to simplify the law because we don't have all night, and it just gets a lot of detail. So it's really just to give you a sense of the scale, but not to get every detail totally accurate. So the first question is, will non-vacant sites or sites that already have some development on them face increased scrutiny? And what you do, Barb was saying this, but you look at the lower income RENA and you take half of that, and then you see if you have vacant sites for half of that. Now it's actually technically the reverse. You would actually look at that the bottom number instead of the top, but it's a little easier, and it's affected because of ADUs and other things. So it's a little hard to get your head around. But if you think about it simplistically and mostly accurately, Menlo Park would need 181 sites in order to have their sites that are already built on avoid increased scrutiny. And so if we looked at the existing Arena 5 inventory, and so you needed 181, and there were only 112 vacant sites. So most of them would, in fact, not even be vacant now, and because Arena's higher, you're going to need more of them. But even just looking at the older, more generous assumptions, the vacant sites would face increased scrutiny. Okay, let's put that aside for a second and just run through which of the sites were small or large, so they're likely to face increased scrutiny. So of the roughly 2,000 site capacity, there were 360 were small and 0 were large. So most of them were in that good mid-sized category, which won't face increased scrutiny. So that's great. And generally, the ones in green are like the best category, the category that's going to face the least scrutiny. So that's the good news. The bad news is when it comes to vacant sites, almost all of the sites had something on them. So there's only 143 that would even marginally be defined as vacant. So all those non-vacant sites are going to face increased scrutiny, and you'll need to really make the case that they're likely to develop in order to be able to count them. But what we're really interested is that combination. Like if we really want to know which ones can sail through without a lot of scrutiny, we want to know the combination of both mid-sized and vacant. And then when you do that combination, we start to whittle it down even more. So then we're down to 26. And if we add one more category, which weren't used in the previous housing elements, so they can just be reused. Again, you can reuse them if the zoning's enough and if there's by right. So you can make changes. So none of it's the end of the world, but it just means more process. There's only 6 sites, not even sites, but sites with capacity for 6 units that meet all of those categories. So it's and then we didn't even run the analysis yet of which of those sites have been built on. But again, a lot of the sites in Menlo Park will have already been built on. So you won't be able to use them. Real briefly, because others have said it, I think the most important thing is to get a sense of which sites, how bad the situation is. So we did the quick back of the envelope analysis, but it's worth the more thorough analysis of what's really available now and what'll be done, because that'll give you a sense of how big the deficit is. Raise awareness now, of course. I think both the Planning Commission and the public need to know that there's going to be that this cycle, there's probably going to need to be rezoning in order to have all the adequate sites. So it's real important to get that word out. Rezoning can take a long time, so it's essential in order to meet that deadline to give yourself time to get through CEQA or whatever other process you need in order to rezone to meet the adequate sites. It's a little challenging, of course, because we don't know what the RENA will be at this point, but I think a very safe assumption is it'll double, and a reasonable assumption is it could triple or more than triple. And then the last is in some cases HCD has no discretion; it's just statutory. But in some cases HCD has made decisions that are discretionary. They could have less strict definitions of vacant that's not defined. So in that, if there's lobbyists or other capacity for cities to pressure the state to reconsider some of those discretionary rules, it's worth doing that. Thank you.
I'm just going to go right to the question. We have a major site that's coming available in Menlo Park at USGS that won't be vacant. Is that something that we should be looking at in terms of both zoning and also starting lobbying the discretionary components at HCD now?
The thing that's nice about that site is I think you really can make a case that it is going to be used for housing. My understanding from talking with staff is that it's the intention to use that for housing. And I think that's one of those cases where you could actually show that it's likely to be used, it's likely to develop in that planning period. So I think that's good. I think there's some potential there. I think the key is, as you're moving forward, to make sure it's likely that the site will develop for housing during the planning period, during the housing element cycle.
I mean, is the site owned by USGS?
It was previously. I think it's actually owned by US. It's owned by, but it's USGS is owned by the General Services. That's right.
So
General
it's owned
Services
by the
Agency, GSA. Now, both congresswomen who serve Menlo Park have indicated they want it to be used for housing. We've indicated the same to them.
Right.
But words are words, and actions. Knowing what actions we should be taking in concert with those words, so that we qualify as what's important.
If it's owned by the federal government, then it would be critical that they would agree that the site be used for housing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it okay, guys, if we take public comment? Yes. All right. So let's go ahead at this time and take public. Are we all done with the presentation?
Yes.
Thank you very much. It was very thorough. Much appreciated. And we will definitely need the slides. First public speaker this evening is Crystal Leach.
Good evening. That was a lot of information and very well understood from my perspective. So thank you so much. My name is Crystal Leach. I'm the Associate Superintendent at Sequoia Union High School District. As you were tasked with considering and implementing the new housing legislation, I ask that Sequoia Union High School District be invited to the conversation. The district's school facilities are at our over maximum capacity, and the student population is on the rise in Menlo Park as the city has continued to improve the significant new development over the last 10 years. Much of this development, including the pending Willow Village Master Plan project, promises to bring additional families into the district boundaries, whose students will attend district high schools. As more students attend the district's already overcrowded high schools, the less functional the school district's facilities will become, and the less effective the district's educational program becomes. Exacerbating the problem, the district is severely constrained by its abilities to upgrade and acquire new land and facilities due to the rising cost of land and also, as mentioned previously, the reduction of fees that we will be able to charge for developer fees as the new law was passed. This reduces our ability to collect fees on residential developments that are approved near transit stations and otherwise locally populated areas. The district simply requests that the city be mindful of the profound and lasting impacts that the large-scale residential developments have on the district facilities and, as a consequence, the community as a whole. Housing and residential development is viewed as strengthening the community by allowing families to live closer to where they work. We wish to ensure that schools are viewed as only strengthening those communities, but as providing a vital and necessary foundation without which a community cannot thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leach. And though it's not usually customary, I would point out to you that the Ravenswood School District has indicated they're in the process of closing 2 schools. And it's my understanding that school districts have the right of first refusal on those types of properties. So I'd encourage Sequoia Union High School District to look at those properties once they become available.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker this evening is Verle Abe. And I apologize if I mispronounced your name, sir. Verle.
Hi, I'm Verle Abbey and lived in Menlo Park since 1980. I'd like to thank you for the study session tonight. It was very informative and I've learned a lot about the new state laws. My comments tonight are only related to the 4 bills that were enacted by the governor on October 9th that relate to accessory dwelling units, also known as SDUs in our ordinances. The first comment I would make is that SDUs are, has already been commented on, are an easy way to organically address the housing shortage in Menlo Park in a distributed way across the entire town in all districts. SDUs, by their nature, naturally add to the stock of housing available to low and moderate income people. My comments mainly relate to the bills SB 13, AB 68, and AB 881, which require relaxation of restrictions on SDU construction, now in our Menlo Park SDU ordinances. However, I do note that AB 671 does require the city to develop a plan to incentivize construction of SDUs for low to moderate income renters, and I urge the city to quickly develop a plan to do this. The key provisions of the new laws are relaxation of the maximum size and some of the other points that were well made earlier, so I'm not going to repeat that. But I wanted to go through an example of how the current law has affected my family and probably other people in Menlo Park, and how the new laws will probably benefit many people. So in my case, we own a lot with an old single-family home where my wife grew up in the multifamily R3 zoning district. We were in the process of designing our retirement home for that location. In 2018, when we began the process, we wanted to include a detached SDU. We have a close friend who recently retired after teaching for 17 years at Laurel School. In recent years, we would often discuss the struggle that young teachers have in finding an affordable place to live in Menlo Park. Our thought was that our ADU would be a way to help a young teacher, and then later could be used to house a caregiver for us. Caregivers also cannot afford to live here. Unfortunately, the planning department informed our architect last year that SDUs are not allowed in R3 zone districts in Menlo Park. Our city's ordinance took the most restrictive view that was compliant with the current state law in the past. State law said that towns may allow SDUs in multifamily zone districts, not shall allow SDUs in multifamily districts. As a result, we modified the plans for our new retirement home and eliminated the SDU. Our plans were approved by the Planning Commission on October 21st, just a few weeks ago. The commissioners were surprised to learn that Menlo Park does not allow detached SDUs in multifamily zone districts. After review of the new state laws, and I think it was confirmed by what we heard earlier tonight, I believe that the city will have to allow SDUs in multi-family zone districts in the future come January 1st, 2020. So with that, we're going to go back and see if we can get that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker this evening is Pam Jones. Good evening.
Good evening, Pamela Jones. And I do have to say, I would love as the public to have access to this material also as soon as possible. It would have really helped to have had this in advance so that I could have framed my comments a little differently. But one of the things that I do see is we have an opportunity to change the narrative here and to do something about the jobs, housing imbalance that we created by bringing in, 15, 16, 18,000 jobs and building just a little over 700 units during that time. If we have a citywide 100 units per acre, that would begin to allow us to have the ability to build high-density units elsewhere in the city. We also need to take stock of our inventory, and I'm particularly referring to parking lots, decide who owns the parking lots, and for the city to look at the parking lots as an opportunity to build housing. We'd build parking lot, housing on top, and it has been discussed over the last couple of years. We need to think differently and to decide whether or not we're going to be an inclusive city. Rather than us looking at this legislation, the new housing element, as being restrictive, rather than looking at it as preventing us from being the way that we want to be, we need to look at it in a way that says, how can we make a better city? How can we make a city that looks like the people that work at some of the jobs here. How can we do something different when it comes to the jobs, housing imbalance that we created? I'm not talking about the regional. We need to take responsibility about what we created here in Menlo Park. So let's look at how we can make this work for us rather than saying, oh, it's a bitter pill, I'm really angry. Some of these things we could have done long ago and had been requested. Now is an opportunity to get ahead of it and to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is the Dean of Levin.
Sorry, this is taking me a little bit, and that is bolstering Pam's comments about having the slides, because having them to be able to read at the seat, I would have been able to actually look at them, which would be of value to the residents of the city. Would like to really endorse everything that Pam just said in terms of looking at these new laws, in terms of making it easier to have ADUs, in terms of overall things that make it easier for California, the state, to catch up for our shortage of hundreds of thousands of homes that is compounding and has left us with the most expensive housing in the nation. And, in particular, our region. We had a talk from the author of Road to Resegregation here in the library, and that book really explains how in the last decade, San Mateo County and the peninsula, the housing decisions that we have made have really led to displacement of people, lower income people moving into East Contra Costa County and the Central Valley, and the situation that we see with people living in garages, children living on couches and being housing unstable and being unable to learn. This is really an opportunity for us to live out our values as an inclusive city and look at this as a challenge to make the city the inclusive place that we want it to be. Let me see. Also including dealing, so when we talk about, oh dear, the numbers are going to go up twice, our jobs housing imbalance, the number of employees has increased by more than what's being contemplated to increase the housing. And so I think we should look at that from that perspective, and for us as a city, and thankfully this is also applying to all of our neighbors who have been adding jobs far faster than housing, and this is really an opportunity to catch up and think about, we also believe that as Menlo Together, that we can accommodate more neighbors in a way that improves our quality of life, in a way that increases environmental sustainability. We are up to this challenge and look forward to participating in this process as we meet this challenge and take the opportunities. Thank you.
Great. And before I call the next person, I just want to say, obviously everyone would love to have slides in advance. However, these slides are incredibly detailed, and it's a study session this evening. No, just for the record, in case people are watching, there will be no decisions made this evening. So we saw them when you saw them, and we're all going to be digesting that over the time period between now and when we actually do make decisions. Next speaker this evening is Rachel Horst.
Good evening, council members. No comment on the slides. Thank you for having this session tonight. And I just want to join those who spoke before me in challenging you to set the framing here of not just asking how can we meet our statutory obligations, but how can we get more housing built. Okay, because let's remember what the spirit of the housing element law is, like it or not, and why these obligations exist. It's to create our fair share of housing, it's to create more equitable communities, it's to keep up with population demand, with the number of jobs that have been created at all levels and all sectors. Right, so I'm so glad that we've heard tonight also about affirmatively furthering fair housing and thinking about how that applies to our current configuration in this city and the new factors that will likely drive up our RHNA allocation. It's a lot to take in, completely understandable. But this cannot and it should not preclude us from taking action now. to deal with our housing shortage as it is in this city as judiciously as possible. You know, the presenters have said we should get started on rezoning now. But I want to also recall, you know, we have a special opportunity with our downtown, okay, and we shouldn't lose sight of that. And just as staff have suggested, we should figure out how to reduce barriers to building now. We should look for as many opportunities as possible to build now, you know, because developments take years to get built, and all we're doing is creating the potential for them to be built. And you know, we will deal with any caps when we get to them. And it's a lot of work, but this is going to be a lot of work for all cities. We're all, in this boat more or less together, and it's especially a lot of work for a city like Menlo Park, you know, that is affluent, it's jobs rich, and frankly, some parts of it are segregated. So here we are. So whatever we do, you know, let's not let this obligation be an excuse not to have this overdue conversation. Let's take advantage of our opportunity in downtown. Let's make the small changes we can make now. And I just want to join the forces of so many of my neighbors and those who have spoken before and say, you know, we really want to embrace this. We want more neighbors downtown. We want more housing where it should be. We want more opportunity. We want more equity. And thank you, and good luck with that.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Chris Stock. Good evening.
Thank you. You might be able to guess from my attire that I'm a grad student at Stanford, and I'm actually a renter in Atherton. So, but I would like to speak sort of on behalf of the many graduate students who, as you know, live here in Menlo Park. And these were kind of general, sort of a very general topic of presentation. So I'll have also some general comments. You may not know that the graduate student stipend in my program, the PhD program in neuroscience, is $40,000 a year. That's considered pretty generous. At that rate, 30% of your income, or rather a $1,200 rental per month would be well over 30% of your income. That's pretty hard to find around here. You know, it is the case that Stanford is not in San Mateo County and not in Menlo Park, and perhaps not accountable to those entities, but that doesn't mean that this should be taken out on the graduate students of Stanford who do need to find a place to live. More generally, I would just say I'm really encouraged by the comments I've heard tonight and by the comments I've heard from you guys, and especially on this emphasis of not putting housing, or rather putting housing in areas of opportunity. This housing is for people of low income, not just graduate students, but many disadvantaged populations, and putting that housing in areas of opportunity really matters. One thing, I don't know whether this is in the scope, but to the extent that impact fees are a source of income, I think that should be really explored. We've talked about the imbalance between jobs and housing. And just, to conclude, I would just say thanks for the comments in support of density and building low-income housing in particular. I really encourage you to proceed in the spirit of some of the legislation we've heard, even if maybe in practice there are some legal details to be hashed out. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Jen Willison. And after Ms. Willison will be Kurt Conroy. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. First, I want to support the comments that have been made before me. I see right now we have an affordability crisis. According to the San Mateo County data, 46% of Menlo Park residents are rent burdened. I believe that's paying more than 30% on their rent. And it's important to remember that 44% of Menlo Park residents rent. We also have an equity situation in our town. We are a pretty segregated community, or at least historically we have. And we're dealing with climate change. We have people having to live further and further out in the outskirts. We know that the fires are causing huge problems. And just yesterday, Trump, declared he was pulling us out formally of the Paris Accords. So this is really how we act on our values locally. We have an opportunity to create a healthy community for the generations that follow us that is diverse and integrated and sustainable, that welcomes people at all income levels and all kinds of people. And the solution is really through land use. And I join the earlier speakers in saying that this is an opportunity. And the challenge, if we have one, is really an educational challenge. We need to work on outreach immediately on the community, and we all need to work together to come together as one community to move forward with this new legislation in a positive way that we can be proud of, and that we can be proud of telling our children that we were part of. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Kurt Conroy, and after Mr. Conroy will be Bo Crane.
Good evening, Council. Thank you, as always, for your contributions to the community. I'm a housing commissioner, but speaking as a private citizen. I addressed the Council at the last meeting saying that I was really happy to see us proceeding with the purchase of the Mid-Penn site, which I'm glad we got through the issues that were concerning some of us. I had not been aware that the fire district is also interested, and I just wanted to throw out the idea that perhaps building a multi-story building and leasing the bottom part of it to the fire district be considered, and the top portion of the building be used for community amenities and possibly housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Bo Crane, with time donated from Jim Lewis. After Mr. Crane will be Karen Camacho. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. I'm actually here to speak on public comment. If you.
Oh, okay, we're going to go ahead. We're not calling public comment yet, so okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. We'll call you back at that time.
Call back. Thanks.
Next speaker this evening is Karen Camacho.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Karen Camacho, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We're a nonprofit that works with communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes. And we're here to urge you to get a head start and start your rezoning process now, like it was mentioned in the 21 Elements presentation. Just last week, we actually hosted an event on a Caltrain plot of land here in Menlo Park, and it was to raise awareness about the need for affordable homes. And many of our neighbors that actually attended this event were families with children experiencing homelessness themselves. These families are families who are already in our communities. Their children attend our schools, but they just need a roof over their heads. And I want you all to imagine yourselves in that same situation, knowing that there is land available to build a roof over your family's head, but feeling disillusioned by the many barriers to build. We're not very distanced from experiencing that ourselves. 40% of Americans are one paycheck away from experiencing homelessness. So that means that today we could all, here in the room have a roof over our heads, but tomorrow 2 out of every 5 of us could find ourselves experiencing homelessness. That's why we need to act now, and luckily that's well within your power to do. So please identify publicly owned sites for affordable housing now, and create a process to identify an affordable housing developer and rezone the sites. Don't wait until 2 years from now. Challenge yourselves to be the leaders and to set the stage for cities to follow behind. And on a separate but very related note, I wanted to let you know that there have been instances of evictions here in Menlo Park, and I would like for you to consider an urgency ordinance to protect your tenants from before AB 1482 takes into effect. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Camacho, we're going to be discussing the urgency ordinance later in the evening. Thank you. Next speaker this evening is Lauren Bigelow. And after Ms. Bigelow will be Nevada Merriman.
Good evening, council members. My name is Lauren Bigelow. My day job, I work in affordable housing, and I'm also a member of your housing commission. But tonight, I'm speaking as a private citizen and Menlo Park resident. But I would not be able to live in Menlo Park, do the work that I do, and serve Menlo Park without being a woman in my 30s living with my parents. I've lost so many of my like-minded and community-oriented friends to other states over the years, and our community truly suffers from that loss. But I'll echo what previous commenters have said. This isn't a perfect storm. This isn't a problem. This is an opportunity to improve the health, the traffic, the affordability of our city by just doing one thing, by adding housing. If we add housing, we'll all benefit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next speaker this evening is Nevada Merriman, and she'll be our last speaker of the evening unless there's someone out there who hasn't turned in a card.
Good evening, Mayor Mueller and members of the City Council. I wanted to let you all know that I'm Nevada Merriman. I work for Mid-Penn Housing, as you know, and when you go to the 21 Elements website, it lists all sorts of stakeholders for people, and when I am the designated person for Mid-Penn. So I have participated across the county in about a dozen or so of these processes, and some of them multiple times. I can say you have great partners, and the people that are here, Joshua and also Ms. Couts, and Housing Leadership Council and other folks in the audience as well. I agree that it's an opportunity and offer the services of my organization to do analysis as to whether or not potential sites are likely to be able to access financing for affordable housing, as those things have to come together, not just zoning of the land. The upzoning is important, but also you want to make sure that it's in a place that would be able to unlock money for affordable housing. On a personal note, if I could switch hats for a moment and speak as a resident, I would say that even if you are a homeowner in Menlo Park, you can still feel very constrained by the lack of housing options, as I certainly do. Our child care costs exceed our mortgage, which makes it an every week conversation as to whether or not this is going to continue to be a sustainable place for us to live. I would like very much to build an ADU. So thank you.
Thank you. With that, that concludes our public comment on this item. We can bring it back up here for comments. What are you looking exactly for from us?
Thank you. I think you've heard a number of comments this evening. You heard a number, you have an overview of the legislation, the need to address legislation, a need to address housing in our community. And what staff is looking for is guidance, feedback, recommendation from the council on a number of housing work plan items that I think have stemmed from the council subcommittee's work plan. So there are a few items that were identified in the staff report. Two that are probably more in the near term and one that's more of a long term, but overall it would affect the council's work plan and would affect staffing resources for the next several years. So in looking at the three different buckets, looking at direction on whether to amend the secondary dwelling units to comply with state law and to potentially look at doing a REACH code, if you will, if there are other incentives or other regulations that can be modified to further.
So let's stop on that one. Where are we on that, guys? Yeah, okay. We'll go ahead. So let's go ahead and get the three things read then, and then we'll go through clarifying questions. So the first one is, and I'm sorry for interrupting you then, because we have clarifying questions before we start making decisions. The first one is the ADUs, whether or not we want to comply with state whether or not we want to do something to move to comply with state law faster and have a REACH code. What's the second item?
Yes.
Oh, these are them here?
Just going to put it up for reference for members of the council and the public. So the second would be to look at modifications to the El Camino Real downtown specific plan to maximize housing production while maintaining the capacity for now. Certainly they could be explored as part of number 3, but that would be looking at ways to, it could look at increasing the zoning density. It could look at reducing parking requirements. What are other potential regulations that may hinder development of residential, maximizing residential development in the specific plan? So these would be more in the short term, something that does not require a preparation of an EIR, something that would not require a general plan amendment, but looking at some strategies to modify the existing development regulations to further incentivize housing production.
Okay, these are them. Let's go ahead then and move to, and then the third is the commence 2022 housing element work.
Right, which is a much broader program that has
Right.
definitely related work. Some of the items that we've identified just initially are noted there as well, so it would be a combination of work efforts.
All right, so clarifying questions up here. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. Minimum density for residential projects. Is that something that we were looking at as far as zoning for to have a minimum density? Is that still is that part of the legislation, or is that something that we would still pursue?
Sure, I think that could be a strategy that could be pursued as part of item number 2, the specific plan. So right now we have maximum densities, but we can look at doing a minimum density so that you're not having fewer, larger dwelling units. You can establish a minimum density.
But people, if a development currently has housing, you can't go beneath, you can't have less than what's currently there, but it still would be helpful to have a minimum density for those that where you're changing the zoning or where we want more housing just as a minimum.
I think, yes. So
Okay,
it sounds like it's
thank
two
you.
different issues. So one is the replacement of number of units, but one is just to even set a minimum so that you're not only replacing, but establishing a higher base level, if you will.
Thank you.
Not to be confused with base
So
and bonus.
I guess what my question, is there any minimum density with the legislation?
Excuse me, there's no minimum density with the legislation, but it can be really helpful in terms of your housing element, because then you're assured that you're not losing sites. Yeah.
Thank you. There was a comment as it applies to the RENA number 6 about units already built can be used. What we're concerned about is if we start now and start building units, will they be applicable?
Yes, I'm trying to think what the date is. Any units that are still under construction on the start of, do you remember when the projection period is? Is it?
No, I'm trying to remember.
I can't remember if it's January 1st, 2020 or July 1st, 2020. But anyway, they have this, there's a date. So any units that are still under construction that haven't gotten a certificate of occupancy by that date, you can count as helping to meet your RENA goal.
Thank you. And then anything in the legislation about what we do for schools?
No, and it's a major problem because the fees aren't, I think as the superintendent said, the fees aren't high enough to accommodate all the children. And as you know, you're restricted in being able to ask for additional fees.
Thank you. And then one final question, and that's, there's a restriction, as I understand it, to the 5 meetings in the review, and there's also some constraints on the timing with the, there was also discussion about no net loss provisions and sites being adequate. How does one navigate all of that with, okay.
I think with the no net loss determination can be, folded into whatever review the city is doing. I think the problem is if at some point you run out of sites, you're no longer, you're 4 years into this cycle and you no longer have enough lower sites designated for lower income housing, any upzoning you need to do doesn't need to be done as part of the approval of the project. You have 180 days after you approve a project that results in this problem to upzone. Does that make sense? No.
I'll have to think about it.
Yeah, sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you to all of our commissioners that showed up to speak in support of increasing the amount of housing in Menlo Park, specifically the affordable. I wanted to ask a few questions about how many sites were rezoned based on the last housing element update, and if you could put the map up that had the one on the left that showed all the sites that were zoned or potential sites, and then, yes.
Yes, so looking at the map on the left, I would say there was probably 5 broad areas. There was multiple sites, multiple parcels within kind of the numbers that you see there. So area number 23 was rezoned. That's the Haven Avenue site. 21 is Hamilton Avenue site. 17 and 18 along Willow Road are 2 Mid-Penn sites. And then number 14, it looks like it's the VA site. And so those were rezoned for with the exception of the VA site, which falls under federal regulations, but we could still count the housing units. The other 4 areas were rezoned R4S, which is the higher density residential, which does establish a minimum density, to Councilmember Nash's point.
So the sites 17 and 18, they were already zoned for housing, so it was upzoned to increase the number of units.
That's correct. It was rezoned to a new zoning district that was created as part of the housing element review.
And then out of the sites that were chosen, how many of them have we not developed on?
So there is a small site, I believe, on 21 that is not redeveloped, and then I believe there's one property on 23 that has not been redeveloped.
And then as far as the rest of the city?
The rest of the city those were not rezoned as part of.
Okay.
Are you finished? No, go ahead.
I'll follow up after Councilmember Carlton.
I thought that some of these, for example, the park in Area 1, Mr. McClure found not eligible for legal reasons the way it was structured. Is that still the case, or has that changed?
That is correct. I mean, that was a park site, and so it would require a vote to change the zoning.
A vote of the people?
Yeah, a citywide vote.
A citywide vote, okay. Can you put it back to the council direction slide for me, please? Okay, morbid curiosity. How long ago were these slides finished?
You want it honestly?
For this afternoon? I mean,
No. I believe I sent them to the city on Sunday.
Okay. It really does help, because I don't know how many of the residents realize this. Most of us, if not all of us, have the opportunity to meet with staff and the city manager on usually Monday, Tuesday, to be able to go through the background information. We can't just appear here, have a presentation, and make these grand decisions. There's all these hours that go into doing the research and talking to people, and sometimes sitting down with the arborists, sometimes going out and looking at the houses ourselves that we do before we end up back up here making these decisions. And even if we get it a day before, it really does make a difference in our ability to do our homework and make better informed decisions up here. And I realize that you're giving a presentation, and I'm not saying that it's not a great presentation, and there's so much detail in there. I want you to know I deeply appreciate how much work went into this. But it really helps us to be able to sit down and get a lot of the background information so that once we get up here and we hear each other's comments and we hear people speak, we can make better informed questions, and it really puts us at a different level to be able to sit here and provide better guidance on every level. And as I say, I don't mean that in a negative way. It's just a kind of a gentle plead that it really does, not only for the residents but for the council member, helps us a lot. For example, my question is, when you say commence the 2022 housing element update and related work, and then it has these list of things underneath, I don't really know what those are in great detail. Are these the standard things that are just part of that? Are there more things that we choose from, and these are just what staff recommended? Yeah, I'd like to have a little bit more explanation of what the direction is.
So can I just make I have a question if all my colleagues feel that way, which is perfectly fine. If that be the case, what we may do then is just say we can continue, we won't redo the whole item, but we can just continue council direction to the next meeting on this item so people can follow up with the very detailed staff report with staff in the interim time period. And I would allot 15 minutes for a council discussion on council direction that evening. But is that something that you guys think will help you make a more informed decision on council direction?
Well, I mean, as a tertiary look at this, I would say, yep, we need to conform with state law, we need to do this, we need to start the housing element. All of this seems reasonably obvious. But yeah, I would like the option of just being able to say, on the broader scope, yeah, I agree, this is great. It would be wonderful if something comes up to be able to, whether it's in council member reports or whatever, just to be able to say, this little thing came up and I'd like to address that with everyone, if something comes up as we look into this.
Councilmember Combs.
So thank you for that offer. Thank you. That's generous.
I mean, I'm totally fine with that. I just want to say, in fairness to staff, two of the recommendations came from the district or the citywide subcommittee. So they're certainly not new items. In fact, I think all three of them came from or were initially brought up as part of the subcommittees.
They're five.
Huh?
They're five.
No, I'm saying the three recommendations that are outlined at the top of the staff report.
There's no fault. There's no fault to staff here at all.
Yeah.
It's just a question.
Staff is great. If I just to clarify, so just a few things. So I know we had three different presentations, and we will take we hope to get our presentation done sooner as well, but it literally was making last minute changes up to the wire. And so these items were presented in the staff report. The sub bullets of item number 3, just for clarification, are things we think would be a ripple effect of the outcome of the housing element. There could be more, but these are things that we anticipate would come as a result of, you update your housing element. We need to have a consistent general plan, so we're going to be looking at all the other elements, and so there could be changes and modifications so that they're consistent amongst all 7 of the elements. With the preparation of an environmental justice element that comes out of, you are modifying 2 of your elements, we're going to be subject to the creation.
Thank you. I think a placeholder, just in case something comes up as I research this further, would be great.
Here's the thing, though, is that tonight this is a study session, and what we're doing is we're saying to staff, please move forward with staff reports on these items. We're not approving these items this evening. We're not telling staff amend the secondary dwelling unit for compliance with state law. We're saying, please go and prepare a staff report so that we can review the staff report and at that time decide if we're going to do so. We're saying to staff, yeah, we believe work should commence on the 22 housing element update and related work. That's going to come back to us in an item to vote on what that looks like and what the timeline looks like that. There's going to be a lot of other follow-up materials. Modifying, and the one that really bears that out to me is modify the El Camino downtown specific plan to maximize housing production. There's a lot of details and a lot of decisions on this that this council will have to make as to what exactly that would mean and whether or not council will agree to do it. But the question coming out of this evening is whether or not we think all of these things are worthy of staff time to prepare staff reports and bring back to us as regular agenda items. Is that correct, Mr. Jerome Robinson?
That is correct. I would point out to the council that we have very tight agendas for the remaining meetings in this year, and so adding anything produces the opportunity for additional meetings or earlier starts.
So my expectation, and I'll share with you guys coming out of this, is that all of these items are looking at your 2020 calendar, except for the urgency ordinance, which I was going to discuss with you later this evening. That was brought to my attention by a couple of our colleagues. But the rest of this work is not something we are going to see this calendar year. So,
which is kind of a shame. But anyway,
well,
I just wanted to say I agree with these recommendations.
It's not kind of a shame. It's just impossible. There's a lot of staff work that will be required in order to do this. Just like there was a lot just to summarize the background law and materials for us this evening.
I was just saying that philosophically. All that being said, yeah, I agree with this. Definitely this should be done. We can talk about the details later.
Great, thank you. If I just make one connection, so with the first two items, they will be repeated in a separate item that council will be hearing this evening, so regarding authorization for an SB2 grant. And so those two items were identified as projects that staff could move forward with if we receive the SB2 grant funding. So just wanted to raise awareness for that.
So one item that I have a question, and it's not just a question for staff, but also a question for my colleagues, is the El Camino Downtown Real, the El Camino Real Downtown Specific Plan did not look at the housing stock surrounding the downtown, all of the older apartment units. I don't believe modifying the El Camino Real Downtown Specific Plan will touch any of those. And I'm not sure now after the discussion this evening whether or not the 2022 housing element update would actually look at those as ideal sites. So how is that, how does that factor in? Or is that, and that could be a question for a later date, but it had occurred after all of that work was done, that we have a lot of aged apartment housing stock on the other side of Ravenswood that is sort of a missed opportunity to go ahead and looking at opportunities, incentives to residence owners to go ahead and upzone and even candidly make mixed use to expand the downtown area. I don't know how that fits into the housing element, but that's something that I'm very interested in. And so when it comes back to us, I really would like to hear how that could work. Because candidly, the more, if we could make that mixed use, some of that mixed use, as well as go up with residential building stock, we could perhaps lower what the leases look like downtown and encourage more retail, community serving retail, which is what we would want. So, and I just don't know how that fits into the housing element update, or even if those are even considered opportunity sites anymore.
I mean, yes, they would be considered opportunity sites, but as Josh and I have been saying, it would need a lot of justification. I think the emphasis on vacant sites is really inconsistent with a lot of goals of in the state legislation. It's inconsistent with the affirmatively furthering fair housing. It's inconsistent with emphasis on reducing greenhouse gas reductions. It's inconsistent with trying to put housing near jobs. And it may be something that council at some point wants to discuss with the legislature, because, when we talk about it being a perfect storm, it's not that it's, Josh and I are talking about the difficulty of getting housing elements approved. And that's really different from the issue of, we want to get housing, where should it go? And I think if there's a possibility of looking at the legislation to make it more consistent with what is really happening, that would be good.
I mean, it seems kind of like, to me, it's almost like there was some political play against the moving into areas that people were trying to protect, that were arguments were being made were nature, basically on the outskirts of towns.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of anecdotal evidence of cities, because the statute about the vacant sites was passed a couple years ago, and I think there was anecdotal evidence that cities were designating parking lots that were never going to be redeveloped, and we want to stop this stuff. But I don't think there was a recognition about in the areas where everyone says they want more housing, in the coastal areas, those areas are largely built out and have very little vacant, don't have vacant sites, particularly not big vacant sites, in the golden size vacant sites. There may be little vacant sites. So I actually think if the League of Cities or just talking to legislators, I think that would be the big issue to really try to get modified.
So I guess the answer for me is I would prioritize all the following projects in the council's work plan. But candidly, the El Camino downtown specific plan, just because of what I know of it in the past, seems like there's less opportunity there as opposed to the sites that surround the downtown area that were not included in with the specific plan, where there was already multifamily unit housing. So I'll start with which one of you wants to go first. But that's my input on this, and I'm done. I think Councilmember Carlton's done. Councilmember Combs.
I just wanted to add some additional background with regards to sort of modifying the specific plan. For the subcommittee that covered districts 2 through 5, I mean, as we sort of got into these efforts at looking at how we would increase the housing supply or housing production, we quickly ran into this update of the housing element, and that this effort, if it was going to be as productive as we wanted it to be, then it really would need to roll into the housing element that was coming. And the modification of the specific plan was this idea of, I think it's 180 units that are left to go before that cap is hit, that this would be sort of a possible quick win that wouldn't be a massive project that would then sort of, would seem to be something that we would wait for because we have the housing element hanging over us. And that's something that might require a minimal amount of staff time. Now, maybe that calculation was not accurate, but I think that was sort of what we were thinking, that again, like to your point, yes, whether we're talking about Roble or we're talking about the 70s, 60s, 50s, quadplexes and apartments on the other side of Ravenswood. Of course, this does not touch them. And again, that's a larger project that is certainly will be a part of the housing element. But then if it is the case that it is not something that can be done, with a minimal amount of staff time, or if there's not a sense that we're actually going to get, we're not going to, quite really incentivize the production of the 180 housing units that are under the cap, then yeah, we can make a decision that it may not be worth the effort.
All right. Councilmember Taylor. Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, excuse me.
Thank you. I have a few clarifying questions. The first is, when you refer to, and I believe it was Ms. Katz referred to, the reaffirming of fair housing, is that language from AB 686, or is that something different?
No, that's the language from AB 686, and that was passed last year and is already in the housing element law.
Okay. Thank you. And my next question is about the council direction. Just for clarity, the preparation of the environmental justice element, is that SB 1000 or AB 617 or both?
We think it's AB 1000.
Okay. And the land use element update, that is from the general plan, the Connect Menlo?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Are we all set? We could go to the next item. Rep? Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation this evening. All right. So now we're going to go ahead and move, and I apologize to folks who've been waiting just to provide regular meeting public comment, but we are moving to that item now on the agenda. So under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name and address or political jurisdiction in which you live. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore we cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information and direct you to the city manager and city attorney. With that, we have one public speaker this evening under public comment, Bo Crane, with donated time from Jim Lewis. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Thank you for your patience, Bo.
Thank you, Council. Good evening. On November 5th, 1769, that's 250 years ago today, the 64-man Portola expedition was camped overnight at Crystal Springs. The next day, the expedition journeyed south to a creek, camping for 5 days on the north bank. That campsite is at the end of Alma Street, identified by California landmark number 2. That's number 2 in the whole state out of well over 1,000. Number 1 is the Custom House in Monterey, which was built 50 years later. So we're at the top of the historical list, marking the first European intrusion in this area, then a very populated wilderness crisscrossed with several paths to many villages. And today we have this setting. This Saturday, November 9th, the Menlo Park Historical Association is hosting an anniversary event held at the monument, which is at the end of the street, 11 a.m. to noon. The public is invited, no charge, no SRVP. Mayor Mueller spoke at our Fremont Park event last December, and we welcome you to speak at this event if you're available. The council is invited, everyone's invited. The public is also invited to our annual association meeting November 17th, 2 p.m. at the library, downstairs room, and longtime Fire Chief Harold Schoppelhelman will be the guest speaker. Any questions?
Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Well, thank you. It's been a long evening. Thank you very much, and hope to see whoever can make it there.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And with that, we're going to go ahead now and move to our consent calendar. Does anyone have any items they'd like to remove from the consent calendar?
I have a question that if we just get the question answered, then we can go forward and not have to pull it out.
All right, before we do that, Councilmember Nash, did you want to remove an item from this consent calendar?
E4.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move.
Same ones.
Okay, so can I have a motion on items E1, 2, 3, and 5? Motion to accept from Councilmember Carlton. May I have a second?
Before we do that, I'm sorry, I'm catching up here. I wanted to pull E2.
Okay, can I have a motion on item E1, E3, and E5? Motion from Councilmember Carlton, second from Councilmember Nash. Let's go ahead and vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we'll go ahead and start with item E2. Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
My question with SB2 is there a possibility to have a housing vulnerability analysis for the city of Menlo Park? I know that we have a regional issue with housing, but I am hoping we can create policy that actually helps the residents that live here now. So that's my question. Since this is a planning grant, I believe that would be a part of planning.
Sorry. So this we're asking tonight for authorization to submit the grant, and we've identified 3 projects in here related to some zoning and streamlining. We could amend that to include some other projects, as long as the outcome achieves the goal of the grant, which is to accelerate housing production. So we could look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with that, can I have a motion on item E2? Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, second by Councilmember Carlton. Go ahead and vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, item E4. Councilmember Nash.
Actually, what?
Go ahead. You might cover. So I guess I am wondering, what is the benefit to the city of abandoning a right-of-way? And, well, let me stop there.
Good evening, Teresa Avedian, Senior Civil Engineer. So when right-of-way is dedicated to the city on a subdivision map, the city doesn't actually own the right-of-way. We have an easement, essentially, that allows us to use the right-of-way as a public roadway. So if we're not using the right-of-way for its intended use, and if we don't plan to ever use it for its intended use, then we can consider abandoning it to relieve the city of maintenance liability, maintenance responsibility, and legal liability for having that right-of-way. In this case, also, I would just add that we had required the applicants to construct the frontage improvements as well. So in this case, we would also expedite, the needed frontage improvements for that block.
Thank you. I guess my concern is it seems that it could be very valuable roadway at some point for pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure. And while I applaud the residents for taking care of it and keeping it in good shape, it seems to me that I hesitate to give up any land that the city owns because we have potential to use it for other uses. And my understanding is that 2 of the 4 properties actually have a building permits, and as part of the building permits, those 2 already have to do land improvements. So we're actually the benefit would be the other 2 properties at this point.
The benefit would actually be the 3 other properties, so 100 Baywood, and then 605 Woodland, and 609 Woodland. So then 611, there are 4 that are affected by the abandonment, but 615, which is one of the 2 that has a building permit in, is not affected, but they will be installing the frontage improvements as well. But to go back to what you said earlier, so the first thing that we consider when we look at the abandonments is how we could use that right of way. Mm-hmm. And so staff did an analysis, and we determined what the ideal section would be in that area. And so we determined that it would be 2 11-foot lanes, so that's an increase from the current width of 10-foot lanes, and then a 3-foot valley gutter for drainage, and then a 7-foot parking strip and walkway. And additionally, we have reserved 6 feet for landscaping, and then around the corner, another 12 feet. So we have plenty of right-of-way that we're reserving to do all the improvements we want, plus even extra.
Did that include a bike lane?
No, there's no bike lanes programmed or recommended in the TMP for Woodland. They have sharrows. Woodland has sharrows.
I personally think that that's something we should look at as far as the TMP. I think that's an area that's got a lot of traffic and could benefit from any pedestrian or bicycle infrastructure that could possibly be put in.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with them. So I've been biking down actually to Cafe Zoe a lot. I mean, to my personal experience, biking a lot. And I don't go down Willow. I turn right on Middlefield and then turn left onto Woodland. And I'm a little afraid, actually, of cycling on Woodland the time period I'm on it.
It's really windy.
Yeah, it's windy. You can't see around the road sections. So I'm actually not excited about giving up the right-of-way unless there's a compelling reason to do so.
That was my question. Also, when we give this up, we're not going to get it back. And just because we don't know exactly now that we're going to be doing this in 2021 or whatever, doesn't mean we're not going to need it in the future. And just saying that they're going to maybe do frontage improvements that we don't even know what it is doesn't compel me to feel good about this. So I'm feeling pretty not supportive of this at this time, just because we honestly may be needing this. I've spent a lot of time on that street too, and from what you point out, the way it winds, it's not a super safe place to ride bicycles. Now it's not got a lot of traffic. I'm just saying in the future. I just don't understand.
But yeah.
And in terms of taking care of it, that's a whole different conversation we can have later.
But not having a lot of traffic, frankly, doesn't mean that it's any safer. Not having a lot of traffic means that when cars go around it, they can pick up speed. So we have a public comment on this item now. Mr. Kummerer. I'm sorry, sir, if I mispronounced your last name.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Chris Kummerer. You did very well. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm working with the applicants on the project. I'm an architect here locally. A couple things to note. One is, as far as I understand, we're just talking about these 5 addresses. So if we're concerned about bike lane, let's say we did have room for bike lane on these 5 addresses. There isn't right of way for bike lane anywhere else. So you'd have a bike lane just around one corner. So it doesn't seem to me, and that's as far as I know, that our long-term plan for bike lane includes all of Woodland. So we could take that portion, but it would only get you around one corner. I think there's sort of 3 things that could happen here. One, now that we know that the right-of-way is in somebody's front yard, the city can take care of the lawn and the trees and whatever, and put the Christmas lights up, which obviously isn't a great idea. The second is we can put the road back where it should have been. The road was designed in the front yard of these properties, and it just got implemented in the wrong place, interestingly. So the sewer and the water and the gas run in the road, but the road isn't where it shows on a paper map. So the road was just put there erroneously. And that's how this came about when that was found out. So we could move the road back to where it shows on paper. That's option 2. I think the third option then is just move the lines on the map to fit where the road and the sewer and the water and the gas are. So that's what this application is trying to do, is just clean up something that came about sort of by happenstance.
What's the prejudice if we leave it the way it is now?
Right, so the city would be maintaining, now that it has come to light that the city owns quite a bit of land, I think it's 20 or 30 feet that appears to be people's front yard, then the maintenance of that would be incumbent, in my understanding, upon the city. Mm-hmm. And then, then these people have been using this for 70 years. I don't know, I guess they don't use it.
Well, and
Miss Nash is laughing because she had this happen to her.
Well, as part of this, they can move the illegal structures like the fences, the carport, the things that we are turning a blind eye to that legally shouldn't be there in the first place.
Well, Miss Nash had this happen. My Councilmember Nash and I went through this when she was living on Santa Cruz Avenue, and the city went to go ahead and put in sidewalks, and there was quite a bit of frontage in front of people's homes. That was city right-of-way, and we ended up using some of that right-of-way.
So. Well, and further, to me, it's been wonderful that the residents are taking care of the property, but it's also a gift to the residents that they've been able to use the property, and I am concerned at how you're approaching us.
Well, so understood. I think they recognize that. It just wasn't apparent to anybody that this land was.
I believe that's true all over the city.
Could be. So the benefit to the city, again, is they'll get a walkway. If you've been there right now, there is no really place to walk, right? It's just a small little gravel trench, and then people skirt around it. So there is a slight benefit, I would hope, and that's what's on offer.
Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I had no opposition to this grant or relinquishment of the right-of-way. So, and I will note, on the Planning Commission, the only person who voted against the relinquishment of a right-of-way of a parcel of a strip of city land between Bay and Van Buren, which was in connection with a new apartment structure, which to this day has not been built at all. And in that case, it was a landowner who had not kept up that land at all, and at one point allowed some sort of chicken area to be fenced in that land. And so I do think that, I am concerned about the inconsistency. I know that there is no there's no promise of consistency, but in that case, I thought it was completely egregious because we were essentially granting city land to someone who had not kept it up. In this case, you do have a sense where there has been some effort of upkeep, and I do think it sort of rectifies what was a mistake. And so, again, that's my concern. If someone could sort of walk me through, and again, I'm assuming that grant went through council, why in that case it was approved, and in this case it wouldn't be. Again, like I say, in that case, I thought the scenarios or the facts were a lot more egregious, which I don't see in this situation.
I just am not. The case hasn't been made to me. It was a mistake.
It was never a mistake. There's still a sewer easement going through the whole thing. This was never a mistake. It was an easement that the city put forward for future use.
So can I just correct one thing in the record? So our ordinances require the adjacent property owner to maintain the portion of the right-of-way that's landscaped between the property line and the edge of street. So each one of us that lives in Menlo Park have an obligation to maintain it. Every single one of our properties have some public right-of-way that is typically outside of your fence between there and the street, and it's your obligation or the homeowner's obligation to maintain that area of the property. So regardless of whether it's classified as public right-of-way or not, it's the edge of the street that creates the boundary of where someone is obligated to maintain.
So I'm going to be candid. I don't see my opinion changing on this. So I think it's going to. So I think we just move to a vote and move on. So does anyone want to make the motion to relinquish? Yeah. Well,
so
the motion would be to relinquish, right?
Well, the motion is to adopt a resolution of intention to vacate and abandon,
right,
and schedule a public hearing before the Planning Commission, or refer to the Planning Commission for their comment and review, and schedule a public hearing before the City Council at a future date to consider the vacation and abandonment.
Does anyone want to make that motion? All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Motion seconded. All right, so let's go ahead and vote.
Before I call the vote, I want to make clear that we are voting to return this to the Planning Commission and then to City Council, or are we voting on the adoption of the resolution?
This is the voting on the adoption of a resolution of intention to vacate and abandon a portion of Woodland Avenue in accordance with the staff report.
Apologize for that. You guys can motion and second and vote one more time. The motion fails with Mayor Mueller, Councilmember Carlton, and Councilmember Nash dissenting.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move on now. So what I'd like to do, are they still here, the Youth Commission folks? They what? I figured, and I felt bad because they were here to do it, and then so I was going to call them first, but they're juniors in high school, and it's 8:30 at night, so I get it. So we'll go ahead and leave that then for later. So the next item up on the agenda is item F1, regular business. Direct staff to work with Menlo Park Public Art nonprofit to develop a pilot public art project proposal to present to the Park and Recreation Commission for their consideration and recommendation to City Council. The Assistant Community Services Director, Adrienne Lee Bird, will introduce the item.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. So just a quick little bit about background on this item. As you may recall, gallerist Katarina Powers attended the October 15th City Council meeting, approaching the City Council about a desire to launch a new public art program in Menlo Park via the newly formed nonprofit Menlo Park Public Art. She cited an abstract sculpture by East Palo Alto artist Oleg Lobikin for a short-term rental to the city that could be installed in a public park such as Fremont Park. Staff is seeking direction from the council on whether to have staff work with Menlo Park Public Art to develop a proposal for a pilot public art project that would be presented to the Parks and Recreation Commission for their consideration and recommendation to City Council.
Okay, is there any public comment on this item? No. Can I just go ahead and make the motion? All right, so I'm going to make the motion. Can I have a second? Seconded. Question from Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
My question, thank you, by the way, for putting a pause on the moment. My question is, I really like this concept. How can we do this without using staff? And then my follow-up to that is, instead of hiring another part-time person, if you can't do it without staff, why not extend a current staff's hours that's part-time?
So my thing is, we actually have tried to do a lot of this without staff. So so they went out and created a nonprofit to do this, so we didn't actually have a public art commission in Menlo Park. They went out and found the artists. They did all of this. This is just asking staff to try to help find a site for it and work out the details for it.
Well, I think we can come back to you with what those details are. There may be more dollars involved, but I don't know that will require a lot of staff time. And it's not clear yet where the dollars will come from, whether the expectation is that the city's funding it or whether the nonprofit's funding it.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Nash.
That is actually my question is, I'm concerned about, I love art. I would love to see public art, but I'm really concerned that it will distract us from the urgent work that needs to be done on our housing and traffic in our town. And so I thought that, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, candidly, I think we're going to send staff out to sit down with them and figure it out and come back and tell us what it looks like. And so I think it's presupposing an outcome that it's going to take a lot of work. So, but I understand your vote, and I get it.
Do we have any idea on the staff time or the money that's going to be involved? Or is exactly what the report's for?
So right now, we haven't discussed any details of what the loan would look like, or installation, or transportation, insurance, all of that. In terms of staff time, no, we don't have an estimate yet.
As an example, we had the arches, and that was put together by a separate group that was brought to us. And literally, I went out with, I think it was Jim Kogan and another resident. And basically, we walked around. We found a place that looked good. Went to council. It wasn't that much. It came to council twice.
So all that's happened to date is we just said to them, we got agreement on council that they could go ahead and put this on the agenda. No work has happened with staff yet. Now we're with staff saying, can we go and meet with them officially? And this would be, go meet with them officially, figure out those details, and bring it back to us to see if we want to approve it. So with that, go ahead and make the motion. Seconded by Councilmember Carlton, and we can vote.
The motion passes with Councilmember Nash dissenting.
Okay, the next item on this evening is to accept the Transportation Impact Fee Nexus Study and review draft resolution and ordinance to update the Transportation Impact Fee Program. Senior Transportation Engineer Christian Choi and W-Trans Representative Mark Spencer will make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mueller and members of the City Council. Christiane Choi, Acting Transportation Manager, and I'm here with Mark Spencer of W-Trans. And so if you remember back in May, we came and presented to you at a study session regarding the update to the Transportation Impact Fee program. And so since that time, W-Trans has been preparing the Nexus study. And so tonight we'll be presenting the results of that Nexus study and our recommended rates for the new transportation impact fee update, and ask for your acceptance of the Nexus study as well as feedback on the new rates, and also an update to the ordinance. So I'm going to turn it over to Mark to first go over the background of the TIF and then the Nexus study.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members. Again, I am Mark Spencer, Senior Principal with W-Trans and primary author for the Traffic Impact Fee, which is before you this evening. To start off, I want to talk about first some background, just to make sure everyone is up to date and aware. What is a Traffic Impact Fee? It's governed by California law. Assembly Bill 1600 requires municipalities to establish a reasonable nexus between impact fees and development expected. So there's got to be a correlation or connection between the two. The traffic impact fee will ensure that new developments and redevelopment projects, or redevelopment of parcels, pay a proportional share of new transportation infrastructure costs to reduce impacts generated by new traffic demand. So what are fees used for? I'm sorry, I guess I can do that. According to law and as in the guidance, traffic impact fee projects can include things like new arterial streets, sidewalks, bicycle lanes, multimodal projects, what we call active transportation projects. The revenue collected from the fees may not be used for, and this is equally important, existing roadway needs, existing roadway deficiencies, and operations and maintenance. So they are solely to be applied to things that will be happening in the future. Let me see if I can.
Push the left.
Okay, I'm lost here. Thank you. Now, in Menlo Park, traffic impact fee was adopted by city ordinance, section 13.26 of the municipal code. In Menlo Park, traffic impact fees are currently in use, and they're applied to new development, redevelopment parcels, new single-family, multifamily residential units, as well as changes in land use. And it's important to note that the fees are paid before building permits are issued. Also want to point out, and this is in the staff report, that the traffic impact fee, as well as the Transportation Master Plan, was one of the 6 priority projects in the Council's 2018 work plan and one of 5 priority projects in the 2019 work plan. It was also identified in the circulation element of the general plan, as well as a mitigation measure in the EIR from the general plan update. Now, there's a relationship between the traffic impact fee and the TMP, which is the Transportation Master Plan. Projects that are currently identified in the Transportation Master Plan process have included pedestrian projects, bicycle, transit, automobile, again, active transportation, multimodal projects. There are 158 projects included in the traffic impact fee program. Part of this process is to identify what can be fully funded versus what can be partially funded, and I'll explain that. If there's an existing roadway deficiency, and we're going to be improving that in the future, that can be partially funded through the TIF process. Regional projects, the local match, which is typically 12%. So when you're talking about big infrastructure projects for which Menlo Park would be a contributing party to a large regional infrastructure project, that 12% match is eligible. That can be funded through the traffic impact fee. That's the partial funding. If something is a future roadway network deficiency, it's operating acceptably today, but in the future it goes to an unacceptable operational condition, that's eligible for full funding through the TIF. So each of those 158 projects goes through this analysis project to see what proportion of the cost for that project can be either fully or partially funded. In Menlo Park, currently we have 2 traffic impact fees. The citywide traffic impact fee, which was adopted in 2009 and has been indexed every year since, as well as a supplemental fee that was adopted in 2015, specifically for the El Camino Downtown Specific Plan area. The table before you, that's being presented on the screen right now, is the current traffic impact fee rate schedule as indexed to 2019 rates. And what it shows, I'm not going to go through all of these, but just as a reference, a single-family home currently has a traffic impact fee of almost $3,400 per unit. And in the downtown projects that come forward through the El Camino Downtown Specific Plan, $404 per PM peak hour trip. If your project is in the El Camino Downtown Specific Plan area, you would be paying both fees. And the new fee would be replacing both of these with a single unified fee. In terms of the methodology, in terms of how do we go about doing an update to a traffic impact fee, the steps included projecting the growth in new trips in the future based on Connect Menlo and the 2040 forecasts, estimating the project costs from the TMP projects, and then assigning what their eligibility might be through the TIF process, as I alluded to earlier, and then establishing a maximum TIF fee. And then you can refine the transportation impact fee program through adjustments, which Christiane will be talking about shortly. Let's move on to the next slide. As an example, the 2009 fee went through this process. First, the cost of improvements and identifying those, and then allocating that to new development, and then determining the fee. We'll just hit all 3 of those at once. Thank you. So there were $40 million in that 2009 traffic impact fee. And when it was forecast into the future at that time, 25% of the future growth or future trips would be new trips, 75% would be existing trips. And that basically will say, hey, 25% of the future trips are eligible to be assigned into the traffic impact fee program. And then eventually that got divided when you do the calculations into the $3,400 per single family home, or maybe $5 per square foot for an office project. Now let's compare that to the 2019 updated traffic impact fee results. Thank you. The current program that we have and the projects that we're looking at total $164 million. And the future trips now comprise 17% of our future trips as a way of comparison. And doing that math comes out, and I'll show you the table in a second, to about $15,000 a trip. Your staff report does include the calculations to show how that came about, but the new TIF overall is trying to fund about $77.5 million of what's eligible to be funded through the TIF of that $164 million in total needed improvements. And there are about 5,000 new trips in the future that can be assigned into the program. So dividing $77.5 million that can be funded through the TIF by 5,000 net new trips in an afternoon peak hour is about $15,300 per new trip. The next table shows the maximum traffic impact fee rates. And this is the table that is the maximum that can be charged. This doesn't mean that this is the final amount. That's subject to discussion tonight and going forward with the council. But these are, some of these are very significant changes from where we are today. So I'll quickly just point out a few of them. The single family rate that's in the middle of this table, the maximum rate that can be charged is now $15,100 per dwelling unit. Remember, that compares to $3,400 under the current traffic impact fee. Office, the maximum on the top line is $17.60 per square foot, and that compares to $5 today, and so on. So there's some definite increases in the new traffic impact fee, and that is largely due to the size of the projects, the amount of dollars we're trying to fund in transportation infrastructure. And with that, what I want to do is I'll turn this over to Christiane, who will then talk about how the reductions in credits work and what the recommended fee table is going forward.
Thanks, Mark. So at your study session back in May, you had given us some direction on continuing some of the reductions that we currently have in the TIF program. So today we tie the retail and restaurant rates to the office rate, both as well as the childcare. So those types of uses, restaurant, retail, and childcare, tend to have higher trip generation than an office rate, but the council had indicated they wanted to incentivize and encourage those types of uses. So we had tied it to the office rate in the past, and so we have proposed continuing that for the new rates. We also propose reducing the child care rate to even lower than the office rate because the office rate is increasing by such a high amount. So we're suggesting tying that to the warehouse rate. In addition, to kind of align with some of the recent state legislation surrounding residential projects, we are recommending reducing the maximum rate for residential uses by half, and then also waiving the fees for secondary dwelling units, and also for affordable housing units. We would waive the fees, but consider that as the city's contribution to affordable housing developments. And then the other credits that the city currently does today is that we give credit for existing uses. So if a project were to redevelop a site and it was either changing the land use or creating new square footage and changing it to something else, we give them credit for the trips that were there in the past. And then also if a new development were to build a project that's listed in the fee program today, we give them credit against their TIF that's old, and so we're recommending to continue those credits. So with those reductions in credits, these are the proposed rates that we are suggesting. The office, as I mentioned, would stay the same, and then the restaurant and retail would be tied to the office rates. And then the residential would come down from the $15,000 that you saw on the previous table to about $7,600 per dwelling unit. And then you can see the child care would come down to $2.91 per square foot, and then there's a zero charge for secondary dwelling units. So tonight we're asking you to accept the Nexus study, and then the next steps would then be public hearing at your next meeting on November 19th to do a first reading of the ordinance update and also review of the adopted rates. And then a second reading would be on December 10th. The ordinance changes would take effect actually 30 days after the second reading, and then the fees would actually take effect 60 days after the second reading. So you can see those would happen in February. So for public notification, we reached out to property owners, first by attending a Chamber Business and Transportation Committee meeting. We also held an info session last Tuesday, and then we've reached out with our planning division to current applicants to let them know about the upcoming changes to the TIF program. And then the public hearing for November 19th was noticed on November 1st and will be noticed again on the 8th. So just to conclude, we're asking you to accept the Nexus study and then also provide directions on the proposed rates and ordinance language. I didn't go over the ordinance language changes, but most of them are edits to be consistent with the new circulation element that was adopted in late 2016, and then some other staff title changes, but most of them were just to be consistent and minor. But if you have questions on those, I'm happy to answer them. So that concludes my presentation, our presentation.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public speakers on this item? We don't. Okay, council member questions. Councilmember Nash.
The TIF is from Connect Menlo Projections. Did I catch that correctly?
Yeah, the future growth in trips and land use is what's in the adopted Connect Menlo program.
So Connect Menlo was forecasted to go through 2040. We're currently significantly ahead of those projections. How do you calculate the growth, given that we're way ahead of those projections?
Per the guidelines, we have to use the adopted land use plan that the city has in place at the time of the analysis. So the general plan through Connect Menlo and its land use program is the adopted land use plan projecting what's currently on the book. Now that program will happen at a lot of it could happen sooner, some of it could happen later. It's subject to economic conditions. But that's the forecast that is used and prescribed by law that should be used.
And we can't accelerate it since that's been our experience?
When you say accelerate it, you mean add more to it than it's currently adopted as land use?
Well, actually, I'm sure Ms. Chow could give us the exact numbers, but essentially we're 2 years into the plan, actually 3 years into the plan, and we are at least 60%, if not more, of the 20-year plan, so that our traffic now presumably reflects more of that accelerated growth rather than the gradual growth that was shown in Connect Menlo.
So I'll offer two things on thoughts on that. One is you may reach the full build-out of the general plan certainly sooner than 2040 if things continued at its current pace and you would outstrip the growth that's projected. If that were to happen, now the new development that's been projected would be what's subject to the fees. Anything that's even beyond that would still be subject to the fees. The program, if you identify needs that exceed what's in the impact fee program, or even in the TMP, for example, which would be regularly updated, you'd still be identifying needs and you'd be collecting impact fees, and the city could fund things and collect money for things. You can update your fee program as you see needed in the future. You don't have to wait until the build out of the plan. You could update your transportation management plan. So if you wind up with more trips coming in than you project, you'll wind up also with more money coming into your impact fee program. And if you build everything that's in your traffic impact fee program, first of all, you'd be the first city to do that, but also then it would be obviously time to update it and revise it and create a new program.
I guess my concern is that we will be we'll be shortchanging ourselves on the fees if we're assuming a gradual growth as the Connect Menlo plan, I believe, did, as opposed to where we currently are. So I'm just wondering, rather than anyway, are we adequately setting the bar right now based on the reality that we have accelerated our growth compared to what the plan projected?
I will say to that I can't forecast that's whether you would or you wouldn't, but in terms of if you were to collect the maximum amount that you can as based on the maximum fee schedule, not even with the reductions or whatever, if you were to use that fee schedule and you'd collect all $77 million, the council has the discretion about which projects go forward first. In the transportation master plan, there's tier 1 and tier 2 projects, and you have the discretion. They're not in any order, so you have the discretion to say this is what we're going to move forward with and fund. And if you find that there's a shortfall, it's also very clear that at that time you would have to update your master plan and your impact fee, and you might have to do that sooner than later if growth is outpacing your needs. that does happen, and that's something that at council's direction you have to keep an eye on.
I'm not sure I'm following. So, but the thing, so the TIF is built on the total maximum build-out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the total maximum build-out correlates to what the total dollar value is. So I hate to say it, but you might actually be in a better circumstance where you collect that TIF money as fast as possible so you can do the most impactful transportation project, rather than do a transportation project at an expense, and then later, as you increase capacity, have that become antiquated. Do you see?
So I guess the question, so it's actually on the maximum build-out, it's not a gradual.
No, it's based on the full build-out, so you're collecting the
So
fees as if all of
we're
that
collecting
was going.
now on the full build-out?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay, then that's the answer. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Carlton.
Just for clarification, when we talk about single families, are we talking about new counted houses, houses that are scraped, a new house goes up? It's not including remodels. How are single family houses counted when it comes to this?
So, yeah, it's only new houses. So if someone were to remodel or tear down their existing house and rebuild the house, they would not be charged a fee.
Okay, that makes sense. We're talking here about things that we're going to excuse or charge a lesser amount, and I, just giving direction, agree. We need more childcare. Nevada Merriman mentioned earlier, and I've experienced myself, as has probably anyone who has children who had attempted to work or do anything in Menlo Park. Childcare is so expensive, and it is so hard to find, and we need to encourage more childcare as well as houses, and the things that I see outlined here I am in agreement with. We talked about in the staff report capping the single-family home. I don't think $7,000 necessarily is going to make or break a home, considering how much we put into it. But then again, I don't really want to discourage people from building houses either. What about places where you have mixed use, where you might have multifamily and have childcare underneath, on the first floor, or are the fees divided up on a percentage basis, or how are we dealing where we have a mixed-use building?
Yeah, so it would be applied for each use and dependent on their size. So if the site had multifamily housing as well as square footage for childcare, then we would just apply the childcare rate to the square footage for childcare and then the units for the multifamily.
All right, and we talked about, I say we, the staff report also talked about grandfathering,
yes,
with particular notice to the hotel. I'm not feeling that. I feel like that hasn't been approved yet, and if this goes through, I'm not sure I'm on board with that. Just giving you direction on how I'm feeling right now, and we can work out the details as we move forward. Thank you.
Okay. Any other? I'll go back to Councilmember Nash. Yep, go ahead.
So in looking at the fees and waivers, I would like to further reduce the retail and restaurant. Just looking at the other cities, I think that we would like to be below it to actually encourage that. I was, just off the top of my head, I would say $10 a square foot. I don't know what others think. But essentially, I would like to see restaurant and retail reduced so that we can encourage that. I would like to see the multifamily. I would like to think about waiving the TIF completely if there's greater than 50% BMR units for properties with 5 or more units, or something to strongly encourage more BMR production. And on the same vein, I'd like to completely waive the childcare fee. As Councilmember Carlton said, we really need to encourage childcare. And I like the idea of waiving the secondary dwelling unit fee.
Okay. So I appreciate where you guys are coming in on that, but it feels a little bit to me like, so what I would want to know before I set a price of what I was going to reduce to is what was the total reduction in the amount that would be brought into the city, and what that would mean in terms of what we might be giving up in terms of transportation infrastructure to move people around. Also, before I picked a dollar amount, what I'd want to do is look at like cities or cities around us and whose transportation infrastructure we might want to emulate, or who we believe is in a similar situation, to see what they're setting. So, because I would be concerned tonight if we started to pick dollar amounts or reduce by certain amounts and then find that we had made significant reductions in the amount that would be available to make our transportation infrastructure improvements. Councilmember Nash?
So my recommendation for the retail is based on looking at the other cities' TIFs, which range from Redwood City at $296 to Palo Alto has $29.26, but essentially most of the cities, 7.
But that's residential. But question.
No, it's
are they?
retail.
But is
No,
that
it's
is?
retail.
But is that the question?
third
But the
column.
question that you have to ask, though, that it's not clear for me from this when you look at. Oh, there it is. It's when it was last updated, right? So if you're looking at, for instance, Redwood City, it was last updated in 2012. Good God, they need to update their TIF. If you look, I mean, so what and very frankly, since 2012, we have had a major economic boom in the valley, and what's happened with respect to what we need in terms of transportation infrastructure is vastly different than that time period. Even San Carlos at 1132, that was 2015. So I think, the ones that you're looking at, I know I see East Palo Alto at 733 in 2019, but if you look at Palo Alto in 2019, it's 2926. Mountain View was 1283. I think what you need to do, honestly, before you do it, guys, I think what you need to do is you need to look at what's the dollar amount at the end of the day that's going to be budgeted. Because you said $77 million. What's the reduction that we look at when we start dropping some of these columns, and what's going to be available to us to actually make transportation improvements? Because remember, as we heard this evening, even with these TIFs, we're going to be short dollars to make transportation improvements that we want to make. And so that means if we're going to do it, it's going to come out of other city services, or we're going to be looking for grants. And so if we want to, and so there's a trade-off on all of that.
So we raise office and we lower retail.
Right, because very honestly, if we don't attract retail and restaurants, it won't matter how much we charge.
I don't think the TIF is the limiting factor on that, guys. I think the limiting factor of that is rents. Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, I just have one clarifying question and then a comment. When it comes to the calculation for residential units, for Menlo Park it says maximum allowable, but it doesn't, and maybe you've explained this distinction, but for the other cities it's not maximum allowable. So is $15,000 what you pay in Menlo Park for a unit? Or is it, I just want to make sure there's an apple-to-apples comparisons happening.
Right. So this table is the maximum allowable is what the city can charge according to the Nexus study. We can't charge any more than that. But the ones that are shown for the other cities, that's their adopted rates. They may have had a higher maximum allowable. I don't have that available.
Okay, and what's our adopted rate?
So our current rate's about $3,400 per unit, and then we're proposing about what was it?
Half of that is what you're proposing.
Oh, half of that. Yeah, half of that is what we're proposing. So
Okay, so
about
half of the
$7,800.
maximum, but not half of what is, but sort of then 100% of what's currently being charged.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then my second question is, Given, and I am generally sort of in agreement what Councilmember Nash and Carlton have mentioned as far as sort of adjustments, but seeing as how we are dealing with, in theory, an impact fee, is our leeway for social engineering here unlimited, or is there a point at which daycare has impacts, right? And if there is, and if this is going to be something that is sort of logical and rational, then it has to sort of recognize those impacts and then charge based on them. Or can it just be do we have an unlimited ability to say yeah, we want to sort of optimize for the type of development we want to see, and sort of in some way penalize, for lack of a better word, the development we're least interested in seeing.
So there would be a gap. I mean, in terms of the TIF can't pay for 100% of all the projects that we've included in the program, because some of them are a result of existing deficiencies, as Mark described. So if we lower the rates for some of the uses to encourage those uses, there will be a gap. And as the mayor has mentioned, we would have to find other funding that could be through grants or sales tax measures. And then the reason those rates are would be higher, or are the maximum rates, are because they generate more trips.
Yeah, I'm just saying legally, would that be?
But yeah, totally, you could. I mean, okay. You just can't be more than the maximum.
So can I make a suggestion then? Because I am concerned that if we start adjusting these tonight and just sort of be like, well, why don't we do this or why don't we do that, and we don't see what the general effect is on the end result, it's probably not the best. I think what might be beneficial would be for us to pick 2 council members to sit down with staff, play with the numbers, look at the spreadsheet, come back with a recommended alternative to what staff is, and then we look at that at the next meeting based on what those policy goals are. It sounds like, we're all in agreement. Of course, I want to see more retail and I want to see more restaurants. But what I don't want to do is short our transportation budget when we really need transportation dollars. Mr. McClure.
So just a couple things. Just to reaffirm, yes, you can kind of do social engineering and you can reduce the fee for preferred uses to encourage those uses if you want to. We cannot increase the office rate because that's at the max. Okay? So just to clarify and answer that question. And as they said, there is a shortfall. It will just make the shortfall bigger if you reduce the fees. It just means you need to make up the money elsewhere. We do really need to introduce the ordinance and adopt the fee before the first of the year. So in order to do that, my recommendation would be that we return with the ordinance to introduce it with these numbers in it. And at the introduction, and we'll provide you with the information about what the cost impacts would. I'm speaking for other people. I don't have to do the math, but I'm assuming that we can do the calculations and present what the financial impacts would be in reducing it, so that you know what those impacts are if you want to do that, and maybe we give you a couple of other alternatives. We can run a few numbers in there, and then you can make the change at the time you introduce it if you want to reduce it. But it should come back with the recommended fees in it, because it's harder to go up when you add a meeting than it is to reduce. And so I'd be more comfortable in doing it that way.
That would be my motion, honestly. So, Councilmember, I'm sorry, we should let Mayor Pro Tem Taylor speak.
Thank you. My question is this retroactive, or can you make it retroactive?
Well, it's not retroactive to projects that have been previously approved, that have already pulled building permits. It's not retroactive to projects that have a development agreement that say that they're not subject to additional fees unless the development agreement specifically allows it to apply to them.
Okay.
And so the answer is generally it's not retroactive. But there is the policy question that's in the staff report about projects that have been approved but they haven't pulled building permits. are we going to grandfather those projects that have already been approved but have not pulled building permits, i.e., do they have to pay the new fee versus the existing fee if they've already received their entitlements other than building permit? And that's the one thing I don't think we've received a clear direction on, or we need clear direction on that item for sure. And there may be other items that Christiane needs clarification on as well.
I just had a clarifying question.
Yeah, Councilmember Carlton. The staff report says that the single family that's on the recommended list on table 3 has been lowered because we want housing. Are all the other ones at their max, like for warehousing, is that the max at $291?
Table 1 is the max fee. So if you just flip the page back to table 1, not 2, but table 1, which is 2 pages before that.
All right, so it is the maximum allowable.
Yeah.
All right, because obviously, where possible, we want to lower restaurant, retail, and childcare, or whatever, regardless of what it is. But you're saying that there is no option of raising any of the other items.
Can't raise it above what the maximum allowable fee is because the Nexus study does not support a higher fee.
And they're all maximum allowable except for single family.
No, child care is substantially below, is way below. The maximum is $170.23, and it's proposed at $291.
That's one of the ones we want to lower. So.
Yeah.
But other than that.
Restaurant is below, retail is below. The others are all, and the multifamily and single family are all below what the maximum is. The hotel is at the maximum.
So, okay, great. Thank you very much.
So can I
just wanted to clarify that.
So why don't I make a suggestion, a motion? Actually, I'm just going to make a motion that we accept, that we prepare the ordinance with staff's recommendations. However, between now and then, staff will be available to council members to help work out some proposed alternatives for the hearing.
You can't do that with the entire council. You potentially have a Brown Act violation. So,
all right. Well, who are the two who want to do it?
Yeah.
I don't want to do it. All right. Councilmember Nash and Councilmember Taylor. Okay. Our Pro Tem Taylor. Great. Those will be the two. That's the motion. Can I have a second?
My only question is that shouldn't we provide some direction on the grandfathering issue? I know Councilmember Carlton expressed some skepticism of it, and so staff is recommending that it be included. And so just do we think that people who have already submitted an application or in the process should pay the current rates or these new rates?
So just to clarify, my understanding is, and somebody please correct me if I'm wrong, there is no recommendation to grandfather applications that have not been approved.
Correct. So I had a table in the staff report, and we can show it, I think, on the screen, where these are the projects that already have entitlements but not have paid their TIF. And so these are the ones that we're recommending for some grandfathering, and actually only the ones that are residential or primarily residential. So the bottom 5 projects are either residential or under the development agreement that doesn't allow for the new TIF rates. So just the top 4, the first 4 projects, we're saying that they would be subject to the new the new TIF rates. Although if they were to come in and pay before the rates were in effect in February, then they would pay under the old rates.
Will they have notice of that?
Yeah, so that was one of the things that we worked with our planning division to let them know that the changes are happening. So.
Okay, let's go and vote.
Can I actually have one more comment?
Sure.
And that's the hotel, which I guess is under a development agreement. is Citizen M, I believe?
Yes.
And they're coming forward, they're hoping to get some more rooms?
Correct.
So can we, when they do that, can we reassess whether or not they pay the full TIF, the new TIF?
I don't believe they can. Is that true?
We probably can require that they pay the new TIF for the additional rooms.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, for the
Well,
net.
can that actually
I mean, if there
be a
are,
consideration as part of the,
because the development agreement basically approves the existing development plan, not an increase in the number of rooms. So in essence, they are modifying their original entitlements, and therefore it opens up the question for those additional rooms.
But just chime in. I mean, if we're opening it up, couldn't we open it up for all of the rooms, or say we're not going to open it up? I'm just saying, if you're negotiating, everything is negotiable, right? In theory.
I mean, the council could say, no, we're not going to approve the additional rooms unless you agree to pay the TIF for all of the rooms. I mean, that's, and ultimately the council probably could say that when it came to you for approval.
and just one other comment, and that's the 1345 Willow Road, I believe, is the Mid-Penn Gateway?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I'd definitely like to keep them at the lower rate.
And I believe we're waiving their fee anyways as our contribution.
Thank you.
Okie dokie. Let's go ahead and vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, I'm going to call an item out of order right now.
Before we move on, Mr. Mayor, could I just have clarity about the role of the subcommittee? What are they, because we will be releasing the staff report on Thursday this week, so I just want to know, we can do a supplemental report, but what are we working on with the subcommittee?
To provide alternatives using, playing with the TIF at the different designations they would so choose, to see what the end, and in that, as Mr. McClure talked about and I alluded to, showing what the net effect on the total amount of TIF would be as a result of doing that.
So subcommittee will be making a recommendation to the council on alternative
They'll just
rates.
provide some alternatives
Right.
that they think are worthy of looking at.
And the total financial impact.
Right.
Okay.
With that, what I would like to, with everyone's, I see that there are people here who I know want to speak to the annexation issue who are residents. So what I'd like to do is take a 5-minute break, handle the annexation, and then from there we'll go on to the other regular business items. Does that make sense? Great. All right, 5-minute break. Okay, everyone, we're going to go ahead and start bringing the meeting back to order. Okay, we're going to go ahead and call item G1. We're going to call item G2 at this time. Update on annexation application for West Menlo Triangle. Potential creation of an annexation policy procedure. This time, Justin Murphy, our head of public works. Actually, you have a new title. What's your new title again? I'm sorry, Justin. Deputy City Manager. Yes, we'll be giving the presentation.
Good evening. So tonight is an information item, so it's not a study session. If there's a desire for a longer discussion on this topic, it should be scheduled for a separate meeting. But with tonight's written staff report, just kind of recapped where we're at with the West Menlo annexation. So it's the application came in a number of years ago. There was a work effort on that, got to the point of looking at some of the infrastructure needs, conversations with county staff, identification, and I think there was a study session in 2017, so that staff report was attached. And from 2017 forward, there has not been much staff effort. It had been in front of the previous city councils for priority setting, had not been identified for prioritization. But as part of this year's work plan, there's a desire to at least raise this topic and potentially identify a policy to be looking at annexation. So there's an existing policy in the general plan, so that's identified in the staff report. And what we're proposing is, in the staff report, we provide a little bit more context of the overall Menlo Park sphere of influence, the 4 various unincorporated pockets, general populations of those areas, just to provide some context. And we're exploring whether the council would be interested in some sort of annexation program. So it's not to actually pursue specific annexations, but for ones that we receive requests from residents. But when we do receive those requests, how we're going to pursue them in terms of the property tax exchange agreement with the county, making sure that people understand the difference between operating expenses, capital expenses, where the revenues and expenses come from. So there's clarity for both the city, the county, and the impacted residents about what's involved with annexation. So what the staff report said is over the next couple months, we would research that a little bit more, reach out to LAFCO and county staff, and then as part of the city's goal setting process in the new year, come forward with a potential work program for how to explore this overall kind of policy procedure for how we'd approach annexations, with the opportunity that this West Menlo Triangle would be kind of the pilot one that would test out that program. So with that, it will be a matter of the council looking at overall priorities. Tonight, this is part of your study session. There's big work efforts associated with that, and that's where we think that you need to kind of understand what the work effort would be, how that compares to other priorities and resources that the city could offer to bring to this. So that's kind of an overview. Happy to field some questions. I see a presentation on the screen next to me that Mr. Ferris may like to make, but
yeah, I just have a clarifying question real quick. So, and I admit, I've wanted the West Menlo Triangle annexation to proceed. I also want this policy framework to take place that makes it easier for others to just flow in. If the council next year is looking at this as a goal-setting priority and says, you know what, there's a lot going on in the city, we don't want to do this bigger thing, but they can still go forward with the West Menlo Triangle annexation and have that occur, right? Because all that petition work's done, all those fees have been paid, all that's my memory of that. It's all that's left is for there to be the negotiation with the county and through the LAFCO process to do the annexation. But
again, I'm not the expert in annexations. You'll have a representative from LAFCO that if you'd like to call up. There's a difference between I'll say the procedural part, I'll say the technical side with LAFCO versus some of the discussions and negotiations that the city has to have with the county. And so I personally spent a lot of time with county staff talking about some of these things. We need to actually get some direction on how to approach some of this. So that's not necessarily a straightforward process from what I experienced with the number of hours that I spent, and good people that I interact with all the time. But to kind of make that a priority would require the council making a priority for city staff, and then we would need to kind of make sure that we have the county's attention to kind of work through the remaining issues. And that's frankly a major work effort in just how that relates to other priorities of the council. So that has not been a priority of the complete council to date, and so we would need that to happen.
Okay. All right. At this time, let's go ahead and you guys have any other clarifying questions? No? Let's go ahead and take public comment. So our first public comment speaker is Greg Ferris with donated time from Nate Gardner.
Good evening. Thank you for your persistence and patience and I wanted to, I have come before you before, and I'm going to try to cover some new areas with regard to annexation. And there's a presentation which I guess is showing up over there. And so you've seen this before, but so we're in the West Menlo Park, and there's an arrow where we are. And I just wanted to, I mentioned this before, this is a mess over here, in terms of boundaries. So you've got Sharon Heights on the one side, you've got parts of West Menlo, and they're connected by a little strip that runs through the Stanford Golf Course. This is historical, the way it is. Our triangle is that blue triangle there. It's bounded by Santa Cruz Avenue and the Alameda, which are major streets, and by Sharon Road, which has been a topic of for sidewalk safety for kids to get to La Entrada. And I'll go into a little bit more detail about the triangle itself, but I added some things to this map, which are 3 red dots there, and I don't know if you know what those are. Actually, this doesn't show up on there, but that top dot, these are all fatalities since 2001. So the top dot is a woman who was killed in a crosswalk in front of her house in 2004. The dot down into a little bit to the right of that is a jogger who was killed by an SUV in 2016. He left behind a young child, fatherless. And that dot down there on the left is a college student, 20 years old, from Florida, cycling to her summer job at Slack. All of these fatalities occurred on the boundary between the city and the council, the city and the county. I'm not saying that it's necessarily due to the fact that we have those boundaries, but we have a multi-jurisdictional mayhem that needs to be corrected. And none of these people should be dying, but I think there are going to be fewer people dying if we have local governance and clear ideas of who's doing what. I just don't seem to be able to advance right now. Could you advance one? Not sure. Oh, there we go. So we're very tuned into safety, and this is part of the reason why. So, we're concerned about vehicle safety, we're concerned about pedestrian safety, we're concerned about children's safety, we're concerned about cyclist safety, and this is, it's even dangerous for the homes. So, on the left side, this is actually that vertex, the home between Santa Cruz and Alameda split. You can't quite see the home there, but it's just basically where that bumper is of that truck that's plowed through the wall. In the middle, this is a home. These are all in the triangle. In the middle, there's another home that's 2 doors down. The way those photos are, it's a little hard to see. The car came through the fence, and this is a different kind of home intrusion. The car came into the home. And then up on the top, that's also just about 20 feet from that other one where a car also hit that vertex where they split. So we're very aware of safety, but we're struggling with how to get better safety in our region because of the multi-jurisdictions. So sorry, let's see, I want to go backwards one, but, well, anyway, above, I don't know why this is not working, but on that split, the part that goes up on Santa Cruz, there's a safety task force that wants to address the safety on that, because there's a lot of traffic there, and there are quite a few accidents all around here. Nothing happens because the county, which apparently dominates the safety task force, says, Well, that road is half in city and half in county. We can't do anything with that. It'd be nice to have sidewalks on Sharon there, but we had a coffee meeting with Don Horsley. He said, county doesn't do sidewalks. It'd be nice to have sidewalks all the way from there to La Entrada. Well, and while we're talking about multi-jurisdictional, on Sharon, I have a neighbor who had a stranger in her yard, and she called the sheriff and said, I've got a stranger in their yard, and described the person, and was told, that's not a demographic we're concerned with, and we're not sending anybody. That's not how things should work. She then called Menlo Park police, and they said, well, it would be there right away if you have a stranger in your yard who you don't know. Anyhow, I think that it's time to bring this all together, and it's time to make one Menlo Park so that we can actually help make things safer and not be fighting against multi-jurisdictions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferris. Our next speaker this evening is Steve Bellamy.
I'd like to support my neighbour's petition there. I've lived on Santa Cruz Avenue since 1995, so that's 23 years, and I'd like to vote in Menlo Park. I feel closer to that than to the county, which I feel is somewhat remote, not just the police, but with issues with regard to protection of the trees, the sidewalks. Yes, my kids would have. I would have felt happier if my kids had been able to walk to La Entrada up on a sidewalk. I often walk that way, or run that way myself, and I feel it is dangerous. I also feel that the development that takes place there, the neighbors don't, the people who live in the triangle don't actually have any way of communicating their wishes with regard to it, and the developers have the ear of the council, and they appear to be able to do whatever they like. So I think that would also be, it could also be improved on. And I also agree with regard to the safety concerns that Greg talked about. I cycle around there, as I believe he does too, and I think it would be better if all of Santa Cruz Avenue was under the control of the council. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker this evening is Dr. Leah Rogers.
Good evening. We have some new faces on the City Council to me, and I'm happy to see you all here. I know we've been talking about this for many years. It's been about 5.5 years since we first met with the city manager. And I'm really glad to hear Justin talk about this idea of having some focused attention to this. I also hope that we can do what Ray suggested about to proceed with some really pragmatic steps that I think we've set it up. All we have to do is hear a priority from the City Council that they want to go forward. I guess there's a lot of permission giving that you guys in priority setting that you all have to give for the public works to really move with confidence. The first couple years we were organizing neighbors, making contributions, $100 here and there, almost $11,000 put forward for these fees. And I really would like to see this happen, not in another 5 years, but in the next year. because time goes by, more and more trees are being lost. Piecemeal, the neighborhood changes. And I'd like to see the council take artistic control of that. We're an anomaly. We're surrounded by Menlo Park, but we're not real. We can't vote. We can't sign petitions at the farmers market. And we want to be a part of what we feel is our community. So I think we have the county support. Don Horsley has stated to several community meetings and to newspapers that he is ready to negotiate and make it happen. LAFCO is supportive. Martha's here tonight. From the very beginning, she stated that she's willing to do whatever she can do to help make this happen. And because LAFCO knows that cities do a better job of taking care of neighborhoods than counties do. So we have the perfect pilot program set up, and we're pledging our taxes, our votes, and our neighborhood energy to be a part of Menlo Park if you'll just help us out. And good luck working out the details. We're happy to help in any way we can, and we hope it happens sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker this evening is Laurel Leon.
Thank you. I've lived in the same house on the Santa Cruz Avenue side of the triangle in question for 44 years, as a homeowner there for 41, and this is the first time I've ever come to the city council meeting. In fact, it took me a while to figure out where this room was. I'm here to speak in favor of the annexation, and I know there's many benefits to are becoming part of the city of Menlo Park, but for me, the most compelling reason is to stop the seemingly unrestricted development that we're seeing in our neighborhood. I am not anti-growth. I live on a flag lot, which at one time was subdivided. We've added a legal second unit above our garage, and we've added on to our house in the 90s. But I am against the type of projects that we're seeing lately, which obviously have one objective, not by a neighbor who's wanting to expand their house or add a second unit, but rather to achieve maximum profit for a greedy developer who lobbies and or pays their way into county planning approval. I know that Menlo Park Planning approves plenty of McMansions and multiplex developments, but there's control on them, not 2 and 3 lot subdivisions, which we've seen a number of in the last 5 years in our triangle. And they go up on virtually every lot that is sold, every good-sized lot that's sold. I urge you to help us achieve quality-controlled development in our neighborhood rather than the anything-goes development which we're getting now. I'd also like to vote in Menlo Park elections.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Jen Wollison.
Good evening, council members. I'm speaking on behalf of Parents for Safe Routes and specifically on behalf of some families that live up in this area. And I also serve on the task force that has been mentioned with the county. And I do want to say I do believe that the county operates in very good faith to try to make that area safe. It's been a 2-year task force, and Kevin Chen with the Transportation Department here has been an active member on that task force, as well as Joe Johnson there. And there's a lot of us working very hard to make that area safer. And I do see, though, looking long-term, that the more we can do to ease planning and transportation, the safer our communities will be. So for that reason, I do support the parents with up in the Las Lomitas area with their request for annexation. And I thank you. Bye.
Thank you. With that, no more public comment on this item this evening. Any questions from council members? Councilmember Carlton.
I was at some of the early meetings when this was first put together, and have always been really supportive. I'm kind of confused as to, I keep asking how it's going, and people say, well, it's going slowly, we're putting forward. I feel like we've always had this as a priority, and if that got slipped, then I would like to see it regain its momentum.
So what happened was, at one point, it came to our prior council, and there wasn't the votes for it to proceed at that time. When the council turned over this year, and we had a new council with 3 new votes on it, we brought it up during council goal setting and brought it forward. But there was a penultimate direction at one point given, and it wasn't a complete vote, but basically it was, there isn't enough. What was said at that time by some of our former colleagues was there wasn't enough tax revenue yet to support the annexation.
But this year we did support it.
But this year what we said,
we did.
well, what we did during council goal setting was we said we would support it being brought to as a priority for it to come before the council for us to go ahead and weigh in at that time. And I mean, candidly, there's been a lot on the agenda this year. I didn't expect it would come in this way. There's a check-in, obviously, taking place tonight on this issue to make sure that we want this to be a priority, to actually move forward with this as a priority to come back to us. I still am of the belief that I want this to happen. I feel bad. I feel terrible for these folks who have for many years been waiting and collected all of that money way back when to go through this process, and have been stuck in limbo. Councilmember Combs.
I agree with you.
Yeah, you guys should have invested in the stock market with that money. You'd be doing a little better now. So I just want a little clarity, and maybe this was in the staff report, I missed it. So if the sentiment or direction from the council is to proceed, what is the next thing that happens? And who does it?
Yeah, the preceding part is that we would re-engage with the county staff, and again, that's different than LAFCO staff, about this process, to be able to report back to the council as part of the work plan, because there's the tax agreement, which mainly kind of covers operating. There's some capital expenses, which is separate, and we've identified before. There's Sharon Road, Santa Cruz, and Alameda. 2 of those are covered by the study that the county is doing. We would really love the county to draw that to conclusion, because that would provide much greater clarity along Alameda, because there are some existing deficiencies that I believe need to be addressed before I could professionally recommend annexation of that. So there are things that we need to really work through. So it's a matter of identifying those things and what the costs are of those. And we would report back in as part of the goal setting what we think that work effort would look like and how that compares to other work efforts that the council's asking of us. Because it can't be viewed in isolation. Because if we're going to work on this, we're not working on something else.
So you have drainage, road design, you have road resurfacing, sidewalks. All those things have to be negotiated with the county engineering department, and there's been some hesitancy in the last time to do it. My response to that is we have a lot of areas that don't have sidewalks. So there's a cost benefit to that. But we need to know what the dollar amount is.
So just to be, since we've got everybody's attention on this, there's a difference between Santa Cruz, which doesn't have sidewalks, but Alameda, from the work that we've done walking that sidewalk, researching it, that's the problem one. Alameda has existing sidewalks that are deficient.
Mm-hmm. So I would just sort of chime in on a comment that I'm very much also interested in moving this along and getting to the point of where we do actually have an opinion or recommendation from the staff, being that like it's clear that there are these liabilities of which the county doesn't want to cover, and so we can't recommend proceeding with this, are a clear path forward, so that we can come to some resolution, either that it, again, like because of these issues, that it doesn't seem viable or not something you can recommend, or here's a clear path forward. I would also offer the comment that I'm less interested in an overall framework. Actually, I'm not interested in an overall annexation framework at all, and especially because I get a sense that this would possibly get lost in that process, and I don't know that, from what I've seen, annexations are ever clean and simple, and that there are formulas or frameworks that make them better. They are always sort of long and difficult and challenging. So I don't think that whatever we think we would get from that framework would actually happen. And as far as I know, that as we look at some of those other incorporated areas, there is no, as far as I know, groundswell of residents there who want to join Menlo Park. In this situation, we do have where it seems like a neighborhood is fairly unanimous in wanting to join Menlo Park. So I say let's focus on this, and let's not try to turn this into a larger process or project of creating a framework to make something easier that I don't think can be made easier, and it's based on this assumption that there is a groundswell or lots of interest in being annexed to the city by unincorporated areas that I'm not personally aware of.
Yeah, so I'm totally fine with that too. So it's fine. Like I was the person at one time who brought up, let's try to put together a framework. We don't need to do it. Like, let's not hold them up. I agree with that. My thing is, until we know what the dollar amount is, it may be that you won't reach agreement with them, Justin, on it, but we can bring political weight to bear to bring the policymakers into it to try to get to that dollar amount. We just need to figure out what it is.
Right. So to part of whether it's done at for 60 properties or 600 properties, there's certain analysis that needs to be done, and it's scalable. But there's additional work effort outside of staff that we would want to bring in to make sure that everybody just understands the math. Because I've had a number of conversations with residents for this specific annexation, but also Menlo Oaks. So a number of residents from Menlo Oaks approached us about a year ago. I went through a very similar routine with residents, the county staff, and so that's where there is at least some benefit of documenting some of these things as they relate to the relationship between the city of Menlo Park and the county of San Mateo. So it doesn't need to be a huge framework, but there's some basic education, I'd say, that we'd all benefit from, that it's separate than the specific LAFCO process. I think it's really more about the numbers. But there's time and effort that would need to be put in place so that people are comfortable with the numbers, because City of Menlo Park staff took a stab at this a few years ago. People question the numbers, so I think we may need some outside assistance to just make sure that people are comfortable with the numbers that we're talking about.
Can you have that estimate of how long that's going to take for the council priority workshop in January?
Sorry, how long? What's going to take?
So we keep saying it's going to take time. It's going to take time to do the work. And what I think the question is going to come down to at the end of the day is during council goal setting is how much time, hours that's going to take.
That's what I think we're working towards as part of the upcoming goal setting, that we can give an estimate of what that work effort would look like. So that's what we're saying in this info item staff report, is that over the next couple months we would work towards identifying what that work effort would be.
Okay, but it sounds like for those who came tonight, you have a majority on the council right now who's saying they want to proceed. So that's new. So congratulations. You can bring that back to folks. That's exciting. So, yeah. Yes. I don't know if all the council knows, but do you want to come introduce yourself to everyone?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members and staff. My name is Martha Poyatos. I'm the Executive Officer for the Local Agency Formation Commission. We're kind of the troublemaker in the county because one of LAFCO's missions is to encourage annexation of these unincorporated areas into cities. And one of the primary reasons is that while the county tries with all their might. They, by design, are not municipal service providers. That's something they do in a very kind of organized but discontiguous way. So they've got Burlingame Hills, they've got the coast side, they've got unincorporated South San Francisco. So it's just not an efficient way to provide service. And you've been going long and hard, and I'll leave it at that unless you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So are we all good? All right. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Our next item we're going to call tonight out of order is going to be item I1, direct staff to negotiate an agreement with local entrepreneur and professional triathlete Mr. Max Fennell to provide a 12-week swim instruction program at Bellhaven Pool. Calling it out of order because he's been sitting here in the back of the room and want to be able to clear him out before we go on to the other items. And it says Mayor Pro Tem Taylor will introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor Mueller. And thank you for taking the item out of order. Several months ago, I read an article about Mr. Fennell and actually met him shortly afterwards and talked to him about some of the needs around the pool in Bellhaven because it is underutilized. And I know a part of that is because of the setup of the pool. And so I spoke to Mr. Fennell about his services and asked him to put a proposal together. Unfortunately, the attachment in the staff report is not his original report or original proposal. This was something created to do something short term. The original proposal was a lot more comprehensive. And I've already spoken to the city manager about providing that at a later date. When it comes back. And so, Max, if you would come up and talk about what your vision is for the Bellhaven Pool and what you are offering to provide to the city of Menlo Park.
Hi, thanks for having me here again and taking a look at the proposal. I think the biggest thing that I would like to provide for the community is an enhanced experience that just introduces community members, particularly youth, introduce them into aquatic sports. Reason is because I stand here today as a professional athlete that's done a lot of unique things, and my story has generally started from someone offering me a bike. I sprained my MCL, thought my sports career history was over. Next thing you know, this gentleman was saying to me, hey, here's a bike, why don't you go do your first triathlon? Literally, person after person to the person that's coaching me now has always been, Max, here's a bike, here's a wetsuit, here's an entry fee, here's an opportunity for you to experience the sport and see where it will take you. And 8 years later, I've had a significant impact in this sport. And one of the biggest things is I've always wanted to be able to give back to the sport. I've always wanted to help other kids get into the sport of triathlon, get into the sport of swimming, and just introduce them to aquatic sports. A lot of people don't know in minority communities, I think it's 1 in 5 individuals doesn't know how to swim. It's actually an epidemic in the African American community and largely in communities of colors. These kids don't know how to swim. I remember reading an article once about a mother that stood on the shore while she watched kid after kid, I believe it was 5 kids, all drowned at the same time because no one knew how to swim and that mother didn't know how to swim. So it's a significant issue in a lot of different communities. And with me, I have a lot of friends that are professional athletes. They're amazing coaches. I'm coached by a world-class coach. And they're always saying to me, Max, I want to do stuff in the community. I want to do this, I want to do that. And I'm like, well, you just got to do something. And this is an opportunity for me to go to all of my friends that are professional athletes, professional coaches, or just avid endurance athletes and say, hey, we have this opportunity to go to the community and provide this for for other individuals, especially youth that might not have this opportunity. I'm also in a position where I'm sponsored by different sporting companies. We're also able to go to my sponsors and say, hey, we'll provide swimming and goggles to help incentivize kids to show up. But I really don't think that's going to be an issue. I think that we market this properly. We tell who's involved. We say who's going to show up, what athletes are going to be there, what this program is going to do for the youth. I think, if anything, we're going to see more people showing up for this program. So.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Councilmember Carlton.
God bless you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else with any other questions? Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, so what are we recommending? Just want to be clear, because the Mayor Pro Tem said something more extensive, and what is in the staff report is a 12-week program on Sunday.
Correct. And so the program in the agenda is what, when our staff asked Mr. Fennell for his proposal, this is the proposal we were provided with. Mm-hmm. We have received a different proposal from him, which included services 7 days a week. He had 2 time frames in that proposal, one from, I think, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and one from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. So if the council's giving us direction tonight to pursue a proposal with Mr. Fennell, then we'd need to know, do you want information about both of them, or do you want us to focus on one of them? And just so we're clear, there's no existing budget for this, so it would include a budget appropriation when we come back.
And would a more expansive program be possible, given that there is already, does our contract with the current operator there allow for a contract with Mr. Fennell?
It would allow for a rental from the current contractor. That's not how this proposal is shaped, but we could definitely work on that. But not the 7-day-a-week proposal. We would have to go back and renegotiate with the current provider.
So even with the Sunday, does Mr. Sheeper have to sign off on the Sunday one too?
Yes, he does.
So okay. So
unless it's just a rental agreement. If Mr. Fennell were simply to rent directly from Tim Sheeper, then I think that wouldn't be required.
So my question has to do with demand, because what I'm trying to figure out is, do we know that we're going to have 100+ community members sign up for it? And it looks like the total cost for it's about $350 or $325 per person if it's 100 people. And that's if there's 100 people. And so what I would, my thing is, if there's 100 people, great. Or if there's 200 people, great. But if we lay out $35,000 or $47,500 and we only get 15 people, I'm gonna have a hard time looking the taxpayer in the eye and say, I spent that much money on 15 people that could have gone to other services for the community. And so what I would be looking for from staff would be saying, why don't we go ahead and look at doing outreach on this to see what the demand is for that. And if there are signups that necessitate this kind of outlay, then great. But if there isn't, there's not. And I don't want to take $47,500 if we're going to outlay, and it's a wonderful cause. But if there's $47,500, if only 15 people sign up, and I could have done something else at the Community Services Center to help, or the Boys and Girls Club to help the youth, and I'm going to impact many more people, then that's how I would have wanted to spend the money. So I think what I'd be looking for is a staggered approach to this, where there's a certain amount of money put toward outreach into the community to see what demand is, and then after that, the outlay for the rest, if that makes sense. And I think that's fair.
But if I can just intercede for a minute, I think in all fairness, we haven't really had a chance to understand the depth of Mr. Fennell's proposal. I think he would bring a lot to the table as a professional triathlete, but given the information we have to date, there are a lot of questions, like Would they be registering through our system? What would be the outreach program? What's the administrative depth of the program? Would it be per participant, et cetera, et cetera? So I think, but I'm sure he's got answers to those questions.
If I can touch on a few of the points that you guys made. So I think the biggest thing is most people in this community don't know of the Belhaven pool. So when you are in the swimming community, one of the things that you value is a pool that you have access to the lanes. If I talk to anyone that I know, most people are going to Burgess Pool currently, or they might go swim at Stanford if they have access to Stanford Rec. There's no marketing and there's no outreach. I've lived in the community for about 4 years. I didn't know about Belhaven until I met Cecilia, or Pro Tem Taylor Cecilia. So most people don't know what's going on at Belhaven. And when you are in the endurance community and you walk in and see the type of pool that you have at Belhaven, you're going to think it's a country club, and that's the kind of place that as endurance athletes we would want to be. A country club meaning having access to...
But we're not targeting endurance athletes, though. We're supposed to be targeting community members in Belhaven who are learning to swim.
Yeah, so if you're someone that wants to have access to swimming and you want to be introduced to swimming, what's very important is representation. So I want to go and see someone that looks like me, and I want that person to teach me that looks like me and understands my needs. Then, as well as if that person is motivational, as well as if that is a notable person. So the people that I'm connected with that I would like to have as well as teach, they're all notable professional athletes and coaches. So if you're marketing saying that, say if we're lucky and they have the time, if we say we have Simone Manuel, Max Fennell, Katie Ledecky, Greg Meehan, Kevin Bishop, the list goes on of if you've got varsity Stanford athletes that each week are teaching these clinics, I think a lot of people are going to say, oh, if I have access to have my kid being taught by a future Olympian or current professional athlete, they might take advantage of that.
Okay, so I'm totally open to having staff sit down and try to work this out. But the outlay, because of the outlay, I do want to make sure it's targeting Belhaven residents, and specifically the kids you were talking about, because it's starting to sound like it might, with that number with those type of high profile triathletes that you're talking about, that it may turn into something entirely different. And so if the city's going to be putting $50,000 toward it to try to help teach kids to swim, that's what I want the program to be, and to know that there's demand there for it. Councilmember Collins.
Yeah, I think I sort of probably read this cost estimate wrong, so I appreciate the mayor for setting me on the right track. Our current relationship with Mr. Sheeper, I mean, how does that work? I mean, because I wasn't reading this as a sort of the city writes a check for $50,000. But clearly that seems to be the case. And so in that situation, we get paid a fee and we don't pay any of these costs, right? Essentially, because this is a fundamentally different financial arrangement or relationship than what that is, as I'm understanding this now.
Again, we haven't had much of a chance to talk to Mr. Fennell. I'm not really sure what his expectations were about the payments.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll just say, I think it's great, and I think it's a great idea, but I would be interested in you going out and doing the let work and getting all of that together and coming to the city with a package and coming to the city with a list of 100 families that are interested in this, and coming to the city with some sponsors. And then maybe the city, if there is some sort of shortfall, would say, hey, we'll kick in this because you're specifically targeting a segment of the community which we want to sort of get more involved in swimming-related sports. But as it is structured, as I'm understanding it now, it would not be something that would get my support. Because I don't know that this is the type of relationship which I would want to see the city entering into, especially when there's no clear track record that you've done something like this before. I need to see that.
Yeah, so I work with a lot of different organizations, and So recently, multiple years, I've gone to Chicago and I've put on events in Chicago. So I've worked with organizations in Chicago. I actually work with like most national organizations, and I can write that out. But I think the biggest thing is that it's probably hard to see it from your standpoint, but when you're a single parent, I'm speaking for city council, but when you're a single parent making $50,000 and you're living in Menlo Park and you can't find access, like you can't provide swimming access for your kid, that's who we're trying to target, right? And I went to a town hall meeting, and that's exactly what a parent brought up. It's one of those things where you're not going to see the value until it's presented, right? I'm not saying like, oh, we're going to post up some Facebook post and be like, and expect 100 people to show up. I understand the legwork that has to happen, but it's like there is a need because that pool's not even being utilized already, right? It's like there's nothing that's happening there. If someone else is running the pool and like this wouldn't be an issue, we would be able to provide this. But no one's providing anything for the surrounding communities when it comes to aquatic sports at the Belhaven pool, right? So what happens to the family that says, I want my kid to learn how to swim, right? And I think, what's the number, 5,000 community members in Belhaven with X amount of kids? I think it's like roughly like 1,000 kids. So if we get 10% of that, that's, right? So the numbers are there, right? We just have to go and invite these kids to the program, and that's what this program would be.
Yeah, I'll just say I totally support the city engaging in discussions. Again, I would be concerned with some sort of subsidizing arrangement, but I'm totally on board with you having discussions with Mr. Fino.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
Thank you. I just wanted to touch on a couple of pieces. One, as far as the funds, the initial idea was actually to use the community benefit money that comes at $60,000 a year that comes to the city that would cover the cost for it. Right now, it's more, from my understanding, the funds from Facebook, and Nick is walking over to the microphone, that there are funds that come from Facebook to pay for certain usage of the pool right now, that actually the funds go to the person who runs the pools. The other one was a request several months ago that I asked for another portion of funds that comes from a Facebook agreement to cover the cost, not just for that, but also to increase the hours at Anita Harris. My goal is to increase health and wellness in the area. And the other piece, as far as outreach, the original plan that Max presented us included that piece in there. So that it would talk about it. And it's not just the children or even the adults in the Belhaven neighborhood. There are other neighborhoods that would be able to access the pool as well.
So, just a point of clarification. I think the money that you're referring to is the $60,000 the city receives from Facebook, and that is what keeps the pool open year-round. Okay. So without that money, I'm not sure this, I mean...
I mean, that's part of the Sheeper agreement, so that is money that's committed to keep the pool open, and he's required to keep it open as part of that, with that funding.
Okay, I'm going to take Councilmember Nash because she hasn't spoken yet.
I just wanted to say I actually met Max a year or two ago.
Maybe a little longer.
Swimming at Stanford, and actually was just observed his coaching style. And while I was swimming in a lane next to a person he was coaching, and actually when I got out of the pool, I went over to ask for his card because he was such a good coach. And I've had, anyway, so I can vouch for that he has exceptional swim instructor skills. I am also concerned of just about being able to get the number of people there, especially over, I don't know what the timing is, but certainly over the holidays there are, I would be concerned that we'd be able to get the people. So I would appreciate having you do the outreach and coming up with people. I will come to the pool if you're there. And then along the Sheber contract, as I was reading it, it looks like it expires August 31st, 2020. And in the contract, it says that at least 180 days prior to expiration, we need to provide written notice requesting an evaluation of the terms and conditions of this agreement, and that if it's not within 180 days, it actually will just automatically renew. So I would like to formally ask for an evaluation of the terms and conditions. It doesn't mean I'm in favor of making a change. I just want to put that in motion so that we don't lose the.
Yeah, I mean that isn't before you tonight, so that would have to be agendized.
Okay. Can we just have some flag before we miss that date? Would be my request. Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlton.
I agree with what's been said before. I actually didn't realize that the city would be paying for the whole amount because, to be honest, that's not our model. Doesn't mean it can't be, but that's not what we do. For many, many years, the pool has been taking care of itself. It's only recently that we've even begun subsidizing that, and most of that's for infrastructure. I absolutely agree with you that it's critical that people learn how to swim. But if it ends up being $5,000 a family, opportunity cost, putting this in perspective, we also subsidized $20,000 towards kids in high school getting psychological counseling to, in many cases, maybe the only counseling they'll ever receive in life, to make sure that they're focused and not committing suicide like in other jurisdictions, and focused in getting into college. And there are a lot of great asks with fantastic life-empowering results that we have to balance. And so while I'm sure you're a great coach, and I think this is a fantastic idea, we have to stop and look at how many kids are going to be impacted by this, because there's an opportunity cost to make sure that we're providing the biggest bang and the biggest impact for the fees that we manage in the community. So I agree with what's said before. Yeah, what you're doing is awesome, and we would love to have that. But I look in here that you have a plan for doing outreach. I'd like to make sure that at least 10% also, what time of year? 10% in January? Yeah, it's cold.
I understand that, but January is actually one of the most popular times of when people are going to feel most likely to get into health and wellness.
Not kids.
Well, but their parents, right? Because they're the people that...
I'm a parent of 2 kids. If they won't get in the water, I'm not going to worry about it so much. I just think the timing is not good. It's better to do it when things are a little bit warmer. I would like to feel more confident that you're going to actually fill all the spaces for that amount of money. And that doesn't mean that what you're doing isn't awesome and that we really want it, but we have to make sure that we're being fiscally responsible and doing something that's really going to meet the needs of the people when they want it and how they can fill those spaces.
So I think what I'd like to do is I would like to have staff sit down with Mr. Fennell and go through it and try to put together and see what can be worked out in terms of putting together a sort of a business plan for us to look at and recommendations. The one thing, though, that does strike me when I look at this is that there actually is a process where we do fund programs like this, and that's through the community grant process every year, where we look at all of the different types of programs that we want to go ahead and do, and then we make a list, and we're going to say this much to this community grant, this much to this grant. This doesn't necessarily have to fall into that process. And philosophically, I'm not even against doing this if we can see that there's going to be demand and we're going to make an impact in kids' lives. I just don't want to do the outlay and not have the kids be there. And so I think it just needs some more vetting with staff. And I hear what you're saying about January, because I'm out running this morning. It's cold, and I'm trying to get ready for next year, right? I have my New Year's resolution. I couldn't pay my kids to get in the pool right now. Like, they're not. They're going to do basketball and stuff right now indoors. They're just, it's a cold time of year. But then again, I don't have a professional athlete who's in the pool waiting for them. So it may be that it can be demonstrated. So I think it's really worthy of vetting out with staff, and I really appreciate you bringing it to us and that you being interested in doing it, and it's worthwhile. I just think we need to get the details vetted on before we make a decision how to spend the money. So does that work?
Yep, sounds good.
All right, very good.
Cool. Thank you.
We're on agreement? Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go now and move to item F3. Oh, is there something we could shoot before that, or can we go back to the regular items? All right, so F3, direct staff to bring Youth Advisory Committee proposal to Park and Recreation Commission for its consideration and recommendations. Guys, do we need this item introduced, or has everyone read the staff report? Yep. Okay, so can we just go ahead and, there's no public comment on the item, Ms. Herron? So can we go ahead and move to comments? Okay, I just want to add one comment, and that's that my request to the city manager beforehand, and my understanding it's been made to staff, is that, yes, bring it to the Park and Recreation Commission, but I want this before our council on December 10th with recommendations so we can move forward. So if the Park and Recreation Commission can't hear it at the end of November, I don't care, bring it back to us with your recommendations and let's go. Does that make sense to folks?
Just, can I ask one clarification?
Yes.
Bringing it back with the vetted proposal, or that you want it to live under city council as a formal advisory?
So I'm perfectly fine with this being a commission under the Park and Recreation Commission.
Okay.
And candidly, I don't want city council to be in charge of this commission, because I think staff should be picking the students. It should be a process done that is completely away from politics, because I don't want kids getting picked as political favors so that, this kid has a great high school resume. So
and the other thing that we saw too with that is there's some other formalities that have to happen if it lives formally under the council, and we kind of saw tonight they have,
Right.
things they have to go do, and so, okay, great. Okay.
Right, so that's my thing. Keep it away from us. We want their recommendations to come to us, but I don't want us to be touching it politically to help any person. Councilmember Nash.
I had one question, and that was the eligibility is must be a City of Menlo Park resident or attending a high school in Menlo Park. As far as I know, the only high school in Menlo Park is Tide High School.
That was referring to if there are
Penn.
participants of the Tinsley program and they go to school in Menlo Park.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, thank you.
Can you repeat that? Which program?
So Tinsley, the transfer program, so students from other cities who do go to school in Menlo Park, because they'll be advising on programs, future programs, and current issues for teenagers here. So if they attend school in Menlo Park, even if they're not a resident of Menlo Park, they would be eligible to apply. That's the suggestion, but I mean, it can be discussed with the...
I actually feel pretty strongly that I want Menlo Park residents. The only place I see waiving on that is if you have a Menlo Park address and you're in county. But other than that, I don't like the idea of people from other cities coming in and basically advising on how we program our city. This is a city committee, and the children from Menlo Park should be involved.
And actually, I think how would Tinsley? It sounded good at first, but then Tinsley usually is someone who would live in Menlo Park, attend a Menlo Park school, or would live in Menlo Park and attend a school outside of Menlo Park.
I might be incorrect. So I might be incorrect, but can students from East Palo Alto get transferred to Menlo Atherton?
Well, Menlo Atherton's in Atherton. So Menlo Atherton's in Atherton, Menlo School's in Atherton.
Okay.
So Sacred Heart's in Atherton. So if unless they live in Menlo Park, I don't think that they would.
We have Mid-Peninsula High School, and we have Tide.
And Tide, exactly.
So
correct.
The two high schools.
Right, but Menlo Atherton
So it's a detail we can work out. I mean, I know that's similar to things like to other programs where if kids
no
attend
detail,
school in
just
the
Menlo
city.
Park kids.
The reason being, and I'm going through the machinations in my head, but the fact is, because I was thinking, well, is that fair? Because a Menlo Atherton student might not have the ability to interact with the city then, but that's not actually true. Menlo Atherton serves East Palo Alto, and if East Palo Alto wants to create a city commission, then the high school could recommend students to their city commission. So we're not denying anybody a place in the program by doing it in that fashion.
Okay.
And in fact, we probably want to make a recommendation to East Palo Alto that they do so, because we've run into this conundrum. And also, frankly, to Portola Valley and others, and Atherton.
Okay.
So, is that Councilmember Combs?
Yeah, I'd be fine with that. But then, if we're saying Menlo Park residents, then I think it would be problematic then to have a waiver for people who live in unincorporated. So I think if you're going to say Menlo Park residents, I say Menlo Park residents. If you're going to open it up, then I think you do.
That's fine.
Okay. I am supportive of this. I think it's a great idea, and thank the mayor for his work on this. I actually was on a youth commission in my city growing up, which was appointed by the city council, but then they didn't reappoint me because I missed too many meetings. But I'm not bitter. My only suggestion would be to keep. I think the number recommendation was like 10 to 15 or something like that. And I know some have some committees, youth commissions that are as many as 25. I'd actually would say keep it to the number of a real commission, because then that more allows for a real sort of mock legislative process for people to be involved with and go through. I feel if it gets like too large, then it just becomes a focus group for city staff, and that you really don't have that sort of engagement of like thinking of how you're going to sort of propose something and how you're going to get support and vote on it, which I really think that this program should be about. Again, not just proposing things, but them actually having to understand and go through a sort of quasi-legislative process. And like I said, and again, this is just obviously reflecting my opinion, I think it's done better when you actually do have like 7 people, or the number of a real sort of commission or committee.
I'll make note of that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilmember Nash.
Can you review one more time how many resources are involved with this? Again, I love the idea. I'm concerned about distracting from our primary goals.
So I would say, I just a reminder, I said I wasn't going to do a state of the city this year and took all that money to put toward this program to start it. I don't know if you know that. This is the program that I said there will be no state of the city. All the money for it will go toward this. So the state of the city is going to be coffee and like some cake in the back of the room and a 15-minute discussion. Does that change things? Okay, so good. All right. So we're all set? All right, so we need a motion and a second. And so I made the motion, Councilmember Carlton made the second. Let's go and vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so see you on December 10th. I know. I only have a few meetings left. I'm sorry. Next item we have is provide direction on the 2019 holiday lighting efforts. Interim Public Works Director Nikki Nagaya will make the presentation. Good evening.
Good evening, council members. Nikki Nagaya, Interim Public Works Director, and very happy to be here at this late hour to talk about holiday lighting and not have to present on the TIF earlier tonight. Happy to walk through a couple brief slides if you'd like, or if you'd prefer to waive the presentation and move to questions, we can do that as well.
No one needs the presentation. Anyone, any public comment on this item? Nope. Okay, questions from anyone? Councilmember Nash?
Well, I will just say, I actually asked for this to come forward as a council item because I'm concerned about the amount of money that's being spent on it.
Councilmember Combs?
So just so I can understand, so we will be possibly able to get access to the trees at the corner of El Camino and Ravenswood? Or, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's a great question, and one we've been tracking really closely. So if we get direction tonight to proceed with lighting, the contractor is ready to do installation of the lights starting this weekend because they're very booked up, as we've had efforts over the last couple years with this particular contractor. Other cities on the peninsula, private clients have all reached out to them to do similar lighting work. So time is of the essence to get them started. The construction at the corner of El Camino Ravenswood is almost done, and so we hope to have access. But if we can't get access, we may have to waive those 2 trees for this year as we go forward.
I'd support waiving those 2 trees and then moving forward with option B.
I agree with that.
Those were actually the 2 trees that I was going to recommend we keep instead of everything else.
Well,
and I also having spoken with the chamber about this.
Yeah.
It is the prettiest. They are the prettiest, and if we're trying to get the biggest bang for the buck.
The reason being is that the other tree is closer to downtown, and the other lightings I think are. I think it is. I think the other tree's closer to downtown. As I drive to my home, I see people sitting under that tree, looking at it, drinking coffee under it.
You're talking about Fremont?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a community event. The lighting of that
Right.
is whereas the one at the corner of Ravenwood is not a community event that I've ever attended. So I do think it's like a little bit of an apples and oranges, whereas like, yeah, I'm very much in support of the Fremont lighting and everything that goes around that, again, because it's a great community event. You see people out there with their kids and taking pictures with Santa, not my kid who will not go near Santa, but other people. And so to me, the question then becomes to the extent to which there is concerned about the money spent, it's what of everything else stays or goes.
I was envisioning that we would still have the party. It's been announced, and that there's no. I can't see not having the party, but I think we would have to be creative about what happened instead of actually flipping the lights on the tree. But I think that actually more people see it at the corner of Ravenswood and El Camino as they pass through the city, both residents and others. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
What's the health of the tree?
Yeah, I mean the tree in Fremont Park isn't in great shape, but it still works. I mean what they've done in the past is they've strung it creatively, but it looks like it did last year.
And the photo on the screen is the tree at Fremont Park. You can see Pete's in the background just for orientation, and then a photo of Santa with the event that evening and the clock tower. And we have photos of the other installations if that's helpful, just to illustrate what they look like.
I mean, if you guys want to light them all, I'm fine with lighting them all. But if we have to choose, I would choose the 2 on El Camino to go away.
Could we actually have public comment?
Sure, of course.
Thank you very much. Fran Dean, Chamber of Commerce. It's hard to make decisions because everyone wants everything to be perfect, to be wonderful, to be lighted. And it's unfortunate that it had to come before council. If there is any location that is Menlo Park and is seen by most people either coming, going in Menlo Park, it is the trees at the El Camino, Ravenswood area. Those are the trees that are seen by the most people. All right, if you go home by Fremont Park, you might see the Fremont Park tree. And yes, we have the holiday lighting planned and advertised, but oh my goodness, the trees at the corner of Ravenswood and El Camino
I think I have this
are
figured.
awesome.
I think I have this figured out then. So we budgeted $85,000. Why don't we get rid of the clock tower, the redwood tree at City Hall, and the 2 snowflake skylines? That gives us $85,000. We get the tree in Fremont Park. We get the tree at the corner, and we get the tree at Onetta Harris.
I'm good with that. I don't think many people notice the clock tower anyway.
I don't think so either, and I don't even know what the snowflake skylines are. So.
My only question is, and again, that's totally fine, but do we need like both of the trees at the corner of Ravenswood?
They're so close together. It's like doing one tree. It really is. They string it over both.
I would just love to have our city arborist take a look at the Fremont Park tree and make sure that it's healthy enough. Thank you.
Okay. So that being the case, dependent upon the city arborist, can we make a motion then to exclude the clock tower, the redwood tree at City Hall, and the two snowflake skylines on Santa Cruz Avenue downtown, and then proceed with the Douglas fir tree in Fremont Park, the 2 redwood trees at the corner of El Camino and Ravenswood, and the 2 liquid amber trees? We have a motion from Councilmember Carlton. We had a motion, it disappeared. It looks like public art nonprofits, what's in front of us, though. But, oh, no, there it is. Okay, Councilmember Carlton's made a motion. Can I have a second? All right, I'll make the second. Let's go ahead and vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Great. All right. Thank you, guys. We're going to go move on to the discuss the it's 11:45 in my brain. Discuss the triennial state building code update process and provide direction on local code amendments. Assistant Community Development Director Chuck Andrews and Fire Marshal John Johnson will make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mueller and City Council members. My name is Chuck Andrews. I am the City's Assistant Community Development Director and Building Official. Off to my right is John Johnston, the Fire Marshal with the Menlo Park Fire Department. Today we're going to be talking about the adoption of the 2019 California Building Standard Codes. So our objective tonight is to inform City Council on the process for adopting local amendments to the Building Standards Code. Our primary goal is to have City Council provide direction on any additional local amendments they would like to incorporate into the proposed ordinance. The California Building Standards Code regulates the construction of the buildings in the state. The state adopts and publishes a new California Building Standards Code every 3 years. The last code cycle was 2016. The City of Menlo Park adopted the 2019 California Building Standards Code and REACH Code September 24th of 2019. In order for the REACH Code to be adopted, the California Building Standards Code had to be adopted as well. They go hand in hand. And what we're doing is we're going ahead and we're going to implement local amendments beyond that to the remaining building codes. So a little bit of background on the Building Standards Code. The California Code of Regulations is comprised of 28 titles, and Title 24 is the California Building Standards Code. That's what we're working off of. Within that Title 24, there is 12 parts to the Building Standards Code, all outlined as you see them on the screen. The Building Standard Code amendments are developed by professional organizations, and the state considers their recommendations for adoption. Companies like IAPMO, International Code Council, and NFPA make these recommendations to the Building Standards Code. So the Building Standards Code becomes available on July 1st, 2019, and are effective 180 days after its publication. It applies to all new building permit applications after January 1st, 2020. There's 180 days after its publication so that local jurisdictions like Menlo Park can go ahead and look at and review to make any amendments needed to the actual code to fit their city. So the California Health and Safety Code allows local jurisdictions to amend the code. The local modifications must be substantially equivalent to or more stringent than the new code. And that's the local jurisdiction is required to make specific findings based on the local geographical, climatic, or topographic conditions, as outlined in the actual staff report. Local amendments are developed by city staff following a review of newly published state codes and previously adopted local amendments. Again, they go hand in hand. So the Menlo Park Fire Protection District is an independent agency. The fire department has adopted the 2019 fire code and has authority to amend and meet the needs of Menlo Park. All Menlo Park Fire Department adopted amendments are required to be ratified by the City Council for items to be enforceable, and there are examples down below. Would you like to speak to that?
So just to let you know, as a governing entity, we went through the two-step process to already amend the 2019 California Fire Code that took process in September and October, and was officially passed with no comments from the public. The ordinance is the same as from 3 years ago. Basically, it's a process of if it's not broke, don't fix it. So I left what has been working well for the city in place. The one item I have added into our standards and guidelines manual, which we can discuss later, is a guideline for vegetation management and home hardening, as the town of Atherton and the city of Menlo Park have both wanted to address that due to recent state issues. So I have a guideline for us to look into if so wish.
So the proposed local amendments to readopt are as follows on the screen. These are amendments that have been adopted in the past, in 2016, and they just need to be readopted. The new proposed local amendments here are the Senate Bill 1226, which requires building permit issuance for a housing project when original permit does not exist. That's a Senate bill that came to our attention back in October, and Council had went ahead and told us to go ahead and put that into our amendment. And 1208 is the clarification of Building Standard Code on the definition of new construction versus alteration. This is REACH code driven. It stems from the one wall remodel standpoint. So a lot of single family residences do one wall remodels where they leave one wall standing use the existing foundation, and then they go ahead and classify it as a remodel. Well, the REACH codes are all from a new housing standpoint. So basically new construction. And so what we've done is we've made the definition of new construction solid in the definition, so that we can go ahead and make those REACH codes. We can make those REACH codes attainable for the single-family residents. The CalGreen construction material diversion requirement. Recommend the current deposit system be converted into a fine system at the end of the project. The reason is because we get a lot of paperwork coming through the division. We can save 500 to 1,000 hours of staff time per year just by not having this deposit system. It creates a lot of paperwork. I just received 2 on my desk today to go ahead and check requisitions for the refunding of deposits and so forth. There's a lot of paperwork involved, and it would be simpler to go ahead and remove the deposit system and convert it to a fine system. Currently, about 20% of the actual contractors and people applying for permits and permit applications are in the default area to where a fine system would have to be implemented. And standards for address identification to maintain consistency with Menlo Park Fire Department. Basically, the code has less restrictive means than the fire department does, so we want to maintain consistency with the Menlo Fire Department. And then tiny homes. Recommend the adoption of California Residential Code Appendix Q to provide additional housing options. Basically, what happens is they are less restrictive than standard single-family residence construction, and therefore they would be cheaper to build. There's a maximum square footage of 400 square feet for a tiny home. And I've gotten many inquiries from just an email standpoint on tiny homes and how we can go ahead and proceed with them. So the next steps, we need to introduce proposed local amendments to City Council on November 19th. And then we need to go ahead and adopt the resolution ratifying Fire District Ordinance adopting Fire Code. And then we need to adopt the local amendments on December 10th. So this concludes my presentation. John and I are available to answer your questions.
Do you have any public comment on this item? No. Does anyone have any questions before this comes? This will be coming, so this is going to come back to us on the 19th. This is just for us to go ahead and understand what's coming to us on the 19th.
I have a question.
Councilmember Carlton.
Mr. McClure, it says, thus, ideally, all local amendments should be adopted by December 1st. Oftentimes, it is difficult for cities to comply with this timetable. If cities don't do so, it may still adopt local amendments anytime during a 3-year code cycle. So this doesn't legally have to be passed by December 1st. It's just a nice to have. Because I know that they've had other suggestions that we haven't passed for years.
Yeah, that is my understanding.
Okay. We've had for the new people on council, we've had an issue before that our staff was really sharp on, where something was given to us as, hey, this is just a pass along. These are the new codes that we should follow for the fire code. And our staff looked into it and found that wasn't actually true, that actually it was a lot more strict and severe in some areas than Menlo Park wanted to pass. And we caught that. So when I look at things like the state code contains definitions of new construction versus alterations, I don't know how that's being used. And when it says staff has added language to the ordinance to clarify, that's staff, that's not state. I want to see what the state law is, and then I want to see what's being put forward so that we know what is state and what is I'd like to have and why. Because some of these get very prescriptive and they have long-term implications that aren't necessarily listed here in terms of the further obligations that someone has. For example, when something goes from new construction versus alteration, because we've seen before the fines, the costs, there's a lot that goes along with those. And so I'm sorry, I just don't trust this. I want to see exactly what's new and exactly why.
So you want to see a red line?
Absolutely.
Okay. Councilmember Nash.
I actually was going to thank you tremendously for the catching the building alterations versus the new construction versus alterations, because it sounds like you closed up a loophole in the REACH codes. So I think that's tremendous. And thank you. I heard that was the one big loophole that we had in our REACH codes, and you fixed it.
Great. Any other comments? All right. So if you guys could bring back a red line.
How is that a loophole in REACH codes? I just want to make sure I understand that.
Because if someone could, the REACH codes only apply to new buildings, and so oftentimes people will leave a wall up or even just a corner up to maintain their current tax assessment because it's lower if they're remodeling versus fully.
You need to turn your mic on.
Thank you. So essentially, the REACH codes are specify that they're for new construction, and residents will intentionally leave one corner or one wall up in order to keep their current tax basis or not. It won't. A remodel is a lower tax assessment than a completely new build. And so for tax purposes, they won't do a completely new build, and therefore they wouldn't be covered by the REACH code. And this, I believe, will actually redefine it in such a way that they can't get that loophole.
That's great, but what they're tagging that to is just the sprinkler system. And to be honest with you, I negotiated that myself. That could have been 90%, it could have been 85%. It was just a number we came up with at the time, and I'm not really sure that's a norm.
Okay. Why don't we do this? So when it comes back to us, if you guys could just bring a red line from state code to what was added, that'd be great.
Okay.
So is that good? Thank you so much for your work. What'd you say?
I already have it for you.
Awesome. Really appreciate it. All right. Well, thank you guys for your work this evening. Thanks for staying so late. I apologize that it ran as late as it did, but I appreciate it. And looking forward to seeing you guys on the 19th.
Thank you.
So
I think you need to vote if you're going to continue beyond 11 o'clock.
yeah, I was just going to get to that. You guys want to? So what I was going to propose was that we do you guys want to hear G3 and G4 tonight?
We do have public comment on G3.
Oh, yeah, Fran. Okay. You guys, we got to vote. Do you guys want to keep going, or you want to?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Before we hear items G3 and G4, I want to, while we're all still, I want to talk to you guys. We have a request for an urgency ordinance from our colleagues to discuss early implementation of no-fault evictions and the other protections for tenants afforded by AB 1482. This is something that the city of San Mateo and the city of Redwood City has done to avert eviction between now and the end of the year. We're not going to be hearing, it's not before us this evening, but rather the request is that we would set a special meeting this week in order to consider the urgency ordinance and have it be put in front of us. So actually, there was discussion of whether or not to do it this evening, and what I suggested was we should let the public know before we consider an urgency ordinance like this, at least give them the 48 hours afforded by the Brown Act. So is it possible that you guys could meet on Thursday at 5 p.m. to hear this one item.
I don't think
So just, Cara, are you available Thursday at 5? I mean, there are two issues. One is getting a staff report and a draft ordinance.
What's the soonest you guys can put this before us?
So it's a 24-hour notice.
I have an SBWMA meeting, and then I'm going to be running to a CCAG meeting after that.
All right. Why don't we hear from
So it's a 24-hour notice requirement where we need the agenda, a draft, a staff report, and an ordinance. I'm not available Thursday at 5.
What's Monday look like?
It's technically a holiday. It's Veterans Day, which isn't to say the council couldn't have a meeting, but...
Do you guys want to meet Friday at 5 o'clock?
Also a closed day.
Well, can you guys do that?
So
no. What's the soonest that? Well, I guess the first question is, what's the soonest that our professional staff can have us a report and ordinance to look at?
Are you asking me how quickly we can put together a memo? It's something I didn't know about until maybe a couple hours ago.
So I think it would be helpful to have the council to add this item to the agenda as to whether or not to schedule a special meeting and to agendize this. That requires a 4/5 vote of the council to add this to tonight's agenda so we can have a discussion about setting a special meeting and what you would want to be brought back.
All right. So can we all vote? Can we vote right now?
So we need a motion.
If you guys want to discuss this, I need a motion.
Right.
Moved by Councilmember Nash, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
And just so before you vote, the motion includes a finding that the request came within the 72-hour period, so you couldn't properly notice it to agendize the meeting, and there is some urgency to take action this evening before the next scheduled council meeting.
I did not learn of it until I walked into the door. So
I have no idea what you just said.
It's a requirement that in order to schedule this and add this item to the agenda, it requires a 4/5 vote, and it's based on the fact that it's an urgency item that just came to the attention of the City Council within 72 hours before the meeting, could not be properly noticed to be discussed this evening, and therefore you're adding it under, and the council needs to take, there's some urgency to take action.
Why did we not know this 72 hours ahead of time?
Because the email came in today.
Email.
From where?
Do you know what it is? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Okay. No, I'm sorry.
But I don't. I also know what it is enough to know that I'm really surprised that it would suddenly appear, because it's been something that's been discussed on and off for.
Oh no! What happened is we now have a tenant that is being evicted.
You just turned it off.
It's late. We just became aware of there's a Menlo Park resident who is being evicted. And so that's the urgency. That is why we were told within, I think it was.
And I received a telephone call today from a tenant on Fremont who indicated that she had received a rent increase effective January 1 of $500 a month, which was way in excess of under what would be allowed under the new state law, as did the other tenants in her building, and wanting to know what, if anything, could be done.
And I received an email at 3:27 tonight, this afternoon.
I'm satisfied that there was no notice before 72 hours. I'm happy to talk about this tonight, so, myself. I need it, so we have a motion and a second. No, we didn't vote. Yeah, we did. Okay, so then we can talk about it tonight? I don't think we did. Yeah, so we have a motion and a second, but there's no vote in front of us. So if you could move again, Councilmember Nash. Sure, all in favor of talking about it, say aye. Aye, great.
Motion passes unanimously.
So then the question, guys, is So the question for professional staff is when can we get a?
Well,
a staff?
I think the first question is what are you looking for? So
I'm assuming the Redwood City or San Mateo ordinance.
Okay, and that would be applicable to rent increases or notices after the effective date of the ordinance, which would be immediately. So
Right.
if it's done on, so the question is, I'm looking at Cara, when do you think we could?
Yeah, I think we, Rhonda and I have looked at the Redwood City ordinance, and we think that we can prepare an ordinance along the lines of the Redwood City ordinance by tomorrow afternoon.
For consideration.
Yes. So this would, in effect, stop evictions from the effective date of the ordinance through January 1, which is when AB 1482 goes into effect.
Yeah, it would effectively implement 1482 in the city of Menlo Park, effective upon adoption of the ordinance. So what will be in effect on January 1st would be moved up to the date of the adoption of the ordinance, which is, no fault eviction, rent increases in excess of 5% over the CPI, and I think that's it. Whatever else was in it.
So this would be what would be considered by the council at the hearing.
So which means that, and are you available Thursday at 5? If that works for the council?
Yes.
I think Councilmember Carlton, you're not available Thursday at 5.
I'm already have to be at a SBW meeting.
Okay, so is there another alternative time that everyone can be made available?
And an urgency ordinance, of course, requires 4/5 vote, so it would be helpful to have all
We should
council
have
members
everybody
present.
there. Does Friday at 5 o'clock work for you guys? If we, I'm assuming. All right, Friday.
Well, if that's when the council wants to hold the meeting, certainly.
Councilmember Carlton's not available Friday, so we've asked when would be available, when she'll next be available.
What about Tuesday?
Yeah, what about Tuesday?
So Tuesday is fine with me. Is it fine with you guys?
Tuesday's the 12th.
Tuesday the 12th. Let me look and see my calendar real quick. No, it's the next one's the 19th. Tuesday the 12th at 7 p.m. I'm good at Tuesday the 12th at 5. Can we do it at 5? 5:30?
Whatever works for the council.
5:30 works for me. Does that work for you guys? All right, Tuesday at 5:30 we'll have the special meeting. Now, that is far enough away that we could continue item G3 and G4 tonight. No? Well, after we take public comment on it. Okay. So is that fine with you guys? All right, so let's take public comment on item G3, and then we can go ahead and finish that up that night.
Appreciate it, but I would be here on Tuesday night. So what I'd like to do is talk about the staff report. It's divided into 2 segments. This, of course, we're going to Small Business Roundtable and Economic Development Consultant Services. So those are the 2 segments that it's divided into, and I'd like to speak to the latter. I believe that the Buxton proposal may be outdated. The objectives, as restated in the staff report, still apply. However, I believe that the methodology may not be. And in step 2, as outlined in the Buxton proposal from 2016, which is define and evaluate your trade area, the first sentence I take issue with. Customers shop by convenience, measuring distance based on time, not mileage, and that is drive time. And I believe in today's economy, any valid approach must include and emphasize internet and convenience-related shopping, such as Amazon for goods or convenience dining with services such as DoorDash, Waiters on Wheels, or ghost restaurants. Where are these dining services derived? And they may not be derived in Menlo Park, and we need to be able to discern where those are occurring. If they are outside the perimeter of Menlo Park, they skew what would have been done under scope of service. Also, the first Buxton client base, excuse me, my writing's not great here, specifically was relevant, is the Buxton client base specifically relevant to small businesses? Our small business base, and I'm speaking here of retail, is probably below the 50 FTE threshold. Buxton was selected in 2016, 3 years ago, and in part to examine options for an emerging development, which is distinctly different today. Buxton's proposal did not result in a contract for perhaps many reasons. The recommendation that I would make is to define the desired outcome for the target areas, determine if the project bleed encompasses new development, such as Station 1300, Middle Plaza, or required new development amenities that may be linked to other development that we see coming on board. And then 3, to not re-engage exclusively with Buxton without a search of comparable competitive offerings that may be more specific to our demographic of Menlo Park. What is the current and desired profile of the Menlo Park retail districts? I believe that needs to be defined up front. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, folks, with your permission, I'd like to continue item G3 and G4 to our meeting on the 12th and adjourn. Does that work for everyone?
That's fine.
Okay. Anyone have any council member reports before we go?
I wanted to thank you very much. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, is there anything for the meeting next Tuesday that needs to happen for the individuals who are having tenant issues?
I'm not sure that I understand. I mean, the ordinance would not apply to them because they've already received notices?
So it will not cover the people who've already received notices?
No.
Oh, thank you. Is there anything that can be done for them or not?
I mean, we have the tenant relocation fund that was created, assistance fund that the council had created.
I believe that has a very low AMI, which probably will not be covered, will not cover these individuals. I don't know who they are per se, but I know that it's so far has not covered anyone because of the AMI.
Okay. Yeah. So, again, I think all of the ordinances that we've seen or heard about are applicable to things that happen after the effective date of the ordinance. None of them are retroactive, and I don't know that they could be made retroactive to apply to things that have occurred before the effective date of the ordinance or the adoption of the ordinance. So I'm not sure that there is.
Is there any way it can apply to from tonight forward in case there's anyone who's motivated in the time between now and the time that we hear it to take action?
We can certainly look at that issue, but I think there's a potential concerns about a retroactive effective date.
Okay. All right. No problem. City manager's report.
Wait,
I'm going to come to you. I just realized I'm just going to do it in order. Yeah. City manager's report? Yeah, no
report.
No report. All right. Councilmember's report. Councilmember Carlton. Not at all.
I'm all excited. I apologize. I didn't mean to jump in there.
No, not at all.
So we had almost 40 people at the Sister Cities thing for Northern California. thank you very much to Mayor Mueller, came and gave a proclamation to the Consul General of Japan for all the great work. He has brought the kids in, and he has a great training thing he does about the history of Japanese people in California, and particularly in the Bay Area that he does. And he's been super supportive, so that was very nice for you to do for him. We had the head of Sister Cities International Global fly in from Washington, D.C. and speak, the Consul General of Japan and of Vietnam, one of the children who's been on the program before, the woman who's head of the Protocols nonprofit. It was hugely successful. It was really good. And special thanks goes out to Clay, who came out, and it was, anyway, it was great. Thank you very much.
Well, and I want to congratulate you, Kat. So it was, I went to that. I was incredibly impressed. You did a magnificent job. Clay did a magnificent job. City was very well represented, and it was. I was very impressed while I was there. So great job.
And thanks to the Marriott Residence Inn, donated the room to the gentleman from Sister Cities International to stay there, and gave a discount to everyone that came from all over California to attend. So I just wanted to shout out, thank you very much for their support.
All right. Oh, yep. Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
Yes, actually, it's both a report and an announcement. The Black Student Union at Menlo Atherton is hosting the film Harriet at the Redwood City Theater in Redwood City. This Friday, November 8th at 5:30, and they're having a discussion afterwards. The second is that I wanted to thank Councilmember Nash for her hard work on the GUP. The subcommittee demonstrated integrity, accountability, and inclusion, and you, I know, attended all the meetings, so thank you.
And thank you for all your hard work. You attended all the subcommittee meetings, too.
Awesome. All right. Councilmember Nash.
Now that I know that that the urgency ordinance will not cover anyone for the next week, I wonder if there's any chance and we were told that we could, in fact, have a staff report due to some very hardworking staff done. Is there any chance that we can find a date that's sooner, or shall I? Sooner than a week from today?
I don't think we can do it. So Monday's a holiday, and the reason why we're delaying it is so that we can give people notice to come. So it's kind of counterintuitive. So you got to come on a holiday. Tomorrow, they need to.
You need 24 hours.
You need 24-hour notice once you get it done.
I mean, we could do it Thursday at 5. And
no, we can't. Councilmember Carlton's not available. We would have to do it later into the evening if we were going to do it, because you want to. You want people to be able to come. That's the issue. Otherwise, what do you think? What do you guys think? I don't know. They're asking if is it appropriate to do it during the day on Friday?
Well, City Hall's closed, but we could do it. Could we not do it in the council chambers if we do it on Friday?
We could. The question is, are we defeating? No. Shake.
We're going back and forth. Cara won't be there, but I can be there. So that's. Councilmember Carlton, are you available by phone on Thursday at 5 o'clock? Oh, but you'd be driving, so you wouldn't be someplace where you could. Yeah, that wouldn't work. Sorry, bad idea.
I could do noon on Friday. That That way I don't miss work. I can't get yelled at.
Yeah, I'm available on Friday.
And that was an affirmative that we don't have to hold the meeting in the council chambers. We can hold it at City Hall.
We don't have to hold it in.
Well, again, we're not open on that day, so it will be difficult to have appropriate support staff here. I mean, we can call people in on overtime, but if we can avoid that, it would be great.
But have it in the fishbowl.
Yeah, just have it in the downtown conference room.
Are we going to be accused of not being open with meeting to have it on a day when the city's noticed for being closed in a room that's not a city council room? You see what I'm saying?
We could be criticized for anything.
I think we should just leave it on Tuesday and be done with it. All right. We'll see you guys on Tuesday. Let's just do it then. And I think we're done. Tuesday, 5:30 here, and presumably, if we can, have it covered by Peninsula TV, so there's a record, or at least have the video cameras on, so there's a record of it, and do it so everyone can see it and transparent.
And we will attempt to post the agenda and the staff report and the draft ordinance Thursday at close of business.
Great. And with that, meeting's adjourned.